What is up? Welcome to another night of Night Screams. Uh, 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 I appreciate everybody that's here already. I'm gonna wait for some people to trickle in, but I already see some people already here. What's up, everybody? How's y'all's Friday night going? Let's get this mood started a little bit better. I'm gonna go ahead and start some music here. Let me know if it's too loud or not. Sometimes it can be too loud on y'all's end, but it sounds kind of faded on my end. So yeah, I got a special guest tonight, and we might have another guest popping in here in just a little bit. I spoke with Craven, so he may show up, he may not. It all depends. We'll see if he starts knocking at my door. But I do have somebody at my door right now, and you know him. None other than I shot him 6 times. What is up, Marcus?
What's up, buddy? How you doing tonight?
Doing well, buddy. Doing well. How's your night going, man?
It's not going too bad, man. I can't complain. It's a cool night. It's not too bad weather out here. A little bit humid, but it's manageable. Chill.
Man, yeah, I understand the humid, man. It's humid as hell here, dude.
Yeah, it was a nice one today. I'm not gonna lie. So far this summer, it's been pretty good here in PA. Like, we haven't had that much humidity, but today I'd have to say was the highest so far.
Yeah. It's crazy here. I mean, which I'm in the South, so
Yeah.
like here in Memphis, it is super humid. I mean,
I'm sure it's roasted.
It
I
sucks
know
the
how
life
hot
out
the
of it.
South is. That's no joke down there. That heat is ridiculous.
Yeah, you ever been down here?
I've been to like North Carolina, South Carolina, and stuff like that. Like, so I know it's hot. It's hot down there. Like, ooh, it's raw.
Yeah, it's no joke, man. I feel for some of these guys that are like landscapers and stuff. Like,
Oh yeah.
I've done landscaping work before in the past and stuff, but man, I'm not gonna do it on the regular. But not down here.
I know that's right. Yeah.
I thought the best invention in the world was those robotic what are they? They're like the lawnmowers, the robot. You've seen those?
Yeah.
I saw somebody. I saw one of my neighbors had that. I said, "Damn, that's genius!" Like,
I know that's right.
I need one of them.
I actually just invested in me in like a nice little adult-sized scooter or whatever, because I'm actually like going to start doing some like DoorDash orders and stuff like that. If I can get in on some Uber Eats, make some money on the side and stuff like that. And I ain't gonna lie, caught me a nice little deal for $70. Got the basket on the back. It's got the lights. You can fold it up. You know what I mean, like a skateboard. Hey, hey, I can't wait. It says it should be here within 3 to 5 days, so I'm ready to roll that bad boy around.
There you go. You get the setup right there, man.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go ahead and get to this chat. We already got a few people in here. We got about 6 people in here already. We'll probably have some more people trickle in here before we actually get started and everything. I don't know, Marcus, were you in my morning stream this morning? I can't remember.
Not this morning, no.
Okay, all right. So you didn't remember? Did I tell you beforehand that I was thinking about starting a new series? Like, sort of. I don't want to call it the What If series, but like.
You did mention it.
Okay. Yeah. It's something I've been working on for a little bit. So
nice.
Yeah, I kind of want to go over that tonight, and I also want to just speculate with everything, like. Normally what we do, Scream and Halloween predictions and
and some Nightmare on Elm Street, man, because I don't know, man. I'm starting to get a little optimistic with Mr. Jason Blum. I'm getting optimistic.
He's persuasive,
Yeah.
And I think if you get the right director, you get Robert Englund back, you get the Nightmare on Elm Street under the Blumhouse banner, and you get a really good director and a good writer, man, you can make something really, really good, And
yes.
But it's just the way Blumhouse does it. Jason Blum, he likes to make like he'll put like $1 to $5 million into a property, and then bring in 100 million, you know, and he's just good at that. He's just good at
Yeah.
making low budget movies and bringing in a huge profit. And so he knows that he really does bank on star power. I mean, think about what he did with Halloween with Jamie Lee Curtis, you know, like that was really the thing that got
Yeah.
people's asses in the seats. Like he knew he had it sold
That's true.
if he had Jamie Lee Curtis. So that's probably where a lot of his budget went to, you know. So
That is
that's the
true.
thing. He's like, I got to get Robert Englund back. I will pay him top dollar. And you got to think about it. I think A Nightmare on Elm Street is going to be a little bit more expensive than a Halloween movie. We're talking about visuals.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about dream sequences, you know, whatever else
Yeah.
they decide to do. So hopefully they keep it a lot practical, you know, instead of
Yeah.
CGI heavy. I don't mind some CGI. I just don't want it to be like CGI really
Yeah,
heavy,
you don't want
you
to
know?
be soaked in CGI.
Yeah. That's not scary.
It's
That's not scary at all. For instance, like even though I do like this movie, but like for an example, you thought it was a remake, but it's actually a prequel to The Thing.
Okay.
You know, have you seen that? The
I have not yet. No.
Okay, well, it's good. Like the original John Carpenter's was like very practical effects, but
Mhm. I remember the original, The Thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then the new one was very CGI heavy. Even though I still liked it, I still enjoyed it. A lot of people banged on it because of the CGI heavy stuff, and it does get worse the closer it gets to the end. But I still enjoyed it. You know,
Gotcha.
check
So
it out if you.
I'll definitely peep that out. Because I forgot. I'm not gonna lie, especially with everything coming out and me even digging in some of these lower budget movies that I maybe passed on and stuff. Starting to, you know what I mean, I'll miss a few things. So definitely, I will check that out. Thanks for the plug.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. Let's get to some of the chat. Let's see who's up in here real quick. Christina Faith. Hey everyone. What's up, Christina?
What's up, Christina?
Glad you're here. Welcome. As always, we got Valerie in the chat. Good evening.
What's up now?
Kirsten. Sorry, I mispronounced it this morning. I finally got it right. Kirsten Marie is in the house. Good evening, everyone. What's up, Kirsten? How are you tonight? I'm glad you're here. Oh, let's see who else is here. Larry Warner. Hey, everyone. What's up, Larry?
What's up, Larry?
Larry. Let's see who else is here. Hey, Destin. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too. I hope your Friday's going magnificent. I hope this is a really good summer. You know, I still feel like we're still like trying to get into the groove of things after you know all the shit that happened in the world, and it still just doesn't feel quite right because it's like we're like testing the waters with our tippy toes. Like, I don't want to get too comfortable out there because we might just have to go back, you know.
Right.
So you don't want to get your hopes up. So,
Right.
but so far so good, you know.
Yeah.
There's
Definitely.
some concerns in the media, but you know it's you know you can't let that stop you from living life.
No, absolutely not.
Man, this chat just jumped on me. Something about StreamYard that it'll just jump all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, I've witnessed that too when I'm doing live streams and stuff. It does that to me sometimes too. I don't know why.
Yeah. It's just probably.
I think it's because it's trying. Sometimes maybe the chat might be moving so fast, so it's trying to catch the algorithm for StreamYard might be trying to catch up itself.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Who else is here? Who else we got in the house? Valerie says well, hold on. Valerie first says, "Hey, Marquise, what's up?"
What's up, Val?
Val's always great.
Oh yeah.
Valerie
Absolutely.
says, "I love Memphis. Had a blast on Bill Street. Yeah, I've had many a nights on Bill Street. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It used to be a lot more fun whenever I was younger. It's really fun during the day. I have been here my entire life pretty much, in the area at least, and I never really experienced everything that was downtown Memphis. You know, like I've been to Bill Street, but I always went at night. You know, like to the bars, or to the clubs with my friends and stuff like that. But I never like during the day walked around and like checked out all the sights and really cool spots, and I've done that recently, and it's actually
Yeah.
pretty cool. Yeah. And the only reason why I was able to do that is
Yeah, man, there's nothing wrong with getting out and doing that.
yeah. I took a job that was like right there downtown, and that like looked over the city, and it was so nice. We would just like on lunch break, like all of us would just go eat somewhere, some different spot every day, and just walk to some really cool restaurant that I've never even heard of. I've been here my whole life.
Heck yeah, man. That's how it usually is too. That's kind of how it was for me down here in York or whatever. Like it's crazy because York is historically as a historic city or whatever. And what we have down here is a lot of restaurants really close together downtown. Like especially like there's like 3 of them like right next door to each other in one spot. You know what I mean? And you got the White Rose, which is like the most notable one because that White Rose, it used to be the Beaver Inn when they first started, was built in 1933.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And so
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, you know what I mean? I remember, I'm just like in my younger days, downtown York used to be popping. Even here on like the regular main blocks and stuff, people used to be outside, conversating with each other, having a good time, maybe having a cookout, having a beer, Honestly, now we don't even really see that much around here. It's kind of getting the ghost town a little bit.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Man, that's how it is. I feel like I've heard that story from so many people about like cities that they live in, that it's just like it's starting to get a ghost town. Like it's almost everyone's scared to even like, just like I said earlier, like just get out and start living a little bit more. Everybody's.
Well, I'll be completely honest. You know what I mean? I mean, the gun violence around here is starting to get really bad over the last like 10 years. So and I always refer to it as like once that started really like ramping up, people either unfortunately passed away because of these events or moved, you know what I mean, or got out, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So it's definitely understandable.
Yeah, definitely. It's like that here too in Memphis, man. It's really it's pretty bad.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's just like gunshots going off is just like the norm.
Yeah.
I'm like that shouldn't be the norm.
No.
And so yeah, and if when people shoot things up in there, and like even like for 4th of July, that's what they do around here. It's like they do that, and what goes up must come down, and it can come down on somebody.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize
somebody's home and all that stuff. I mean, I ain't even gonna lie. I'm an honest guy. Even before, I used to be reckless with stuff like that. You know what I mean? 4th of July, just light a firework. Maybe something that shouldn't go up in the air and stuff. Yeah. But you got to be mindful with stuff like you said. What goes up comes down. That's a flammable substance. If that lands on somebody's house, that can get really bad.
Yeah, or in some like really dry grass or something.
Exactly.
Or a tree, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. Screaming for Conrad is in the chat. Hey everyone, what's up, Conrad? Welcome to the chat tonight. Welcome to another night of Night Screams. I want to hear everybody screaming from wherever the hell you are.
That's great.
I was like thinking of something. I was like, wherever the hell you are. I was like mountaintops or something, but I was like, no. All right, I've had a couple of beers tonight, so I'm kind of relaxing. It's a good Friday night.
No, that's right, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's how you're supposed to spend your Friday.
Oh yeah, man.
That's when you put in mad hard work, man. Why not?
Exactly. And plus, like I think I told you, like I used to work overnight for like almost 10, 11 years at least at that job. I was there for 12, but I was on there for like 10 or 11 on overnight, and it's just like I'm trying to just enjoy it, like I feel like I'm coming back to life.
I know that's right, man. For real.
Screamer for Conrad says, so when are we going to start the What If game? Well, I was waiting for some more people to get in here before I start talking about it. I talked about it this morning. It's not really a game. It's more of it's going to be a series as far as like how things should turn out. Like me and Marcus actually spoke about, I came up with this theory about what if in Scream 3, instead of Roman being the mastermind, what if Cotton Weary really actually survived and he was just like, no, I really did. Sorry, I got away with it. Wouldn't that be such a more badass reveal and more sadistic? Like we grew, you know, if he didn't die in that opening scene and he made it all the way to the end of that movie, and then it was like he actually got away with it. Then he became the hero at the end of Scream 2. Then he got his fame. Then he got his 100, you know, he got 100% con, got his show, got his, you know, Diane Sawyer shit. And then he just turns and he's just like, no, I'm sorry, Sydney, you did see me that night, you know.
Right. Yeah,
Like something like
would
that.
be- that definitely would have been badass for sure. I would have enjoyed it anyway.
Yeah, man. And it's fun to speculate. Like it would be so cool if like we could get like animated versions of stuff like that. You know, like films that we've always wanted to see, or a different outcome of how it should end or how it should begin. And someone just made it like something totally different. Like, you know, have you seen the What If series on Disney Plus with all the Marvel characters?
No.
Oh man, check it out, man.
All right.
I haven't watched all of them, but I know pretty much about them. It's just like, you know, what if this happened, and then, you know, and it just turns into a different direction, you know.
Nice.
And Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness kind of plays into it a little bit, has a little bit of that what if in it.
Okay.
So yeah,
I was reading up on something like that actually earlier a little bit. I was reading something about Doctor Strange and the multiverse and all that stuff. So that might be in relation to what you're talking about.
yeah. I just watched it for the second time because it just landed on Disney Plus, and I watched it at the theater, and I think I liked it better the second time I watched it. At first, I was just kind of like, I think I let some of the negative reviews kind of weigh me down with like, I was already going in with like, oh man, this ain't gonna be that great. So when you walk into a movie like that, you're already gonna be like, yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, it's what, you know, you can't really just shut off everything in your mind and just watch the movie because you got all that in your head before when you go into it.
Right.
But this time, whenever I walked into it, it's like I forgot a lot of what happened, and I just watched it, and I actually enjoyed it better than I did the first time. So
Sometimes that's how it happens, especially like when you're in a theater and stuff, and you're just watching it on the big screen for the first time. So I also think sometimes you're just also going into it, I just want to see it, you know what I mean, instead of just evaluate it. And then when you go back the second time and watch it and all that good stuff, now you might have your notepad out, look for certain things, you know what I mean, to theorize on or break down something that you might have missed. It's always better to go back the second, third times, you know what I mean, to really get a hammer down on the movie and see if you really like it, in my opinion. I have that same thing too with a lot of movies. Like I'll go to the theater and be like, afterwards, like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? It was okay. You know what I mean? Then after I watch it again, I'm like, better than what I thought.
yeah, for sure. That's how I was definitely with this, because I'm a big Sam Raimi fan, and you know, he directed this one. And I don't know, did you catch the Bruce? Did you see it? Have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
You saw the Bruce Campbell cameo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I didn't know it, but
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like kind of like skipping in between them. Like certain ones I'll skip over. That's why it took me a little bit to watch the Batman, because there's been so many of these movies that come out over the years. It's kind of hard to keep track. And so I was like, all right, but you know what? I like Doctor Strange, so I definitely wanted to see that.
Yeah.
So it was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I thought it was a fun time, and it really looks good on like a good 4K HDR TV. You know, like a good, if you have like a good OLED, man, with those colors and everything, man, that would just pop. That'd be awesome.
Oh hell yeah.
But yeah, there's actually, I didn't know it. I don't know if it was at the theater, because I read something saying that they added an extra ending, like an extra after credit scene. Nice. And I think it's of Bruce Campbell like punching himself again. Like,
oh, okay.
yeah. It's just something simple, something funny, and Sam Raimi went on record and said something about, you haven't seen the last of Bruce Campbell in the Doctor Strange universe or something, nice. or in the MCU or something like that. I can't remember. But yeah, I like Bruce Campbell. I like the Evil Dead movies. Like, that was kind of like a callback to like Army of Darkness, you know, like where he's punching himself, or even Evil Dead 2. Yeah. So yeah. Cody Ghostface is back here. Am I late? No, you're not. We're only about 20 minutes in. We're still letting people just kind of fall in here before we really get started. Kind of just just shooting the shit.
Yep.
Really,
just chilling.
Just chilling until we really dive in and theorize.
Right.
But yeah, welcome, Cody. Bobby's Breakdowns is in the house. Who has seen Black Phone? I saw it tonight. Oh, I wanted to go see it tonight. I got to see it this weekend. I got to see it. Did you see it?
Man. Yeah, don't say nothing, Bobby. Don't do it.
Ricky Bobby. Bobby, don't. Bobby, do not.
I really want to see that movie.
Yeah.
Especially because Ethan Hawke is. I like Ethan Hawke a lot.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know if y'all watch the John Campea show. If you watch John Campea at all.
No.
He was on Collider there for a little bit. Now he's got his own show, but his own channel. But he was talking about how it's fantastic. Like he said, it's really good, and it's a Blumhouse movie. So and Ethan Hawke is always great. So I definitely want to see it. So no spoilers, Bobby. Do not break down the Black Phone. Adriano Rays. I feel like I butchered his name. I'm sorry. Hi everyone. What's up? Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, perfect timing, Cody. Everybody's letting them know. Cody Ghostface. If you could date Lori or Sydney, who would you date and why? This is both of y'all.
Sid. My girl.
Yeah, go ahead, Cody, and why?
I mean, look at her. Like, plus she's just cool, man. Like, you don't ever hear of Nev Campbell. I mean, you didn't really hear much of Jamie Lee Curtis in the news and stuff like that either. But like, Nev Campbell's like literally like class. Like, she goes and does her work. She makes her money. She goes home and be's a wife and a parent, etc. Like, and she's beautiful. You know what I mean? Yeah. Why not? She's always been like that cool chick. Like, you can tell she's cool, and everybody says that who has met her, even fans.
Yeah, she's like the girl next door, the innocent girl next door.
Yep.
And and just with that, she just holds herself to where she doesn't. You don't see her all over the media and just like voicing her opinions and has like any anger behind her opinions. And she kind of just like, she's here to do a job. It seems like she's always positive about stuff. She's not about drama. She seems like the perfect girl you would want to take home to mom if you had a mom.
That's serious. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I agree with you, Marcus. Sydney all the way. I was super nervous when I met her at Texas Frightmare a couple months ago. And Jamie Lee Curtis, I'm a fan of hers too. I just never found Jamie Lee Curtis attractive to me. I've always thought she was a fantastic actress, but I don't know. I guess Jamie Lee Curtis reminds me of somebody like that's like part of my family or something. I don't know what it is, but you ever notice that like if you see something like you see in like, oh, that reminds me of something like my sister or my aunt or my cousin, and it's just like automatically your brain's just like, nope, like not attractive, it's like one of those, but then like it's kind of have you ever seen True Lies, Marcus, with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Tom Arnold and Jamie Lee Curtis? It's a
True Lies.
It's not a Ridley Scott movie. It's James Cameron. James Cameron directed it. You seen it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, True Lies. Yep. That's where she really broke out in terms of sex appeal and stuff. That's where a lot of fans start looking at Jamie Lee Curtis a little bit different.
Yeah. I mean, especially like our generation. But there is more like I've seen like not movies, but I've seen clips, of like earlier movies, like in the 80s with her and John Travolta, and she was in Trading Places with Dan
Yep.
Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy. Like, I think she was always kind of like trying to go to that side, you know, or you know, not side. That's the wrong choice of words. Like she was always trying to be have a little bit of sex appeal, you know.
Yes.
But she didn't ever overdo it, you know. She
No.
she just kind of like, she didn't go full showgirls, you know.
No. There's this one movie, and I forget what it's called, but she plays like this crazy mother who has like anger issues and used to like beat on her husband and I think her kids or something like that. And the husband divorces her, and like I think she went to jail or something, and then she gets out, and like that's when she like really cut her hair short and stuff like that. And I'm not gonna lie, like she was rocking it. She was looking pretty sexy, and her whole attitude, because she was playing that badass character, like
Yeah.
you know what I mean, that crazy psycho bitch. I'm not gonna lie. In that movie, I was like, okay, I can see that some of the sex appeal that maybe some of these guys, maybe I might have missed before.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see it because I have some like older friends, you know, that I've worked with and stuff over the years, and they've just been like, man, she is, you know, she's so sexy and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, she's not bad looking. I just don't find her attractive. She's just not for me, not my type. And also, we're talking about Lori and Sydney. We're not talking about Jamie and Nev.
Right.
So Lori seems like she can't hold her shit together and she might shoot me
Right.
on a bad day. Sydney seems like she has held her stuff together pretty good.
Yeah, that is
Little
true too, because you gotta keep in mind 3 failed marriages for Lori.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
got 1 marriage, and that's to Mr. Kincaid, so she's doing quite well.
yeah,
And
yeah.
she didn't get so far; she hasn't gotten her kids taken from her. So
Exactly. I hope we answered that, Cody. Let's go. Screaming for Conrad. What are some what if scenarios that you guys would have wanted to see in horror but just didn't work out? Some what if scenarios that you guys would have wanted to see in horror but just didn't work out. Well, I know one. Halloween Resurrection.
I'll say Halloween 9, which was supposed to be the return of Josh Hartnett, and then we was gonna get the grand introduction of Dr. Loomis's son David. Oh
Yeah.
man, come on! Like when I saw those reports back in the day,
Yeah.
especially when I saw David Loomis's name, I was like, oh come on, you gotta pull that trigger. So for me, that's the one, hands down for me. I had to think about it for a second, but that's the one. Halloween, what they call it, Halloween Returns or something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that. Is that the one where they were thinking about what's his name being like a Dr. Loomis type? What's his name that played Commissioner Gordon in the Dark Knight movies?
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman. Wasn't he supposed to play a Dr. Loomis character type?
They wanted to bring him in, and if I'm not mistaken, there was rumblings of bringing him in as David Loomis or whatever, because they wanted somebody legitimate as an actor that could buy people into that and stuff. But as we know, it didn't fall through. And I really wish it did, because I would have liked to see Josh Hartnett back. I liked his character in H2O.
Yeah. John Tate was awesome, man.
Hell
Like
yeah,
I really did like that. And they could have right some wrongs of Resurrection. You know, they could have got it back on track, have kind of a tone of Halloween H2O, but just change the mask up, and then we're just following Josh Hartnett, you know?
Right.
Yeah, like I think Halloween Resurrection would be one of mine. I really wanted to see something different with the Jeepers Creepers 3. Was not a fan of that. And I don't know if I'm a fan of this other one that's
I
going to
liked
come out.
it better than the second one, but
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did. I guess because the second one, I was really like shocked by the direction they went with, especially with the school bus and all that. And I just was like, I really wanted to keep seeing what was the aftermath of, the sister Trish after Justin Long got killed at the end or whatnot. Like I wanted to see more of that and too, like, and get some more clarification. Did she come back to look for him or to see if he was alive? Like, and when they went in that direction, I was like, oh man, really? Like,
Yeah.
I like the ending too. I like the ending. How me and Bob came to this agreement the other day when we were talking about this. The ending when he has the creeper just posted up on his wall, waiting for him to come alive again with the gun, and he's just waiting for him. I like that, but
Yeah, I like that too.
but that
There's something. The tone changed. The tone
Yes.
changed. Even the
Yes.
way the creeper was like, it showed the creeper too much, like too many eyes of the creeper. That was just kind of like, it kind of took me. I'm like, this ain't scary. This just kind of looks weird. It
Right.
doesn't. It should be awesome. This scenario, this this setting is awesome. Being secluded in this bus should be frightening. But also, I don't feel like enough people died in Jeepers Creepers 2.
No.
You should have like a few survivors, not a whole handful.
Right. It's like I feel like in that movie they really wanted to showcase what the creeper was more, especially like because we see he was doing a lot, like really flying and doing all types of shit. Like I really enjoyed the original because you didn't see much of him, but when he went to do his business, he did his business in a gnarly, grotesque way, and then you see him leave. Like,
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. That first one for me is a classic, and I don't know what prompted them to go in the directions they went in, but
Well, what was great about that first movie is that the mystery of what is it? Is it a man?
Yes.
Is it what? You've seen him from a distance throwing bodies down the what do you call it? The sewer.
the sewer, yup.
And then him in the vehicle.
Yes.
And then they always kept him like in the dark. And even whenever you start realizing, oh, this thing can fly, this thing's on the top of a cop car and chops
Right.
their heads off and stuff. Really cool because they kept it all in the dark. In
Yes.
Jeepers Creepers 2, they just showed too much in the light.
Yes.
And they didn't keep that suspense. That's that suspense that they take out.
That's the mystique of the character.
Right. You don't need to see everything. You can still get a kill out the way and take somebody out without just showing everything,
Right.
And less is more. Less is more in a Jeepers
Yes, and
Creepers
that
movie.
axe in the original. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was it, man. Like,
Yeah. We got a lot of creeper, but I didn't feel any Jeepers.
right. And then
That's-
also the score too. They got away from that vintage old score and stuff, and implementing that Jeepers Creepers. It's
Yeah.
so,
Like the vinyl.
yes, like that's what made the whole first original movie. Those moments like that. It's like I don't know why they changed directions like that. They didn't have to.
No, they didn't have to. They were trying to be too ambitious, and
Right.
sometimes that can mess up a movie. Is like, no, we don't have to see it all. We don't need this big elaborate story. We don't need these big action set pieces.
Right.
You just need you got to keep that vibe. It's a certain vibe that you gotta maintain. And I do want to see the whole Trish come back. That's the movie I
Yes.
wanted to see.
I will watch the next one or whatever if they do a whole nother one with her in it.
Yeah,
I'll sit down for that one.
yeah.
I'll really give that a chance.
Yeah, I will too. But I would like for a what if scenario. I did want to see, even though as atrocious as a lot of us do not like Halloween Resurrection, I was excited to see the next one after Halloween Resurrection with him waking up in the hospital. Like I was just like, oh, we're going back to the hospital. We're about to break out. And I also
Right.
wanted to see that in Halloween Kills. I wanted to see his body after he got trampled in the street. I wanted to see the ambulance bring him to the hospital and him wake up, and there's just evil dies tonight. Everyone's like screaming that, and he's on one end of the hallway. Lori's on the other end of the hallway. He's just slashing up people, like, and Lori's just like, no,
Like
get
that
out the
scene in
way.
Halloween
And
6.
she's trying to get to the other side, trying to get to him, and he's just slashing away. He's just going to town. Everyone's just running around frantic. and
Right.
and then they go at it, you know.
Yeah, kind of like that scene in Halloween 6 when he's in the hospital killing all the doctors.
Yeah, I want to see
Yep.
some more of that. Come on.
Yeah,
That's what I want to see. What if, right?
right.
We got a super sticker. No, we got 2 super stickers in the house. So let's acknowledge that first. This thing just jumped. Holy Nikes. Brock Willis with a super sticker. Thank you, Brock, for the $2 super sticker. You are awesome. Brock is always a great supporter of the channel. Thank you, man. Appreciate
I mean,
that.
that's what's up.
And I think there is another one of Brock Willis of a $3 super sticker. Thank you, Brock. Man, you are awesome, man. I'm glad you're here tonight. Brock always comes up with some great ideas and has it. He's always good in the conversation. So I'm glad he's here. It looks like we got a pretty good group of people here in the chat tonight that you know, we kind of feed off each other and throw some ideas around. So it should be a pretty good Friday night.
Yes, sir.
Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's got their drinks, their food, their popcorn ready. And we're just getting started. Let me see. Where was I? All right. So Brock Willis also says, Station Nation, what up, Destin? Why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella for drizzle? Oh, okay. That's the joke. That's the answer. Faux drizzle. I was supposed to say, like, hold on, I gotta Google this.
Oh man,
I didn't know that Snoop Dogg.
I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate that commercial that he has out. I think of Andy Galifianakis or whatever. When they're sitting
I don't
on
guess
the
I've
beach.
seen that.
I think it's what is he doing now? Like I think I know he's got his own wine, but I think he's doing Corona commercials too. And they're sitting on the beach, and he's like, and Andy's asking him, he's like, are we doing anything on the day, Snoop D-O-double-G? And he's like, no, Andy, and stuff. He's like, all right, so let me he's like, let me mark this down on my own schedule. He's like, here, let me see that. Takes his phone, sticks it in the ice, pulls out a beer, hands it to him. Best plans, no plans. The boy was like, you know Snoop D-O-double-G? I think you're right. The boy was like, I know I am, Andy, and you can call me Snoop. And he was like, all right, D-O-double-G. I'm just like, yeah, that shit it geeks me out every single time I watch it. I respect the hell out of that commercial.
He does have his own wine, and he also. Have you ever seen? Has anyone ever had that night? If you drink wine, sometimes like I like wine. I drink wine from time to time, you know.
Yep.
But there is a 19 Crimes wine. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
Where you can download the app.
Yeah.
And the label comes to life. It'll tell you a story.
Yeah. It talk to you. When I was at Horror Hound, me and my friend got a bottle of that while we were down there just for that reason.
Yeah. I'm not crazy about the wine itself, but Snoop Dogg has one too. Like his face is on the cover of one of them.
Yep.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, I can tolerate it, but it isn't my favorite wine. But it is cool.
It's okay. It's okay. It's just cool for like the plug and the feature, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's a little, but it works, you know.
Yeah, it does.
You got high school students, you know, going like, hey, yeah, let's get some of that. Check this out.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, but it is cool. It is cool. Anthony Mock is in the house. What's good, everyone? What's good, Anthony?
What's up, man?
What is up tonight? Glad you're here, buddy. Brock Willis. Let's take shots. Everybody. Shots.
Yep.
Man, that's the name of my my film that my screenplay that I'm writing. It's called Shots.
Nice.
Did I tell you about that, Marcus?
No.
Oh yeah, man. I've been writing a whodunit called Shots.
Nice.
And man,
I know you said, okay, you told me you were doing a whodunit. You just didn't tell me the name.
Yeah. It's Shots. It's kind of like, think of The Hangover.
Okay.
But when everyone wakes up, somebody's dead and they don't know which one did it. So it's a mystery.
Ooh, I like that.
I just want to do something simple.
That's something you can build. Yeah, you could definitely build something on that premise.
Yeah, and there's a revolver with 6 shots, six friends, and then they're taking shots too. So it's all kind of, you know. So
Oh, I
yeah,
appreciate that so much.
don't steal my damn idea. Not you. I'm telling everybody in the chat.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what's up, though, man. Yeah, I can't wait for you to get that finished. I'm definitely going to be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've been working on it for a little bit, and I've also been working on a memoir, like a book. And the book. No, I'm not even. I'm not going to give anything else away tonight.
Okay. Yeah, no spoilers.
Maybe off live. I'll tell you.
All right.
Larry Warner says "Faux drizzle."
The shizzle.
Yeah. Screaming for Conrad. What if scenario? What if we had gotten a Freddy versus Jason sequel? Yes. Yeah. I mean, even though that I wasn't the biggest fan of the movie, there was moments of greatness. There was a lot of potential.
Yeah.
But I would like a redo or a reimagining or something. It's something a little bit more darker, not as tongue in cheek. Even though there were some cool visuals in there and everything. But if we did get like a sequel, man, I always thought about this idea of like trying to get all the horror villains, which they would have to all be under the same umbrella, the same company. But like what if there was like this prison, like for the criminally insane, but it was like for the worst of the worst, and they were already captured Jason and Michael Myers and Leatherface, and like I thought about this whole thing about like and the way that they were like, how do we capture Freddy? And so they have to like send somebody in as bait, and they pull them out of the dream, and then they capture them that way. So they capture them in the real world.
Right.
And then we have Chucky and Tiffany, and and we have Chucky, and Chucky's really the bad guy in this whole scenario. They're all bad guys, but like Chucky's like this bad guy, and like sends Tiffany in to like sneak him in or something, so he can like sabotage and release everybody. And like there's just like chaos in this like big security prison, and then they're just like breaking out and killing everybody, and then like they make their way out. Like that's the first half of the movie, and then the second half is like them making their way to like the nearest town. And I always thought about like like those old school monster movies like Frankenstein, Dracula and stuff like that. You always had like the lynch mob and stuff coming after them. And like something like that, but modern day, more bloody, more gruesome with these characters, and think about like the townspeople have like had to come together, and they've captured them, and there's like this town square to where there's like this big climax showdown, to where like a camera pans over and you just see like Freddy, Michael, Jason, and you see Leatherface just like crank up his chainsaw, and like Chucky's on his shoulder, and then like all the townspeople with like pitchforks and guns and shotguns and rifles, and they're all just going out, and man, they're just spilling blood like in the streets.
Oh yeah,
like
chaos.
Yeah. And then you got like Bruce Campbell that shows up at the end or something, being like,
shit,
am I late to the party?
Right? Yeah, hell yeah.
That'll lead into the second movie.
That would be tight. Didn't back in the day they did like the monster movies where it was like 3 or 4 monsters in one movie going against each other?
Yeah, they did do some stuff like that. Like Universal monster movies, like they even did like Bride of Frankenstein and stuff like that.
Yeah,
which was like Bride of Chucky. I don't know about a versus movie,
but something like they were all working together, going and stuff like that. That would be tight.
Yeah, it's not necessarily they're all on the same team, but they're still all bad. But in the scenario, they're just all. It's a way to get them all in the same movie.
In the same movie, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, and instead of them all being versing each other, it's kind of like they just want to go home. They just want to get back to Camp Crystal Lake, Haddonfield. Freddy just wants to go back to Dreamland, but stuff like that, and just people are in their way. That's all. It's just it doesn't have to be too complex, you know. All we want to do is see some badass kills, you know.
Exactly. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
but yeah, Freddy versus Jason sequel would be awesome. Did you ever hear about the idea of the sequel, Freddy versus Jason?
No,
Where the original idea.
I thought that was like dead in the water. They were never going to talk about it again and stuff. I wish they would have, but I wish they would have been able to get Kane hotter this time around.
Yeah, man, that would have been so cool, and I'll talk about that too. But the original. Okay, so if nobody knows, since we're on this topic of Freddy versus Jason, nobody knows that the original idea for the ending of Freddy versus Jason is that there was going to the water was going to like turn into a whirlpool or something, but hooks and chains were going to come out of the water and hook Freddy and Jason and pull them apart. And then who emerges? Hellraiser. And he pulls them both back down to hell.
Oh wow!
And that was going to be the original ending, but they were trying to get the rights to not Hellraiser. Didn't come. Didn't happen. And then the idea for the sequel was Ash versus. It was Freddy versus Jason versus Ash from Evil Dead.
Gotcha.
So yeah, and there's actually comic books out there of Freddy versus Jason equals versus Ash. I can't talk tonight. But like I heard about scenarios that like Bruce Campbell was talking at one panel about. I think it was a panel. I can't really remember where I heard this from, but I know he was talking about it, and he said there was like one scenario where like Freddy versus Jason and Ash were like fighting on like a frozen crystal lake. Like it was going to be frozen, so we were going to.
That would have been tight. That would have been something different.
Yeah, it was going to be
like some Mortal Kombat shit.
Yeah, because like like for years fans have wanted a Friday the 13th movie with some snow and ice. We want to see like some blood in the snow,
right?
And so we were going to get that in the sequel, Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. And apparently, like when Freddy versus Jason was like fighting on top of the ice at Camp Crystal Lake, Ash was going to come in with his car, doing donuts and like running them over and shit. Like there was supposed to be like a big climax like that. Like that would have been awesome.
I think so too. I really would have liked that ending for Hellraiser to come in with the hooks and the chains and drag them both to hell. I think that really would have been a nice touch for the ending of that movie.
Oh yeah, man, definitely.
That would have been really nice. Damn, they should have did that. Well, of course they couldn't get the rights and stuff like that, I guess.
Yeah, but I think they were just getting to the rights. Like they were about to close on them, and something happened.
Damn, that would have been nice.
That would have been a good surprise to see in the theater too. Like,
hell yeah.
Like,
that was like at the end of Jason Goes to Hell. Nobody expected to see Freddy's glove come up from underneath the dirt and dig the mask underneath with it and stuff like that. Like nobody thought that. Nobody thought that they was going to get the movie they got with Jason Go to Hell. Period. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But that ending with Freddy, taking him down. That right there left the door open for so many years. Like, what if? That's a what if right there. Like, what if? You know what I mean? What if we get a Freddy versus Jason? Like, and we did get it. I will say I like Freddy versus Jason. I do wish the cast was maybe a little bit picked better. I thought Monica Keena was okay. I liked Jason Ritter. You know what I mean? I think I like him. I don't know if he's doing any more acting like that. I don't see much of him anymore. But back then, I thought he was going to follow in his dad's footsteps. And I thought he did well in that movie and stuff like. But I guess what I didn't like about it is that, how can I say this? Like I felt like certain scenes were a little bit too cheesy. And stuff like just especially with like going like I like the scene with Jason going all the way to that party and slashing through people and all that stuff. I love that part.
It just needed to be longer.
Yeah, I feel like I guess how can I say it with the storyline? Like it made sense, and stuff, but I don't know. This is Freddy Krueger we're talking about here. How can anybody forget him? You know what I mean? Like, especially in his own hometown.
Yeah.
Like, that's what
Hypno
bothered
Seal.
me the most. It's like, okay, you really needed Jason Voorhees to come to freaking Elm Street to strike terror back into people and make them remember Freddy. In my opinion, that you don't forget about that. It's like, does anybody in Woodsboro forget about Ghostface? No. So,
No, they don't. I mean, that was the biggest thing, was that like the parents wanted to bury Fred Krueger. But yeah, I want, and one thing with Freddy versus Jason that, you know, we didn't get enough of. We didn't get enough Freddy kills. There was not I mean, we got more Jason kills, and it was too tongue in cheek. They wrote the characters to be cartoonish.
Yes.
And then we get a rip off of Jay and Silent Bob. Of Jay,
Jason
at least.
was so slow.
Yeah.
Like, his mannerisms was like a sloth, and I'm just like, this isn't the Jason I know.
This is like Frankenstein.
Yes. And I remember people try to really sit there and argue with me and say, oh, Jason won. You saw the ending. I'm like, no. Freddy beat the shit out of him that whole movie. He doesn't know. I said Freddy won that fight fair and square. If it wasn't for Monica Keaton's character, Freddy wins that. He was kicking the shit out of Jason the entire movie.
Yeah.
Like, every time, I loved it. I love the up close scenes when Jason's swinging and you just see how slow he's swinging. And Freddy's just underneath him and shit. Like, oh man, I like that scene, but it's just watching Jason, Ken Kersinger, no disrespect to that guy, but his mannerisms for Jason in that movie just didn't do it for me. It really made me miss Kane Hodder even more. And I'm a big Kane Hodder fan. He's the greatest Jason ever done it.
Yeah, definitely, man. That's how I feel too. Like Kane, I probably already talked about. I talked about it before on the channel. I don't know about if you were on the channel or not at the time, but you know, I talked to Kane about this. Like, and if you watch his documentary, To Hell and Back, or something like that, really good documentary. But he's very vocal about how he feels like he was done wrong for not getting that role, because from his perspective, from his side of the story, is that he did have the part to play Jason. They told him he had it, and then they just went on and filmed without him and didn't do anything about it. Just like he didn't, they didn't give him a call back and say, no, we changed our mind. We didn't do anything. So he feels like he should have been in it too, and so does the fans. Like, we're like, man, we would have had such a more badass Jason.
Yes, and then you see the movies that him and Robert Englund has played in together, and other of these horror movies like Wishmaster, and what is it called? 1,000 Maniacs, House of 1,000 Maniacs, or something like that.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Like, I haven't seen it in years.
They've done projects. I'm gonna say Hatchet. They've done projects together. Now, can you imagine if we would have got, obviously, Robert Englund, who's always been, other than 2009, we know he's Freddy, and then you got the guy across from him we know as Jason, and they have that chemistry from always working together. And can you imagine what they would have came up with together for some of those scenes? Like,
I'm telling you, man.
I'm telling you, it would have been it would have looked a lot better than slow Ken Kersinger. Sure.
Yeah, for sure. Because Ronnie Yu, the director, he never saw any of the Jason movies, and so he didn't really know. He just thought Jason was just this big guy, and Kersinger, how you say it? Kersinger? Yeah, he was supposed to just be like a stunt coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
But after talking to Robert Englund, and from his side of the story is, he says that he loves Kane to death. He said, I love Kane to death. I respect him, but he screwed himself on that deal. He said that he was wanting too much money. He said that they kept making him offers. And he said about the fifth offer that came through, he kicked it back. He wanted more money. And then they just never sent him another offer. They were just like, all right, well, I guess he's too expensive or something. But he said that Kane kind of screwed himself out of it by kicking back the offers so many times. Which that's not the, there's always three sides to every story. There's
Right.
one person's side, the other person's side, and then the truth. That's the way I always say things. Like there's always,
Right.
you know, everyone always
Yep.
says there's two sides to every story, but I always say there's three, because you hear the one person's side, you hear the other person's side, and then there's what's the actual truth, you know? So,
Exactly.
you know, I know he's probably butthurt about it, and it's unfortunate for him, it's unfortunate for us. And the
Yeah.
movie probably would have been so much better with him, man. It would have been better with him.
It would have
Um,
been. I can only
yeah.
I can only imagine. We can only imagine. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
we didn't get him in the movie, but I have no doubt it would have been. It
Yeah.
would have even just looked better.
Yeah, and Ronnie Yu, you know, he directed Bride of Chucky, so I was like really excited. I was like, man, I think this is
Right?
a good director to do it. And I think some of the visual stuff he did, like the fight scenes and stuff like that, I was like, all right, this is
Mhm.
interesting. This looks really good.
Yeah.
Um,
I will give him
but
that. It did, especially when the fountain's falling on Jason and he turns into his little self.
yeah,
I did like that. I like that special effect.
Freddy jumping up as like Demon Freddy
Yep.
out of the water, like that was
Yep.
sick.
Hell
Um,
yeah. Hell
we
yes.
got a couple more. Let's see. Something else just popped up in here. Trying to find it. Brock Willis is killing it tonight with Uncle Brock buying Mexican pizzas for everyone. Man, dude. Okay, Brock. All right. Look, Brock was talking about some Mexican pizzas one couple streams ago, and man, I still yet to be able to get any Mexican pizzas, and I was wanting to get one. So I go to my nearest Taco Bell the very next day, and they got this big sticker over the Mexican pizza, and it says, "We have like out."
Oh,
Like out of. I'm like, oh my god. So I go the very next day, same sticker there, and I'm just like, when are y'all gonna get any more in? We don't know. I'm just like, this
oh,
sucks.
right?
Yeah, but
Oh,
yeah,
man.
man, Mexican
That's
pizza.
crazy.
Yeah, you know they just brought them back at Taco Bell. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah, those hit.
yeah, they're delicious. Thank you, Brock,
Yes.
for the $10 super chat, man. That's awesome, and thank you for the Mexican pizza money. That I can't wait to use it whenever they get the Mexican pizzas in, because I am checking. I'm just gonna start calling because I'm tired. You know, if it's a long line and then you get up to the actual menu and it's just like, okay, well, how do I get out of this line now?
Right?
Oh, thank you, Brock. I really appreciate it, man. You're awesome. Super awesome. We got another super chat from Kirsten Marie. What if Tatum survived Scream? Good question. What if? What if? I think Tatum should have survived, honestly. I think she is a very memorable character, and if she did survive, I think she would have accompanied Sydney at Windsor College. I think she would be the Haley. I think they would be roommating together. I think she would be there all the way. And then what if Tatum's death scene was Haley's death scene? And Tatum actually died then. But man, you get Randy and Tatum dying in the same movie. Oh man, that would hurt.
It would hurt, but think of the significance it has behind it, because now both those friends who survived in this to the second one, now they both die, and one she has to watch die right in front of her face. Like, yeah, like I wouldn't have been against it. I like Tatum. Like I said, she has one of the most memorable lines in the entire franchise. She was that loyal friend, you know what I mean? She was all about having Cindy's back, and that's the type of friends you want. So I wouldn't have minded if she would have survived.
I mean, you can think about it because Haley was very protective of Sydney too.
Yeah, he was.
You know, so it was kind of like they were almost the same type of character. Like they really cared for Sydney, and they were looking for her best interests. And I think the original idea was like Haley and Derek and Mickey were going to be the killers, right?
Killers.
Yeah, and then they changed it, and then because the scripts leaks and everything. But I always thought, like, you know, when they're crawling, which is one of the best scenes in Scream 2, is when they're crawling out of that police car, the police cruiser, and they actually make it out, and then somehow Ghostface gets out of the car and then ends up on the other side of that construction, and jumps out and kills Haley. But I
Right.
always thought, man, wouldn't it be crazy? Like, and let's just say this is Tatum in this scenario, and Tatum is crawling through that window, and all Ghostface has to do is just stab up in the stomach, you know,
Right.
and she's just hanging halfway out that window, and he's just going to town, and Tatum would be, run,
That would,
Sydney,
yeah,
run, you
that
know,
would have been a gnarly scene though too. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
because you're
She's
kind of
halfway out
stuck,
the window. She's halfway out the window and she gets stuck and then they lock.
yeah,
Like,
and you just see
yo,
like blood splatter on the windshield, you
yes.
know, like yeah,
Oh
and
man. That
man,
would have been a way better kill scene than what we got with Haley, for sure.
yeah, yeah. They were banking on a jump scare with that Haley scene,
Yes.
but we all saw it coming. It's so obvious it's about to come right there.
Right,
You
exactly.
know. But yeah, overall, until that death scene happened, like that whole scenario was so suspenseful and so well orchestrated. I was like, man, this is awesome. But
Well, it's funny you brought up 3 killers that were supposed to be in Scream 2, because this morning I woke up pretty early, about 7:30, 8 o'clock. You know what I mean? Drink my, morning coffee, which is my Wheaties for the morning. You know what I mean? Drink me some coffee, threw on some YouTube and stuff like that. And I had seen, cause I seen one of my videos pop up, but then I see this other video, and it said Cindy Prescott Scream 6 or whatever scene, or leaked scene or whatever, something like that, or whatnot. So I'm like, all right, well, just let me check it out. Well, here what it was basically like a fan-made scene, to where they basically came up with they took scenes from Skyscraper, but instead of the Skyscraper villains coming in the back of the car in that movie, I don't know if you ever watched that or whatever, with The Rock.
yeah, I watched it once.
Yeah, and the attack. Remember, she's in the car, and the attackers are trying to, get in the car and attack her and stuff. She's fighting the one. Well, here they edited it out and put Ghostface killers. Well, here when she fights them off and the car blows up or whatever, she turns around and there's 6 Ghostfaces standing there or whatever, and the one's talking. He's like, "Hello, Cindy. I'm making the film like you better start running. I just guess say you better start running."
This is like, this is something on YouTube?
Yes, and I reached out to the guy who made the video or whatever. I was like, "Yo, bro, that's pretty phenomenal stuff." You know what I mean? Like that's kind of something like we kind of been wanting, you know what I mean, to see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially as a person who's a fan of the, the cult of Ghostface idea and stuff. I said, that's pretty well put together. And he was like, "Hey man, thank you so much, but don't forget to give a shout out to Blinky 500. He's the one who put the final touches on the last scene or whatever and stuff like that." And I was like, ew, like they did a really good job. I'll have to send you the link to watch it.
Yeah, send me that. I'm interested to watch that. That's pretty
Yo,
cool.
bro, I'm not gonna lie, they did it really well. That shit that had me like, oh come on, why is it never in this movie? Like, oh man.
Put The Rock in a Scream movie now.
Oh,
He'll be the
my
sheriff.
God.
He'll be the sheriff.
Oh my God. Yo.
Ain't no Ghostface in this town.
Oh man.
And then
He would
The
be
Rock
perfect.
being the opening kill. Man.
He would be perfect. He would be perfect, in all honesty, for a Scream movie, because he has that charisma. He has the comedy behind him.
But would they take it serious? It would, like, with just his presence, it would take it to like tongue in cheek. I feel like it would immediately take it tongue in cheek. But I love The Rock, man. The Rock's awesome. Like,
I think if they would have him portrayed as a kind of like that cop who's like maybe borderline serious, but you still get the laughs out of him, I think it could work, because he has that charisma. He's hilarious when he wants to be.
oh yeah. He could be the new Dewey. Hey.
And hey,
dude, The Rock's like 20 million a movie, like, at least.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
That's gonna take up like half the budget.
It's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'll be in your movie.
Yeah, right.
There's only going to be able to have one house in the damn movie.
Exactly. Right.
Oh.
Yeah, that is true. He would kill that budget.
Oh
easily.
yeah, for sure. Valerie, Memphis has some of the best barbecue. Yes, they do. Like, oh man, I've had some. I don't know. I make some damn good barbecue. Like, I'm actually going to cook a brisket tomorrow.
Nice.
like I'm excited about it. I'm like, ooh, I gotta get up. I gotta get that. I gotta get the smoker going. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. You know, I gotta get it seasoned up. You know, like I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah, man.
I think I enjoy more of cooking than I do eating. It's weird.
Hey, that's how it is for some people. Some people really, because when you really like, especially when you hone your craft at cooking, and you look at the plates that you're putting out, that really makes you feel proud. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I've grown to hate cooking in the kitchen and stuff, like in the restaurant industry. I've grown to hate it. You know what I mean? That's why I start staying away from it. But while I was cooking, certain plates I would put out, I'd be like, all right, I'm not that bad. All right, you know what I mean? It looks pretty good. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Stuff. But just, especially the places I would work, it's really demanding. That pace, working in that type of environment, it's just like, nah, I'm good, man.
Yeah.
Like,
I've never really worked in a restaurant before. Now, like my first job ever, and it was like my first week of turning 16. I worked at a pizza place called CC's Pizza. Don't know if anybody ever has one.
They used to have one down here.
So that was like my first job, and you have to be like really energetic, like, hey, welcome to CC's, and then like when people leave, they're like, see you later, and I'm just like, and they're like, yeah. Hey,
that's good shit.
So my boss would get so pissed off if I wouldn't say it. He goes, God dang it, Destin, damn it, will you? Because I'd be late to the game. Everybody would be like, see you later. I'd be like, see you later. I was like this kid. And back then I had like my hair parted down the middle. I looked like a damn Backstreet Boy or some shit.
That's good shit.
And he's just like, he would get so pissed off at me just because I would not say it right or do it at the right time. He'd get so bent out of shape.
That's good stuff.
I'm just like, man, hell with this. Jen is in the house. What is up, Jen? Jen is awesome.
What's up, Jen? Jen, I love you, but I seen you making fun of my green screen. Well, my green curtain.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, she did. And she called it out. It's cool. But it's weird because every time I come into somebody else's stream, when I'm like in the studio and I'm setting it up, it starts to lag for some reason. But then when I'm doing mine, most of the time when I'm using it, it works. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't explain it. So
I need to get a green screen. Like I'm going to get one eventually, but I was like, I'm not going to buy one now because I'm in the process of moving, you know? So I'm like, when I get set up, I'll get one and, I'll get rocking and rolling, you know?
I know that's right.
We got another super chat in the house. I will get back to everybody else's comments, but thank you, Jen. I'm glad you're here. We have got another one that has popped up here. It just jumped on me. Oh, we also got, let's see, where in the hell was I? Brock Willis adding a Gordita Crunch and a large Diet Pepsi to the order. Okay.
Yeah.
I see you.
Can we add a Crunchwrap Supreme to that too, please, Brock?
Yeah. Brock Willis is my Taco Bell budget friend. Like you're hooking me up. Is it possible that you can overnight me a Mexican pizza and a Gordita Crunch? And I'm more of a Coke Zero guy, than a Diet Pepsi. But hey, man, I will take whatever you give.
That's right.
So yeah, a Gordita Crunch, man, I haven't had one of those in so long. I haven't had Taco Bell at all in so long.
It's been a few months since I've had Taco Bell because I used to work at the Galleria Mall out here or whatever and stuff, and they have a food court at the mall and whatnot and stuff, and they have a Taco Bell. So every single day, at least, it was almost every day, I was getting one of those Twilight Freezes and one of those Crunchwrap Supremes. And a couple tacos on the side. Oh yeah, I was eating like a king up in that bad boy.
Hell yeah. That's awesome, man.
Hell yeah.
That's awesome, man. It's just it makes it so much worse because like Brock has talked these Mexican pizzas up so much, and now he's just Taco Belling it up, and then I go to my. And now I can't even get it. Like I'm gonna have to go search at other Taco Bells that are like miles and miles away from me.
Right.
But I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna call because normally, like if something is out of it, it's usually that district that's out of it because they make their runs, you know. So So it might just be this area. So hopefully they get it back. Hopefully they
Bro,
get it
that's
back.
how it was in Cincinnati when me and my friend went to Horror Hound. We had ordered something offline because every restaurant that was close by to us was closed by like 8 o'clock and stuff. So like we had to literally go about 20 minutes outside of where we were at just to go grab some food.
Yeah.
It was nuts. I was surprised by that.
Man, that's I went to actually
Especially with the convention being there, I was surprised all those restaurants were shut down early.
Yeah, they would have made bank.
Hell yeah.
Late because a lot of people, man, like if it was anything like the convention I was at and the hotel food there, it was some baby back bullshit, man. I mean, seriously, like, okay, so Lance Henriksen, like I'm sitting there and he's like sitting there drinking his Heineken and he's like, "Hey, Destin," he's like, "Look at this shit." He's like, he goes, "This thing's called a vegan what do you call the Frito pies, like with chili and Fritos in it, like what do they call those, like chili pies or something?" Like
I think so.
it's like a Frito pie or something. So it's like a bed of like literally like Lay's corn chips, and it's like they opened up a bag, threw it on there, and threw like chili sauce on there with no meat.
Oh,
it's just,
wow.
And it looks like canned chili, and they called it some kind of vegan pie, chili pie or something. He said, "Look at this vegan pie bullshit. I'm not gonna eat this shit. This right here was $20 fucking dollars, you know." And he was just like, he's like, "Look at this shit, man." And like, sorry, I was just, Lance is funny.
Oh, I would have been geeking out myself. I would have been dying.
Yeah, Lance is funny as hell. He's like, "Hey man, I ever tell you about the time I worked with James Cameron on Piranha 2? I was like, he goes, I said, "No, man, you've told me a lot of stuff tonight, but I ain't heard about Piranha 2. He said, "Man, James Cameron had me jumping out of a fucking helicopter, dude. I broke my right hand, dude. Like, I was like, fuck, dude." And then he had me carving fake piranhas in the hotel room out of wood. Because apparently in like Piranha 2, like they were all like wooden like piranhas. He said, and after we got done with the scene, we had to scoop them all up in a basket and wait for the next day to do the next scene. And he was like, and then he said, and then this was funny, man. He said, and then they try to get me in this creek. And I was like, "Man, there's fucking water moccasins and shit." And he said they got me like waist deep in this creek. And he goes, he said he got done with this scene, and they come up to him and they're like, "Hey Lance, we're gonna do a take 2. He said, "Take 2? Fuck you."
That's great.
Dude, he's funny. He's so damn funny, man.
That's so great. I'm excited to go to Monster Mania because Gary Busey's gonna be there, man.
Gary Busey?
Yes.
Oh, that's gonna be wild.
Oh man, I cannot wait. That is my boy, man. That's Uncle Red right there, man. That's my dude. You know what I mean? I've been a fan of his work for a long time, especially in Silver Bullet. And
Silver Bullet was good. I
cannot wait to go see him, man. It's gonna be fun.
I watched some episode. My wife had me watching something. It was like spouse swap or something. I don't know the name of the show, but
I know what type of show you're talking about.
Yeah, it was like they swapped spouses or something, and like Flavor Flav and Gary Busey were. I think that was the same episode, but they like swapped spouses or something, and I was just like, what the hell is going on?
Oh my god, I gotta look that up. I gotta watch that.
I don't know if that's the name of the show, but it's something like that. It's like where they're
celebrity wife swap or something like that.
Yeah, wife swap, husband swap. I don't know. But Brock Willis, thank you. I'm looking forward to that Gordita Crunch and a Mexican pizza. I am going to get that as soon as it is available. Oh my God, Brock. We got another one. Brock, buddy. Brock Willis with his Taco Bell Mafia. $15 Taco Bell Mafia. Buddy, come on, man. That is awesome. Hey, we could start a Taco Bell Mafia. Like,
yo, for real.
Man, thank you so,
man.
Brock Willis, man, he's got like a name like an action star, doesn't he? Brock Willis.
Yeah,
Star.
it's kind of like he's Bruce Willis's older, badder brother, honestly.
But Brock has a more like masculine name, like
that's what I'm
badass
saying.
name.
Like he's
And
more
Bruce.
badass than Bruce.
Yeah, Brock Willis takes on the volcano or something. I don't know. What was that Tropic Thunder movie where it was like, and again,
That's my shit.
and again.
Yo.
I don't get out of character until the DVD commentary.
Yo, that is so him. Oh, I loved it. I love Robert Downey Jr. in that movie.
Oh yeah, man.
Remember when we said Ben Stiller said we're supposed to be a unit. Suck my unit. Yeah, I fucking died. I was like, yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh man. No, but how about when my boy sat there and was like, yeah, get back to the States, give me some crawfish, some ribs. And my boy was like, oh yeah, that's what you gonna do? You gonna get some crawfish and some ribs. Oh, that's how we talk? And my boy, he started saying something else to me. He gave him a hug and started singing Good Times.
Oh yeah.
And then my boy said, you really just sang the theme song of Good Times? My boy said, hey, I wouldn't say it if you want. And I was like, yeah. I was like, my boy said, you're saying
a whole movie of just him, man, would be awesome. Just him, you know.
Yes.
Like, that would have been awesome, man.
I would have. I was actually hoping that if they didn't do a sequel to Tropic Thunder, they'd do a spinoff with just that character.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
that would have been so much fun. I don't care what anybody says. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, and remember the part where didn't they get captured or something? And then they were like, "I'm a farmer," and they're like, "What kind of farmer are you?" And he's like, "Oh," and then he pulls out the guns. He's like, "I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker." Just like mowing down.
Bro, and
sorry for all the cussing in this stream. I hope it doesn't offend anybody. I'm sorry.
In all honesty, that movie actually saved Tom Cruise's career. He was actually on record saying that, because at that point, that's when he was doing a lot of the Mission Impossible sequels that wasn't really getting, making much money anymore and stuff. Yeah. And that scene playing Les Grossman, they said that really like recatapulted him back up in Hollywood in the ranks or whatever.
Really?
And I did not know that was Tom Cruise until the end of the movie.
I didn't know that was Tom Cruise till the second time I watched it on DVD.
Yeah, I did not know until the end credits when he start dancing with the chain and Ludacris.
Yeah.
And it said Tom Cruise, and I said, wait, what? And I went back and I had to like zoom in, and I'm like, holy shit! Like, yo, he bodied that part.
They spent their whole budget. I mean, that movie had to have been a lot of money because the budget on the actors and on the set pieces, like they were like on location in a lot of those scenes.
They had everybody in that movie. They had Danny McBride,
Matthew McConaughey.
Matthew McConaughey. Oh, one of the best scenes in the movie when he's walking into Les Grossman's office. Chick's like, he's in a meeting. Yeah, in about 2 seconds with the pecker. And I fucking died. I was like, yo. And before he comes in and Tom looks at him, he's like, whoa. He's like, what do you need? Yeah. He's like, what do you need, Les? Glasses? While he's got glasses on. I fucking died.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Man, I don't know if we would be able to get a comedy like that nowadays. Just how, how everything is so easily like that was one of the last few, that we got. And then what was it? What's his name? Jack Black hanging. Like he's like, what the hell is going on here? Like he's just dangling.
Yep. Oh, my shit is when he sees the buffalo in the creek or whatever, and they're like, get away from him or whatever. And he's high or whatever, or he's withdrawing from coke. He's withdrawing, and he's like, I'm gonna bite his hide. Then we tear off his stomach skin and wear it as a unitard. I fucking fell out. I was Jack is a classic. They had him tied up, and Alpha. That's when Alpha came out about Lance Bass.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And fucking Robert Downey Jr. is like, well, you just go up to Lance, and he's like, wait, Lance? What the fuck? Oh, my boy's like, nah, I said Nance. He was like, nah, I said Nance. He said, let me ask you something. Dancing. Lance, let him dangle the dice on your forehead. Yo, I was like, yo, they were so raw. Then
Yeah.
Jack Black's like, hey Alpha, he said, I'll suck your dick right now if you come tie me. And I'm just like, and he's like, yo, I'm telling you, I'm not gay. He's like, I'll straddle the balls.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, all that shit. I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, Jack Black, that was so
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
Yeah. We're gonna have to get back to some hard
Yeah,
talk.
I know. Sorry, guys.
They
Sorry.
started going down a little bit, but yeah, man, that movie's hilarious. If you have not seen Tropic Thunder, check it out. There's also an unrated version with like extra 15 or 20 minutes to it.
Yeah,
I don't even think I watched that one yet. I own it, but I didn't ever watch it.
I did.
But yeah.
I love that movie.
But Brock Willis, yeah, man, you're the Taco Bell Mafia. We gonna start
Hell yeah.
this. Hell yeah. Oh man, oh Brock, come on, buddy. Come on,
You can't take it.
Brock, man, he's killing me. He's buying me a lot of Mexican pizza
I see.
and some gordita crunches. Brock Willis with the 1750 super chat. We got green beans, potatoes, tomatoes, ham, yam, you name it.
I love it. I love it.
That is awesome. Green beans, potatoes, tomatoes, ham, yam, you name it.
Oh, man. That's
That is
good.
so awesome, man. Put all that in a Mexican pizza and eat it. That would be maybe good. I don't know. If you're on another level or something, you know. Like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Brock, man, you're too good, man. That's super awesome of you. I really appreciate the super chat, buddy. So yeah, thank you so much. And you know what? I pretty much got all of these except the yams. I don't have no yams, but but I got everything else. I got the green beans, I got the potatoes, I got the tomatoes, got the ham. So yeah, man, I appreciate it so much, man. You were super awesome. Thank you, man. Thank you. I don't even know where we were before we veered off into all that. So I'm sorry we have
I think
shifted,
we were
but
talking a little bit of Scream.
yeah, I'll go back
'cause I was
up.
telling you about that video.
Yeah, I'll find our spot where we were. I think Craven's in the chat too. I think I saw him in here somewhere. I'm not sure if he's still coming on tonight or not. I know he's pretty busy tonight, so
Yeah.
but yeah, Brock, man, thank you, dude. Thank you. I cannot express how much that means to me. And you know what? I might, whenever I get the opportunity, whenever my nearby Taco Bell actually gets some damn gordita crunches and some Mexican pizzas. You know what? My next live stream or that live stream, I'll eat it. I'll eat it on the live stream just for Brock.
No,
Just
you
for Brock.
did.
So yeah, thank you so much, Brock. You're awesome. Just letting everybody know that super chats go to the top of the list as soon as they come in. They get the top. They get the top. We go by everybody else, but I will try to get back to everybody else's chat. I see there's a lot of questions, a lot of what if questions, a lot of good questions. Wow. I'm gonna try to get back to all of this, but our action superhero, action star Brock Williams is killing it tonight.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
killing it. Thank you, man. He's making me hungry. He always, every time he's in the chat, he makes me damn hungry because I'm like, damn, did I eat tonight? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to make a Sheets run or something after the stream.
Yeah. I'm gonna call my Taco Bell because I know they're open late, and I'm gonna be like, hey, you got what I need, because I'm not gonna sit in that line again until I get to the
Right.
menu and just be disappointed.
Exactly.
So let me see where I was. Appreciate everybody in here. If you have not smashed that like button, it would be much appreciated. And if you are not subscribed to I Shot Him 6 Times, Marcus, it's a quick click away. Click on him, subscribe to him. Great content, great horror content, great Michael Myers and Halloween content. Let's get him some more subscribers. Let's grow this community. He's a part of it. He's part of the family, and let's do this. Let's do this. I think I'm getting close. Ooh, I see some nightmare questions. Ooh, I'm gonna like talking about that. Let's see here. Jim Warner says, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. Wow, I guess I was really far down here. Hold on, I wasn't that far. Okay, yeah, it was like we were talking about Freddy versus Jason, right?
Yeah,
That was the last thing we were talking about. Where did I hear this conversation? Okay, so I'm gonna let you answer this because I'm gonna run to the other room and I'll be right back. So I'm gonna let you answer first, and then I'll answer when I get back.
All right.
Screaming for Conrad says, "What if scenario? What if Helen Shivers was the final girl instead of Julie?" And I know what you did last summer. Great question.
That is.
I will be right back. You go ahead and answer, Marcus, and I'll be right back.
Got you. I wouldn't have minded it personally. I mean, I liked Sarah Michelle Gellar's character in that movie. I think it would have been kind of expected if she would have been the final girl, because she was really hot in Hollywood at that time with Buffy, with Scream 2. Then you got to also think maybe, she didn't want to be the final girl for that fact. She maybe had too much going on, even though she wasn't most of the movie. Obviously, the movie ran on longer without her. So I wouldn't have personally been mad about that. However, I will say this, even though in the original, I thought Jennifer Love Hewitt's character left a little bit to be desired for me. In the second one, you seen that character development, and you started to see that she was the right pick. She was the right pick for I Know What You Did Last Summer as a final girl, in my opinion. I just think it would have been too cliche to have Sarah Michelle be the final girl. I feel like we'd all be expecting that. I mean, maybe that's what you wanted, and I'm not against that. But I don't know, maybe to freshen it up, give somebody else the spotlight, So I personally, I wouldn't have been mad, but I think that they made the right decision, especially after watching I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. They made the right decision. They made the right decision for sure. Bob, I seen you in the chats earlier, my man. Sorry if we didn't get to you or whatever and stuff. But Bob, you have a nice night, my friend. I'm gonna get at you a little bit later. Probably hit you up sometime tomorrow, and we'll start discussing things for Slasher Sunday. I'm actually going to just kind of hang out, guys, and wait for Destin to get back so he can answer this question and stuff like that. I don't really want to keep reading off anything in the chats, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean,
all right.
I wouldn't have been mad with that. I mean, wouldn't have been mad, but I think they made the right choice. Going with Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Are you talking about with Michelle Gellar, Sarah Michelle Gellar being the final girl instead of Julie?
Yes.
Jennifer Love Hewitt. Man, I had the biggest crush on Jennifer Love Hewitt whenever I was younger. Like seriously. But honestly, I think that would have been I didn't even hear what you said, but I do think that would have been a very good twist. It would have been very Hitchcockian, if that's a word. It would have been very Wes Craven-like if they did do that twist, because they always think about Tina from A Nightmare on Elm Street, how we think she's the final girl, and then she gets killed halfway through, and then we transition to Nancy, and same thing. Look at Scream, the opening scene. We think Drew Barrymore is probably going to be the final girl in this movie, and then we transition to Sydney.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Same thing with Psycho, where what's her name? Marion. What's her name from? It's Jamie Lee Curtis's mom. Help me out in the chat. I can't think right now. Having a brain fart. She was supposed to be our final girl, and they kill her halfway through the movie. I think that would have been so much better. Even though I am a big fan of Jennifer Love Hewitt, I just felt like Sarah Michelle Gellar was a little bit more serious. I feel like that would have been a really good twist to kind of throw us off. Just having her be our final girl, and actually Julie gets killed halfway through. That would have been really, really cool. But that is a great what if scenario, Screaming for Conrad. I'm gonna write that down and work on that. And maybe you can shoot me around some ideas too for like maybe a video or a future stream, and we can dive more into that. That's a really great one, because I am a big fan of I Know What You Did Last Summer. And actually, my acting coach was in I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. Huh?
Marion Crane.
Marion Crane?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. And you know, she had a small part in Halloween H2O.
Yes.
Yeah. And she had the same car too, right there.
Yep.
Whenever
Yep.
you know,
That shit was sick.
she was telling Jamie Lee Curtis like Happy Halloween. That's her daughter. That's mother and daughter
Yeah.
talking right there.
Yep.
So yeah, that's super awesome. So yeah, I love that idea, Conrad. Super awesome idea. Great what if scenario, and
Definitely.
that would be definitely something to work on. As far as like, if we could find somebody, that's one thing. It's like I have some friends that do draw and do like storyboards and stuff.
Mhm.
But if I could find somebody that actually like works on that I could pay or something and do these what if scenarios and turn them into animated projects for YouTube, you know, and maybe get like some voice actors to play out on them or something, man, that would be super freaking awesome.
yeah,
just
man.
to have these what if scenarios and not just what if scenarios, but like sequels that we never got to see, the ones that
Right.
that never got made, you know,
Right.
and just so we can see them in animated form, you know.
Absolutely.
They're
No,
what
man, that's a hell of an idea. Like now I'm thinking about how you're envisioning that. That would be sick. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. And like I would really like to bring that together. So if I could ever do something like that, maybe start something to where it's like a GoFundMe, maybe, if I could get, because I mean it's not going to be cheap to get the animating, you know, the animations, get the
Right.
voice actors, all that kind of stuff. You know, you can find voice actors on like freelance services and stuff like that, or you can do it
Yeah.
yourself, or you know, if you're good and stuff. But yeah, man, that'd be something really cool to bring to life.
Hell yeah.
Just to give us like a visual storytelling in an animation form on YouTube. Just
Right,
what do y'all
man.
think about that?
That's sick. I like that.
Yeah, I would love to do something like that. Jen Warner, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Jen. You are awesome. You are awesome. Jen's always looking out for me. She's always checking on me and looking out for me. I really appreciate Jen.
That's good people.
Yeah, she is. Let's see. Bobby's Breaks Down says nothing will be spoiled at all. I think you guys will enjoy it. It was fun. Okay, cool.
Nice.
Appreciate it, Bobby. No spoilers in here, but yeah, thank you for respecting that. That is awesome. I want to be surprised. The less I know, the better. I want to
Right.
go in and just have a good time. You know, I haven't seen a good horror movie at the theater in a minute. Jurassic
Right.
World Dominion did not do it justice.
Gotcha. Yeah, let's say I haven't even been back to the theater since Scream.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's like my sanctuary, dude. Like movie theaters, like all the way from growing up. Sometimes I like going to matinees by myself,
Yeah.
just so I can enjoy it. And just peace, just getting out of the house, getting away, you
Right.
know. It's something about it, you know.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's
See,
something
I
about
used to be like that when I was younger, and I want to get back into it and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Well, I should be able to now. It's just obviously the jobs I had, I'd be getting out too late.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the older we get, the more responsibilities we get, the
Yep.
more commitment we have for other things. So it's like we can't do those kind of things. And then, but you know, like sometimes if we just find the time to do it, I always
Yeah.
found movies that like would just change my mood. Like if I'm like down in the dumps or I'm just feeling a certain way, I can go watch a certain movie, and by the end of it, man, my mood's completely changed. Like you know, it's just that's one great thing about cinema. Jen Warner says, "What if Nancy had survived Nightmare 3 and was in all the sequels?" That is a good what if scenario there. Like I honestly, I want Nancy. I want Heather Langenkamp back. I'm a big fan of her. I think she's up there with one of the best final girls in cinematic history.
Yep.
She's up there with Sydney. She's up there with Ripley. from Aliens. Honestly, more Nancy the better. I did not like that she died at the end of 3. 3 took that almost like fantasy sci-fi. It almost went. It was borderline. It was right in the line with Fun Freddy and Serious Freddy, and it did good. It was well. It was very creative. But Nancy, I would love to have seen Nancy be the final girl, because honestly, after 3, I really didn't care. I mean, like, I like Alice. I did. She was okay. But I didn't care about Nightmare 5. I didn't care about Freddy's Dead. And what really got me hyped was bringing Heather Langenkamp back in New Nightmare, Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Yep. And if they ever do a requel to A Nightmare on Elm Street, I want them to do, no disrespect to Nightmare 2 and Dream Warriors, I want them to do a direct sequel to Nightmare on Elm Street 1. And I want them to bring Nancy back, not as the main character, but I do want her to have a significant role, supporting role with all of our other cast, But honestly, I think Nancy should have survived Nightmare 3. And if she was in all the sequels, whenever it comes down to Freddy's Dead, it should have been her that killed him. That's what it should have done.
Yes, I agree.
I think that should have been the main showdown for Freddy's Dead.
Yep, because then you would have got the full story arc.
Exactly.
Got the full story arc. You would have got everything. You would have got the meat and the gravy. Everything would have lined up perfectly.
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, and I love the fact that they brought her back in New Nightmare. And Wes, being the creative genius he is, okay, so how can I bring her back in this new sequence, being that her character's dead? Oh, that's right. I'll just make it based as if it was in real life.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah. And there's so many different ways you can do it, if you really want to. I mean, we're dealing with dreams here. We could have acted like the ending of Dream Warriors didn't even happen. We could retcon just that ending. Anything. But I still think that there's still something there with Nancy that needs that arc to where she's the one that finishes Freddy. I don't feel like she's had her battle yet. She hasn't had her ultimate battle. She hasn't went up against that queen alien like Ripley, or something.
What the closest we did really get to it was New Nightmare.
Yeah, it was. I mean, technically, whenever they took the meta approach, but they were like in the real world, which is great. I do like it. It was so ahead of its time.
Oh yeah.
And I think that if Wes Craven's New Nightmare came out today, it would be such a big hit. People would appreciate it so much more. And man, I remember sneaking into Wes Craven's New Nightmare whenever I was young, and man, I was just, that scene. I remember it frightening me when when Heather Langenkamp's in the closet and he pops out and says, "Miss me." Man, that was like one of the best jump scares in cinematic history, dude. Like, I was just like, oh my god, like I felt my heart come through my asshole.
I know that's right, man. Hell yeah. I love what they did with Dark, like that version of Freddy. He looked more filled in. He looked meaner. He looked scarier. Like, to me, that, if I had to say, that was the scariest looking Freddy I've ever saw. Like, watching that Freddy, I was like, yo, like, he looks mean. Like, the makeup they did was so good. And what I love is that they did it just like the painting showed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that was super cool, man.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, like, just like, it was kind of cool seeing like this Freddy on the talk show and all this kind of stuff. I was like, well, this is really cool. I remember you being young, still thinking like this was a really cool movie. Like, I like it. The kid, what's his name? Miko or something like that. Micah.
Her dude. Ain't that her dude?
No, her son. The son.
Okay, the son. I thought the dude's name was dad's name was Mike.
It might have been Micah, but I'm talking about in real life. I think the kid's name is Miko or Miko. I could be wrong. I'm sure the chat will correct me. I'll need to look it up. But that playground that he gets on the top of?
Yes.
New Nightmare, and he's reaching out. you know that they let him have that whole entire playground, and it's like on his property to today. And like he when he was a kid, that was one of the things that he got from that movie, was like they let him have that entire playground to take home.
Oh wow!
So,
No, I didn't know
yeah.
that.
Yeah, and so like he has a TikTok actually, and he shows like he's like sliding down it. And he's just like, "Yep, I'm that kid from that movie," and he's like,
Yeah, his name is Miko Hughes. You were right, Miko Hughes.
That's it. Yeah, because he was the kid off of the original Pet Cemetery too.
Yes.
Really cool kid.
Yep.
And he was the kid on Kindergarten Cop. You know.
Yep. He had a lot of credits as a kid.
Oh yeah, man, he was a cute damn kid. Like
he
everybody
was a
wanted to put him in stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was into other stuff that I'm not even thinking of right now. Jim Warner says, I wouldn't date Lori or Sydney. Mindy is my girl. Hey, Mindy is badass. I ain't gonna lie. Mindy is kind of sexy. I ain't gonna lie. She has a little,
especially with that curly ass hair.
Yeah. And I like her
Wow.
confidence. I like her her wittiness. Like really cool stuff. Brock Willis. Who's donating to Destin's Mexican Pizza Fund? Grab y'all's debit card to show y'all loves Destin with the money. We're gonna make him feel like one of those expensive, classy hookers. Wow. Okay. All right. I'm wearing the Hugh Hefner robe and everything. It's really the Stu Macher robe. So, and it's hot as hell in this. I got the sweater on too of Stu Macher's. So like man, when I went to Texas Frightmare, man, I wore this. That's
hard as hell. That's what's up.
Yeah, dude, it's hot as hell. Can you see me like glistering? Like I'm glistening. Like, but yeah, thank you, Brock. Brock Willis has spoken. Let's see. Cody Ghostface says, "What if Michael ends up killing everyone except Lori, and then Michael takes off his mask and says, 'You're my sister now'? That would be a cool what if." I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it would be a surprise. I would say that.
Yeah.
But as far as we are now, I don't know if that's the direction I would want it to go in. That would be crazy if, like, this movie, that's part of the reason, because, you know, apparently this is going to piss off half the fan base, is what Jamie Lee Curtis says. What if that's it? What if they decide to, like, oh, no, now they're brother and sister. We changed our minds, you know, and they write something in there. It's just like, I just don't want Halloween Ends to feel like an afterthought, because, you know, the original idea was that Halloween Ends was picking up exactly where Halloween Kills was leaving off. It was all going to be in the same night. Yeah. And then, you know, the whole thing in the world happened and things got postponed. Storylines got changed. We got a 4-year jump.
Yep.
You know, I wonder if the original idea was to kill Karen at the end of Halloween Kills. I always wondered that. Like was that an afterthought? Like,
I don't know, man. I'm all I can say is I'm worried for this movie. I don't know if you've seen the whole big hoopla on Reddit or whatever, but I don't know.
You were mentioning some of it to me, I think, last time we spoke.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just say this. I hope that if the Reddit leaks and rumors are true, that this is what they are reshooting. I'll say that. Because if it's not what they are reshooting and they give us the shit that they're talking about, we are going to be hot.
Yeah.
Scorching. I'm telling you now. Scorching.
Yeah, we are. I mean, we're already leaving Halloween Kills with a bad taste in our mouth a little bit. Right. Even though I do like Halloween Kills. I'm not.
I do too.
I'm not going to sit here and say it was a bad, you know, yeah. It wasn't, it could have ended on a better note. Hopefully they got something that makes up for it. Like they have something, you know, hopefully it wasn't just like, oh, we got to rush this. We got to end it real quick. And we don't have an ending, you know, we got to do whatever. You know, hopefully it's nothing like that. Hopefully it's thawed out. And that, you know, no more Evil Dies Tonight stuff. And, you know, hey, we got a great Halloween movie here, you know, and we needed a showdown between Tommy Doyle and Michael Myers. Like we needed Tommy Doyle to get some licks in at least, like a
Yeah,
good fight.
yeah.
You know?
They didn't do him justice. They didn't.
No. And some people think that that was all kind of a dream sequence too. Some people think that that like whole because the way it's shot, because they shot it on a sound stage. It wasn't like actually on location because
Mhm.
they had to do something with it, and it is kind of the way they put like a camera on like a spinning table or something, and that's
Yeah.
the way they shot it, and it was like they were on. I don't know. They were like in like a studio, and
I mean,
that's
I
why.
kind of feel like you can go back and watch that scene and kind of feel it kind of does feel dreamy. The one thing I didn't like about it, and which I wanted to see, was I wanted to see full body, like Michael, literally one by one going mowing everybody down, not these real close up, quick, scenes. I didn't like that part of the mob. I felt like they did a good job setting it up. If they would have had it to where it was more, the camera was more angled long, so you could see his full body, and then he's just taking everybody out one by one, I would have more enjoyed that scene a little bit more. And you can make the argument that it might be a dream scene because of how it was shot. Hopefully they kind of retcon that a little bit at the beginning of Ends.
Yeah, and also the guy that they brought back, what was his name? That was the sheriff in the original. Brackett, and also like his one-liner there right before they start, I was like, man, no, we need a more serious moment with him.
Right.
Like the way I would have ended it, don't even put Brackett right there. He's still at the hospital, and have him still there. Have the mob go out, whoop Michael's ass, and stomp, and we think he's dead. And before they can actually get like the final blow, like a shotgun to the head or something while he's on the ground, the police show up, back everybody up, and they decide, he's dead, no pulse, put him in the back of an ambulance, take him to the hospital where Lori's at and everything. I thought in that trailer where you see, I don't know if you remember the trailer where they're rocking an ambulance, like evil dies tonight, doing all that stuff. I thought Michael was going to be in that ambulance. I thought that's what was going to happen. Like they were trying to escort his body to the hospital, and that people were rioting, and bring him there, bring him to the morgue, like he's pronounced dead pretty much. Have the very last scene, Brackett walking down there just to test things out. Michael lifts up, sticks Brackett, kills him. Brackett's the last kill of the movie. Then we lead into Halloween Ends, and we have like the whole Halloween Ends of Michael being in the hospital again with Lori.
That would have been a better ending too, because I think a lot of us, especially as kills went on, I think a lot of us got more attached to Karen. You know what I mean? I know I did a little bit. So when they killed her off at the end, I already was going into the movie thinking, okay, she will probably die in this movie. But it was how she died that really just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth, because I'm like, okay, one, why the hell would you go up in that window? Like, why would you go up in that house just because you see, the vision of his kid, the kid Michael in the window? Then, obviously, what we talked about before is how did Michael get past whoever, without nobody noticing and all that stuff. So hopefully they do in Halloween Ends, especially if none of these leaks are true and none of that stuff. Hopefully they maybe give us a little retcon from Halloween Kills, that ending and stuff, and hopefully it's something that we can sink our teeth into and be satisfied with, because I do think that they should do that. I think that's something that should be done.
Yeah. I think it does too. I hope that David Gordon Green and the team, they're listening to everybody. They're getting this feedback, and obviously if they really want to win us over, like, don't just not address it. That's right. I feel like if you just don't address it, it's going to be a big slap in the face to the fans. Like, no, we care about this stuff, and y'all are here to right the wrongs. So don't make new wrongs. Don't right the old wrongs to make new wrongs. You know what I'm saying? Like let's don't have anything having an afterthought. Give us a little cheese with our Mexican pizza.
Right, exactly. There's some extra cheese on it, man. Come on.
Yeah. And so I was saying that with the opening of Halloween Ends. I know I spoke to you about this, but man, I would love it. I would love it. The POV shot with the camera and the mask, call back to Halloween 1978,
Right.
of whenever he went upstairs and killed his sister Judith. And we get a one shot. It does not cut, at least to us. There might be some cuts in there, but we won't see any cuts. But we see Michael after he kills Tommy Doyle, if that's what really happened. But we see it from Michael's point of view.
Right.
And then we see him making his way back to his house, and we see him maneuvering in between alleyways, behind trees. Maybe a car's coming, so he hides a little bit. Maybe go into a neighbor's house and slaughter an old couple again real quick, you know, just like in and out. And then makes his way to the backyard, and there's a cop back there, and he's like, you know, on the radio, like, coast is clear, you know, no one's back here, I don't see anything, you know, looking for evidence. Michael jumps out from the shadows, stabs him, kills him, walks through the back door. He looks down, he sees them taking Allison's statement, you know, right there at the front steps. And then it just shows, he like pauses for a minute and just looks at her, and no one notices him. Nobody. And then he turns and goes up the stairs, and then he's just going back to that window. But Karen's here. Conveniently. And then we see him stabbing Karen from his point of view, similar to like we saw him kill Judith back in 1978. And then that's it. And then the camera shifts. The camera transitions to outside that window. It pans back. He's just staring out the window. We see the paramedics and the police downstairs and Allison. And then boom, title card. Halloween Ends.
I like that, man. I said
answers
before,
the question.
That would be really cool to see, especially from the POV shot.
Yeah. It'd be a great opening. It'd be a great opening scene, and you answer the question of how he did it.
Right.
You know, be super awesome. Oh, we got okay. Let me keep my spot here, because I saw some good stuff here. Okay, we got another super chat we got to get to really quick. They always go to the top of the list, just so everyone knows. I'm not skipping over anybody. Just gotta hit those super chats first. Larry Warner with a $5 super chat. Can't wait for the trailer to drop. I gotta take off. Thanks for the fun chat, Destin and Marcus. Good night, everyone. See you later. You got me, Larry. Thanks, Larry. You have a good night too. I'm glad you came by and spent your Friday night with us, man. We're just two guys talking about our favorite horror movies, and y'all make it the best, man. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And see you later too. I don't think I'm gonna live that down now. Oh wow, thank you, Larry. That's very much appreciated, man. You get some rest, have an awesome weekend, and I hope to see you back on Monday morning with some Scream with your coffee, and for some more night screams. Gonna have Marcus on the channel more often, man. We got good conversations here. We
do, man. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, now I got to go all the way back up and find out where we were. Man, Craven's here. Gotta run. Good night, everyone. See you soon. Okay, yeah. Craven came in for a second. What's up, Craven? You have a good night too, man. Let's see here. I'm getting back to where I was. I see some great questions in here. Hopefully we can hit them all tonight. Wow. Let's see. Okay, Brock Willis. Brock Willis. Station Nation. Let's all do shots, get drunk, talk about Sydney something. And donate our money to Destin. Shot. Sorry, I'm a little drunk. I'm gonna end up on this coffee table. Hey man, I'm feeling myself too tonight. You know, like I'm doing a little. You know, I'm not doing anything hard or anything, but you know, man, dude, like when you get my age, and shots, man, sit with you for 3 or 4 days, man. I don't know, man. There has to be. I don't know. Shots have to be worth it, bro. Because like at my age, like we don't get hangovers for one day. We get hangovers for almost a week, at least 3 days.
Yep.
at least like 3 days you don't feel right.
True.
So yeah, I don't know. So Marcus, you're probably right there with me, man. Like
Yep. I'm good
last
on
time I
them
did some
shots.
shots on a night stream or whatever with Craven, people
All
said
of
that I
us.
just like fell over or I just clicked out or something. Like dude, like it was bad. And then like I woke up and I was like, man,
Yeah.
I don't even remember getting off the chat. What the hell happened last night?
Yeah. I remember that because I was on that stream too. I was pretty lit up too.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. I was just like, I didn't even like eat anything except for like Cheetos or something.
Yeah. That'll
yeah.
do it.
Yeah,
Especially when you're drinking.
because I slept like most of the day, and then I was like, oh yeah, and I wasn't really hungry, and I had like some snacks, like some bag of Cheetos, and then everybody wanted to do shots, and I told myself, no, I'm not gonna do it, and then you know everybody else was showing me up, so I had to like step up my game.
You had to go represent.
And then it had to knock me on my ass, and I had to realize where my place was in life. I'm such a lightweight now. I'm sorry, but yeah, those shots have to be worth it, bro. But
I'm the same
Brock
way now.
Willis is feeling himself. He might end up on the coffee table. Screaming for Conrad. What if Lisa Wilcox came back to the Nightmare series? I would not be opposed to that. I would welcome that with open arms. Like I am not the biggest Alice fan. I liked her in 4, 5. I was kind of like, I think it was more the story that I didn't really care that was going. But I've always liked her. She was always a good final girl, and she's pretty healthy at her age now. Like I could see her coming back, and maybe that's how they could actually show respect to all the Nightmare sequels if they decide to bring, if Blumhouse decides to bring back a Nightmare on Elm Street and do a requel to the original Nightmare on Elm Street. Who knows what he's going to do, but he wants to get Robert Englund back. That's what I would assume that he would want to do, because it's hard to pick up after Freddy's dead, you know, if that's where you pick up after. But you could still have these characters, at least the final girls and some of the main standout characters in the story, and their names, you know, as some of our new characters. Like we could have an Alice, we could have a Nancy, we could have who am I forgetting? A Tina. We could have like all these like memorable characters still named. Kincaid. Bring back Ken Sagos. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. He's actually making a short film, and I'm kind of helping with him. He asked me. Nice. Yeah. Whenever I talk to him, I don't know if you ever see like the outro to some of my videos. It's me and Kincaid. So and so like we talked a lot after that video, and I saw him again like throughout the weekend, and he's asked me to be a part of a documentary, and he's trying to get like other YouTubers or horror people to be a part of this documentary for him. And I give him my information. He reached out to me. He's also trying to get some film done too, that he's looking for financing. So yeah, I'm just hey, let me know when, and I will come and interview and be a part of that documentary, man. Ken is so awesome. Kincaid is so awesome. That's like one of the most memorable characters of the Nightmare franchise. Yeah. And it's really, did I ever tell you how I got into horror and introduced to Freddy?
No.
Oh, I didn't? Okay. All right. So some of the people in the chat might know this, because I know I've said this on a live stream before. So this is my intro into A Nightmare on Elm Street. I was 5 years old, sitting on my couch, and my sister was older than me, so I think she rented like Nightmare on Elm Street 4 Dream Master or something. Like it was like the new horror movie or something around that time, and they were all back. They were like in the back room or something of the back of the house, and they were playing like it was like when the original Nintendo came out or something. Nice. Or maybe it was Super Nintendo. I can't remember. I think it was the original Nintendo. And
it would be the original.
Yeah, and so I was sitting there, and I will always remember the scene where Kincaid is in the junkyard with the cars, and he pushes the car on top of Freddy. He's like, "Take that, motherfucker!" And so I was like, "Take that, motherfucker!" I was 5, And my parents got so mad. Hey, what are you doing? And came in there and turned it off. I got the spanking of my life. You know, like I don't think they really spanked me hard, but I think that, you know, it scared me because I thought I did something completely wrong. So it was more shocking. And and so like I told Ken about that. And he was like, man, you trying to blame me for your ass whooping? He's like, you hear this guy blaming me for his ass whooping? I was like, it was my intro to horror. It was my intro to Freddy. It was my intro to you, dude. Like you're a part of that forever in my mind. Like, because I got an ass whooping from it, and I was just hooked on Freddy. Freddy was my Batman growing up from that point forward. But yeah, Screaming for Conrad, Lisa Wilcox would be a great welcome back to the Nightmare series. And
what if they did a thing to where they brought all the Final Girls back in a remake or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And stuff, and they're like this like committee, like they, you know, like this country club type thing or committee or whatever, that they still talk, they know each other, they know each other's experiences with this whole, you know, Freddy situation. And now there's this whole, you know, new generation of characters, and they know about them. You know, you start hearing the rumblings about, the nightmares are happening again, and we get all these Final Girls trying to, you know, kind of help out. But of course, you know, most of them, or if not all of them, are going to meet their demise as well.
Hey, instead of like the Woodsboro survivors, the Elm Street survivors.
Yeah.
And it's like they're hunters for Freddy.
Right.
They're waiting for his return, and they're trying to warn their children.
Yep.
I like it.
Hell yeah, man.
I like that, man. I like that a lot. Like, yeah, so you would want them to have a more predominant role.
Oh yeah, why not? You know what I mean? Why not bring them all back? You know what I mean? And just fit them into one film. You know what I mean? It can be some type of like I said, committee or something like that, to where they know they have this experience. You know what I mean? Because they've been through it, so now they can offer a little bit of advice to the new generation. But this time around, unfortunately for them, they ain't gonna make it.
Oh yeah. Someone would have to definitely go.
They would definitely have to bite the dust.
Yeah, for sure. Man, dude, I like that. Man, that's a man. You could really spin off on some stuff like that.
Oh
man,
yeah, man.
I like that,
it would be a beautiful homage to Wes Craven, man.
It really was. And that's speaking of that, I'm glad you brought that up. Speaking of that, they better do a 4 West. I want that to become more of a norm, especially with the Scream and the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Do the 4 West stuff. Respect him. Show homage to him. You know, do not leave him out. You know,
right?
I don't care if you're doing your own thing or not. Like this was his baby. Exactly. All right. And this isn't just a guy in a mask. You know, it's just like John Carpenter. You have him involved, but like Wes isn't here to be involved. So keep him involved. You know. So yeah, I want that. I want that so bad, man. So like that would be so cool if we do get another 4 West moment.
Yeah,
at the end of a Nightmare. Yeah. Awesome.
I'll even go as far as saying, at the end credits of any movie that is remade that was a Wes Craven property, in the credits you put #4West.
Yeah.
Every single one.
Yeah. Started a trend.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like that's what I put on my shirt, man. I don't know.
I saw that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna drop some merch here soon with some stuff. Thinking about stationeers. Seems like a lot of people like lean towards that. So I'm gonna make some merch, and but I also want to make some 4 West shirts similar to what I have with like my logo, maybe have stationeer on it and have 4 West on it. Because that's the thing. That's one thing. That's what motivated me to start my channel the way I have, is because I am such a fan of Wes Craven, and I never got to meet him. And man, that would be and like I want to be a director. Like just how Radio Silence also says that, like, you know, he's the reason why they got into filmmaking. Like that's how I feel. That's why I want to get into filmmaking. That's if I ever got the opportunity to bring any of my ideas to life or to screen. That's I would show that's who I look after. You know, like that's who.
That's right. I always said to people, you know what I mean, it's Carpenter and Craven for me, man.
Yeah, Carpenter and Craven. I just lean more toward I love both of them,
Yes.
but I just lean more to Craven's properties more, even though
Yeah,
I love.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Especially if you put them side by side. Even I, as a John Carpenter fan of the Halloween series, Wes Craven had the better movie. You know what I mean?
Well,
I would say he had the better. He had. How can I say this?
creativity.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's
Yes.
more art behind.
Yes.
Yeah. It was more psychological in a lot of ways. Like even with Scream, if you think about that first Scream, just like toying with somebody on the phone and doing trivia and stuff like that. Like,
oh yeah.
It's just, I don't know. It's just Wes Craven knew how to give you those feels, and John Carpenter does too. And he has great scores. He has great atmosphere and stuff like that. It's just,
and that for me, that's what it really is with John, is the score and the atmosphere. Because see, a lot of people forget that without that score, Halloween 1978, when it originally got viewed by critics and stuff, they hated it. They said it was one of the worst horror movies ever made because it had no music. Everything was kind of like soundless. You know what I mean? He even went on record saying he had to go back and come up with a score, which is the score we got, in order to take it back to them to get it approved. And when he did, they came out of it and was like, this is the scariest movie we've ever saw, just because of the music.
Huh.
Yes.
Wow. It just shows how iconic it is. Like it's just it's almost very simple, but it's so iconic. It's like the Jaws theme, like doom.
Yes.
Just like yeah. It's so cool, man. You don't even have to sing anything. You just know what you're getting if you hear that music.
Right.
And we said this. Here's a what if. What if Wes Craven made John Carpenter's movie Halloween and John Carpenter made A Nightmare on Elm Street? How much different? How the style and substance, like such a different movie we would have gotten.
Oh yeah, especially from Carpenter with Nightmare on Elm Street. It's not saying that he couldn't pull it off. It's just like we said again, the creativity. You know what I mean? For that character, especially like that. That would have to be Wes. You know what I mean? Like we've even seen it when they rebooted it. It just nobody can do A Nightmare on Elm Street like Wes. And I mean, granted, obviously now we want a new one, and we're gonna have to put our trust into a new director, etc. If there's one guy I would want to do A Nightmare on Elm Street, it's James Wan.
Dude, that would be super sick. James Wan? Yeah.
Yes. James Wan. I think he's the perfect to fill in, you know what I mean, and pick up where Wes left off and stuff, and plus he comes from that, you know what I mean? He would show so much tribute to Wes Craven, in my opinion. Like some of his stuff, especially in creativity and stuff, I don't want to say it's exactly like Wes, but it's Wes Craven-esque. In my opinion, some of the stuff that he does, especially with
nightmarish.
Yes,
it's atmospheric.
Yes, and I think he'd be the perfect fit for this franchise.
Oh yeah, definitely. Who was it? Somebody. It was a director. I was watching something recently. Have you seen that movie, Night House? So it's fairly new. It's kind of a psychological ghost movie. It's about a girl. It's kind of like her husband has passed away, but there's starting to be like ghostly figures around the house. She lives like on a lake house. It's fairly new. It's probably still considered a new release. But it's called Night House, and it has some really visual cool stuff in it. Like some of the things they did in it, I was like, man, I'm getting kind of like the further the movie went on, I was like, man, I'm getting kind of nightmare vibes,
Right.
Like this would maybe a good director for A Nightmare on Elm Street. And there was another one. Oh, I was just thinking about it. That would have been. It'll come back to me. But there was another one. Like you'll watch a. Oh, I know. Have you seen the new Candyman?
Yes.
Nia DaCosta.
Nia DaCosta.
The way she presented Candyman and the way she did the mirrors and the visuals and stuff, I was like, wow, like
she could
she could pull off a fairly good Nightmare movie. But James Wan definitely like I think James Wan would kill it, man.
Oh my
Kill
God, man!
it.
Now let
He
me
would
ask
knock
you
it out
this:
the park.
Is he strictly like to Twisted Pictures or no?
No, I don't know. I know he's with Lionsgate.
Okay, yeah,
he does some Jason Blum. I think he does some Blumhouse stuff. Definitely, yeah.
Okay,
Or even like Lee Winnell, who did Invisible Man.
that's my boy right there, man.
If you put James Wan and Lee Winnell together, directing duo or something together, like helping each other on this
the
movie,
original Saw,
man. Yeah,
man, those two together are magic. Honestly,
Yeah.
those are they're the magic together.
Oh yeah, yeah. If they ever recreate that Freddy coming out of the wall over Nancy, make
Oh
it
yeah,
practical. Do not do CGI, because that reminded me of the Frighteners with Michael J.
Right.
Fox back in the day. I was like, this just looks like a garbage.
yeah.
Brock Willis says, question to the horror fans: what was scarier, Josh Hartnett's H2O haircut or Gail's bangs in Scream 3? Ooh,
I'm going with Miguel's bangs, man.
man,
I actually like Josh Hartnett's hair. And
Yeah.
H2O. I said if I had that type of hair, I'd probably rock it like that.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it was cool. I thought he had it, slicked up pretty right.
yeah, and that was like his thing in every movie. Even like The Faculty, he had it like
Yeah.
that. What was another movie he had it in? Well, he definitely didn't have it in Pearl Harbor, but
40. What was that? 40. Was it
40 Days,
40
40 Nights.
Nights.
yeah, I think he had it like that in that movie. Man, I
Oh,
remember,
yeah.
I remember seeing that movie at the theater. So yeah, I would say Gail's bangs too. Like definitely Gail's bangs. Like I don't want to see that again. I could see Josh Hartnett's haircut again, but not Gail's bangs. Josh Hartnett was in a Jason Statham movie. Like what was it called? Not Man on Fire. What was it called?
Well, hold on. I think that just came out.
Yeah, it came out like maybe a year ago, less than that. Jen Warner, I don't think I would get very drunk drinking Diet Coke. You like Coke Zero, Jen? Coke Zero is like my thing. Like, or Diet Dr. Pepper or Dr. Pepper Zero. Like, I don't know. Those just seem really good.
Wrath of a Man.
Wrath of a Man. Yeah. Josh Hartnett was in that. Like that was kind of cool to see him in that. Good to see him back on screen, man. That'd be really cool to see him back as like a sequel or a reboot to The Faculty, man. I would love to see that.
Oh man, that would
he's
be nasty.
the guy. Like he's been waiting for their return, and he's just got all the shit. Yeah.
Hell
dude.
yeah, man.
He's like a
Kind of like how
badass.
maybe Kennedy with Tremors to a degree.
Yeah, for sure. Mega Giants is in the house. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mega Giants 89. Glad you're here, buddy. Hell yeah.
Go hit the bathroom, buddy.
People are saying Gil's bangs. Awesome. I keep alcohol in my house. That's good. I appreciate and respect that. I didn't for a long time either. Like I quit drinking for a long time until, I could have better control over it and everything. And, I didn't want to have alcohol all over the house with my kids and stuff. So I appreciate that. I respect that. Definitely. Maybe your reason is different than mine, but hey, we all have our reasons. Let's see. Brock Willis, and we never found out where he got those peepers. Oh, Brock's feeling good tonight. Screaming for Conrad. What if Justin Long, Derry didn't die in Jeepers Creepers? Man, I wanted that, dude. Conrad, I've wanted that for so damn long. Justin Long is part of the reason why that movie worked. Honestly, his charisma, his innocence, his goofiness, his charm is really what made that movie. Like if they ever did a what if, I would accept that ending of Justin Long dying was Trisha's dream or something like that, or her worry. She's and like the opening is we see Justin Long and with no eyes, and then we see Trish just waking up like from a nightmare because she has not seen Derry since he flew off with him. Never could find him, and that's the whole movie. Is she's trying to find her brother, never found him, and so it's just like that whole thing was a nightmare. Like, what if, man? Like bring Justin Long. Speaking of Justin Long, he does not get enough recognition. He is so good in almost everything that he does, and I wish he got more recognition. I wish he was in more stuff, and he was a more A-list actor today. You know, you see him like here and there. He's in some great comedy chops, by the way. But I mean, we saw him in what was that movie that Kevin Smith made about the walrus? It had it's where he was investigating that dude. Kevin Smith was it was a Kevin Smith movie, but it was like a horror comedy a little bit, and Justin Long was in that. He had like the leading role in that, and I don't know if he's had a leading role after that. He did a couple romantic comedies with like Drew Barrymore, I think, but we need more Justin Long. That's all I got.
Yeah,
say.
It's called Tusk.
Tusk, and I heard that they were supposed to make a sequel to that too, but I don't know if that's ever going to come about. Have you ever seen that? Tusk?
No, but that's something that I will check out because Justin Long's in it, and I'm a fan of it.
And Kevin Smith, Silent Bob.
Yes, Kevin Smith. Yeah. Kevin Smith is that dude. Yeah, Silent Bob.
Very bizarre movie and a very bizarre ending. I'm not going to give anything away. Just check it out, dude.
Heard that.
Mega Giants 89 Destination Station. What are your overall thoughts on Michelle Williams' performance in Halloween H2O? I liked it. I mean, it wasn't her best performance ever, but she was just getting started at that time. But she did a very serviceable job. I thought she was going to be this big final girl, which, I mean, she kind of was. She survived. She was, and that would be really cool to see John Tate. It'd be cool to see, Josh Hartnett and Michelle Williams back, even though she's great actress. Like, she's
really good.
She's awesome.
She doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah, she doesn't. And there was that big thing. Have you seen that movie it's got Mark Wahlberg in it, and there was a big controversy because Kevin Spacey was in it and they had to redo a bunch of stuff. But it was All the Money in the World or something like that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yup.
And she had to get more money for it because she wasn't getting paid. And then Mark Wahlberg actually donated some of his salary to her just because he agreed with her. He was like, no, you deserve this because you're one of the leading people in this movie.
Yep.
So yeah, see, it's the same thing what's going on with our Sydney, with our Nev Campbell. Yeah. Like pay him.
I never understand it, man. These franchises are worth almost $1 billion.
Yeah.
You can't pay her.
Yeah. Quit treating her like a puppet and treat her like she's family, like she helped build this.
Treat her with the respect that she deserves, because what they fail to realize, without her and Wes and the brilliance of their work, they don't have those billions, almost $1 billion in revenue from this franchise.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I mean, the same goes, which it's a lower scale, but like us as workers at a company, okay? We say we start with a company and we are like the most loyal company. We help build this because of our hard work. We busted our ass to make this company a bunch of money. But then when promotions come along or the next big position comes along and you expect that, like, hey, I think I deserve this, or this should be me, and they're just like, no, and they get an outsider or they get somebody else, or they don't even do anything with you. They keep you where you're at. They don't give you a raise. They don't give you anything. That shows you your worth, and that's why they're making a stand, and I stand by it. Like, make that stand, because something needs to change. Pay them. And
I made this argument that because people are like, oh, well, I'm sure $2 million will be enough for Nev, you know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, but you're not looking at it in terms of state taxes, payouts to agents, sponsors, publicists, flights. You know what I mean? I was like, we don't know what's in those contracts. We don't know if these big studios pay for the flights or pay for the hotels, or if they do, what if they only pay half? And the actors got to cover the other half.
Exactly.
There's so much more to it than that. You know what I mean? To just saying, okay, oh, 2 million should be cool. Yeah, that's upfront money. What about the back end money?
Exactly.
Merchandise, you know, especially even Jamie said it. He's like, dude, he said Scream is more popular now than it was then because we got merchandise that we never had before. We have marketing that we never had before. We have a whole new audience. You know what I mean? The new generation of audience. Like, they're making fucking a killing off of this. They're just being greedy.
Yeah. And they're not probably getting any royalties off of it either. Like that's the thing is like no, Nev Campbell should definitely, they keep wanting her back and she's been in every single one of them.
Right.
Give her what she deserves. Like
Right.
show her her worth, because that's the thing. Like, honestly, dude, like I have some friends that have like pretty successful companies, and their even mentality has even said, and I'm not gonna say all of them, but at least a couple of them have said that like employees are only as good as far as you need them. You're a number. You're a tool. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And they need you to do a job. And when they don't need you, you're going to be the first one they cut or not give the promotion to. Like they like you for that moment. They like you. They like you enough to help you build them. But when but they don't want to take you with them.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes, exactly.
And they'll make you feel like your family. They'll make you feel like you are a part of the team, you're a part of the family, you're going to go far and all that kind of stuff. But things change day by day.
Yep.
Anything can change within 5-10 years, and you could spend the best years of your life with a company building them up, and they're up there. And then when it's your time, they're just like, cut you loose, or they're just like, nope, stay down there. You stay down there.
Yep. Just keep building my businesses.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And stuff. And I've always, especially this is why that I'm most likely going to end up transitioning. This is why I want to test the waters first, see how it is. But this is why I want to transition into like just DoorDashing or doing deliveries and stuff, because I'm basically my own subcontractor. I can build my own schedule. I have no boss. If the order that I see on my own phone isn't to the worth of me taking the trip, I don't have to take it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And stuff like that. It's just that after a while, you know, when you look at it, especially like you said, working for somebody for so long, but you don't get no raises, you don't get no promotions and stuff. You're lucky if you get a health care package. You know what I mean? You start to really think like, well, you know what? I see all these people, especially in social media and stuff, starting to pave their own way, making their own money, doing their own branding and stuff like that. Well, hell, why the hell can I not do that?
Look at YouTube. Like,
yes,
people are quitting their jobs every other day by just finding different forms of income. Like you can to find financial freedom, you need at least like 4 to 5 sources of income. And I'm not trying to make this like we're getting way off topic here, but you know, like we can do another stream that we dive deeper into that. But like don't know your worth is all we're trying to say is know your worth and stand by it, okay? Because they need you more than you need them.
That is true.
And so yeah, and stay out of debt.
Right.
That's another thing. Stay out of debt so you don't need them. Because some people feel stuck because of the debt that they're in.
Yes.
Brock Willis. Unreal that Trish was 31 when Jeepers Creepers was filmed. Wow.
Yeah. He was up there.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of 30-year-olds
Barrera.
playing teenagers or early 20s, you know?
Yeah, just like Melissa Barrera. She's 32, about to be 33. She doesn't look a day over 24, in my opinion.
Yeah. Jen Warner says Marcus doesn't have a green screen. He has a green curtain left. I'll let Marcus answer that one. I mean, it works though, right?
No, I know. I did say it earlier. It's like I said, I don't know what the issue is. I might have to just upgrade my internet package again, because every time I go on somebody else's channel, every time I'm trying to hook up my green screen, I don't know why it lags so much. But then when I'm on mine, everything seems fine for the most part. Sometimes I'll get a little lag, and then if it's starting to lag a little bit too much, I'll take it off. But I think that's just what it is. I have to get a better internet package.
Well, it could be possibly whatever package that the person you're coming on their stream has.
Ooh.
You know, like whatever they have might only be able to do so much.
That's
you know?
true. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that at all.
But yeah, I want to get a green screen for sure, very soon.
Heck yeah, man. What I want, this is just a start off green screen. What I want is one of those green screens to where you can have like GIFs and stuff moving in the background and stuff like that. That's what I want. This doesn't do that. It just, throws the picture over it and all that stuff.
Yeah. Hopefully my picture isn't too bad. I don't have a green
No,
screen.
yours is sick, buddy. I like how you put that together. That's a nice design.
Oh man, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to have some Friday the 13th on there, maybe some Chucky, but can't have everything.
Huh.
So, let's see here. Screaming for Conrad says Chris Jericho has his own alcoholic drink too. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, a little bit of the bubbly.
Is it?
Yeah,
is it
that's what it's called. That's what it's called. A little bit of the bubbly.
Nice.
Yeah, it is champagne, but that's what he decided to call it.
Nice. Brock Willis. I'm wearing a cowboy hat and long john pants, dancing on my coffee table, making memories. Hell yeah.
Good stuff, buddy.
Making memories. It's a night you'll never forget if you could only remember.
I know that's right.
Awesome, Brock. Let's see here. Talking about some wrestling. Brock Willis. Man, he's killing it in the chat. Are there any updates on what the pandemic mention will be in the new Halloween movie? Question for the group. Will Lindsay Wallace live? That's the big question is like I'm assuming from me with the whole 4-year jump, I think that's where it's going to play is that like we haven't had a Halloween because of the pandemic. So there's been no trick-or-treating. Right. So that's why we haven't seen Michael is because he hasn't came out of hiding. He hasn't felt normal. Maybe his house is already torn down because I know there's rumors about them bulldozing his house. So maybe he doesn't have anywhere to go. And he also, I don't think Michael Myers knows dates. He doesn't know the date Halloween. He recognizes it because of everybody out trick-or-treating and he can hide. He's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Like he can just blend in, and that's how he resonates to it. So I think that's how I would assume that's how it would play out. Is like that's why we have the 4-year jump because we haven't had a Halloween. Yeah. We haven't had any trick or treating for 4 years. What about you, Marcus?
Yeah, I agree with that. That's how the pandemic notion of the movie will play in. I mean, it does kind of make sense, and I hope that's as far as they go with that. I hope they don't go any further with that. You know what I mean? And as far as Lindsay, I honestly don't know if she's going to live or die in this movie. Now, I was going to go with the high assumption that she was going to be killed. Yeah. But with the latest leaks and rumors that they're talking about, man, I feel like if any of this is true and none of those scenes get reshot that they're talking about, we are going to see a movie that we, or one, probably not going to enjoy, and two, we are not going to expect what direction they are going to go. I mean, I'll give you a gist of it because I did do a video of it earlier, so you guys probably see it on my channel. You probably see it flipping on YouTube. I was in I Like Scary's comment section. This was after me and Bob did Hatchet the other night for Wednesday. And I stayed up a little bit later than I thought I was because I saw I Like Scary was live streaming and stuff. And he had a nice little panel going on. So I said, you know what? Let me stop and show him some love, hit the comment section and stuff. And one of our subscribers, we shared the same subscriber, Keith Asherbrander. I don't know if he's subscribed to your channel or anybody else's channel. I would assume he is. He seems like he's a member of the community. Well, Keith had went into the chat box and said that it was going crazy on Reddit as of like he was speaking that leaks were reported that Michael Myers dies within the first 15 minutes of this movie. Like literally dies and then he doesn't come back the whole movie.
The whole movie. He doesn't come back the whole movie.
The whole movie. And what they're saying is that the only time we will see him again through the movie is Laurie with flashbacks.
Dude, you're gonna piss a lot of people. Are gonna walk out.
That's what I said. I assume, and he was like, dude, like there's multiple sources, and I'm looking at this from a situation standpoint, like it was in Halloween 2018, where test screeners went to go view the movie, and that ending didn't sit well with them. And what did they do? They leaked the ending out, and what happened? They had to go reshoot that ending. Kind of ironic that, you know, all these rumors are coming out, and literally right before these rumors drop that he dies in the first 15 minutes of the movie, oh, we're going to be reshooting for 2 to 3 weeks. So I don't know. I hope that if that is the case, those are the scenes they are reshooting, because I don't. How
But
can you?
whether are they doing enough to make up from what they're doing with the whole direction?
Thank you.
Like, I don't even want that direction.
Oh, and I missed a very important part. He is supposed to be killed by a firing squad, the same style as in Halloween 4 and maybe Jason Goes to Hell, if you want to make that reference.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Dude, you know this is like they're gonna put this down as like I mean, honestly, if they go that route, is that something that Jamie Lee Curtis like requested, like a character piece for herself, for her outing? You know, because
that's not impossible. Because remember with Halloween H2O, she wanted him to die.
Yeah.
And she was
so
really.
This is more about Lori and not Michael.
Yes, and that's what I'm starting to get vibes off of it from, man. And also there's the leak of how we get the radio tower playing into effect. So Michael or whatever, he's close by wherever the radio tower is. So he's hiding wherever close by the radio tower. Somebody is operating, obviously, the radio tower. Michael goes in and kills this person, and while he's killing them, people around Haddonfield can hear this going on live or whatever, which prompts the police to know Michael's back, and the town knows he's back, which prompts the police to go to the radio tower, and that's where the standoff is.
So that's supposed to be the opening scene, is the radio tower.
Yup, Michael killing the radio tower attendant to where you hear it in Haddonfield. It's live, like you can hear him killing him, which would let everybody know, including police, Michael Myers is back and he's still alive, which will prompt police to go to the radio tower, and that's where we're going to have the standoff. And apparently, Michael Myers dies within the first 15 minutes of it.
I don't know, man. Damn.
I hope not, man. When Keith
no wonder
saying,
we haven't got a trailer.
Yeah, man. And when Keith was saying that, like I tried to go on Reddit and find it. I don't know what communities he found it in. I'm gonna have to ask him. But I tried to look and dig, and I couldn't find anything. But I believe him, because he's not just gonna come in there and say something like that. In my opinion, he was flipping, because he's like a big Halloween fan. He's like, dude. He's like, I'm done. He said, I'm about done.
Yeah. You know what I gotta say to that? That's some baby back bullshit with some cheese on it.
Yeah, man. I hope not. Let's just hope that if these leaks are true, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. If these leaks are true, that's the leaks that they're reshooting. I think Craven's in here.
Yeah. That's what I was about to say. We got someone knocking at the door. We got the Godfather of Woodsboro himself. Glad to see him on, but everybody, welcome the one and only Craven Something Scary. What is up,
dude,
man?
Gentlemen, what's happening, guys?
What is going
What's
on?
up,
What's a better layout? No, that's not it. There we go.
That's good.
Okay, all right.
I like that.
We'll work with that. What's up, Steven?
Man, I've literally got like 30 minutes, and I said, you know what? I've been working on a video because my family time with my daughter got over with about 10 minutes ago, and I started working on a video, and I said, you know what? I could do that, or I could just jump in and say, what's up to my boys Marcus and Destin for 20 or 30 minutes, and then go to bed. So I'm here instead of making videos. I'm here with you guys. So,
Thank you, man.
buddy.
Much appreciated. I'm glad to, man. You know, I'm glad to see you, man. You always brighten up my day or my night.
Oh,
whatever
he,
it
he
is.
already knows. I ain't even got to tell him.
you guys are awesome, man. Glad to be here.
So we were just discussing, Craven, that some stuff that Marcus was saying, that he has some inside source talking about possibly Halloween Ends and how it's going to play out. Have you heard about these rumors?
Man, look, I haven't looked too much into it. I will say that up front, but I've heard the premise of it, and I didn't talk about it on my channel whenever I streamed last, because I don't want to spoil it. Because if it is true, I don't want to just throw spoilers out there. So I've been real careful about talking about it. And all I'll say on it is, man, is if what I've heard is true. Well, first of all, I'm gonna say it this way: I don't believe it's true. That's almost like number one. I don't believe it whatsoever, man. And I really don't. I just don't. It doesn't make any sense to me at all if you do that. And
Right.
it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. I don't. Unless the whole movie's flashbacks. I mean, you know. I mean, which I guess they could do that, but I mean, no, I don't think so, man. I don't believe it. When I saw what was being said on the surface level, I just like, oh no, I'm not even gonna look anymore. I think this is totally just someone trying to get attention, dropping fake stuff. And I think I could be wrong. Look, if it turned out to be true,
Apparently, it was like multiple people. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to Keith and see what communities that he went into, so I can do a dig deep and see what they're saying and stuff like that. Because when I went on Reddit, I couldn't find anything. But then again, I'm new to Reddit, so I still got a long ways to go.
Well, hey man, listen, that's why I don't even go there. I don't go there. But you know, then the question you have to ask is, do you really want to know, or do you want to go and be surprised? I don't want to know.
That's true.
Honestly, that's just me now. Some people don't care. I don't want to know spoilers. I love to talk theories, you know, and rumors. I mean, theories is one thing, but to actually someone saying I've got the script and I've seen the movie or whatever, I don't want to know it, man. I'm like, okay, I'm good for you, you know.
Right.
That's just me though, man. That's just me.
Yeah, absolutely. I just hope that if it, like I was telling Dustin, if that is true, this is the reshoots that we're getting. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Yes.
That's
Like
all we can
reshoot half the movie.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Basically. I mean, they're shooting for 2-3 weeks, so it's got to be something pretty big.
That is pretty significant.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of time. You're right.
I mean, honestly, Marcus, whenever you were explaining all that, man, I felt a little bit of my soul just seeping out of me. Like, I was like, oh, like, please don't be true.
I was literally sitting here with each word that he was typing. I'm sitting here with my hand just like, like, what are you guys doing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, hopefully that's not the case. You know what I mean? I pray to God that's not the case.
No, definitely. I mean, even if they do an opening scene to where they take out Michael Myers, he's got to come back. I mean, maybe that's the 4-year jump. Maybe what's going on in the world around that time is the 4-year jump. That's what I would assume. And is that, like, we haven't had trick or treat because we haven't had any trick or treating, no Halloween, you know, like they actually canceled Halloween for 4 years because of what's going on in the world. And during this time, Laurie has recovered and is trying to move on. And, you know, Michael Myers, like I just said earlier, like I was saying, Craven, that Michael Myers doesn't know holidays, doesn't know calendars, doesn't know scheduling. Like, he doesn't know Halloween. He only resonates with it because he can hide when he sees all the trick-or-treaters out there. You know what I'm saying? Like he when he sees everybody else out there, he can hide. He's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Like he knows that that's his time to pray. So I really think that that's the reason why we haven't seen him in 4 years.
Or is it because he's been waiting for that silent alarm, some sort of signal and maybe he's well aware of the holidays, but the only
Possibly.
one that activates him is Halloween. That's why he's always on Halloween.
Yeah.
Maybe it's, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying that's what Loomis said.
Yeah.
You know, he's waiting for, almost as if he's waiting for some kind of a silent alarm, some type of signal
Man,
to trigger him or wake him up.
Trigger him up.
waking him up. Craven, have I ever told you how I think how I think Halloween Ends should start out, how it should open up?
I
Have I ever
don't
told you?
recall. I don't think
The
so,
POV shot. Should I tell him, Marcus?
Go,
all
tell
right.
him.
So you know how how the way Halloween Kills ends with Karen, you know, it kind of seems dream sequency. It kind of seems like how did he get there so quick? Like there's a lot of questions there. It just seems like it was just kind of like it was too rushed. It felt a little too rushed.
Like tacked
And-
on almost.
Yeah, almost like tacked on like an afterthought a little bit.
Yeah.
But what if Halloween Ends opens up similar to John Carpenter's 1978 POV shot where the camera's in the mask and we're seeing it through the
Oh.
eyes.
Yeah.
And we see after he's done killing Tommy Doyle, and we see him starting to make his way back to his house. And we see him like he sees a car go by the street and he hides behind a tree. And then he goes in between alleyways. And then he goes into maybe a neighbor's house. Maybe he takes out a couple, maybe an older couple again, or whoever, anybody.
Poor seniors.
Yeah.
Leave those,
No,
leave those
yeah,
folks
no.
alone.
Doesn't that make you sad
Jeez.
whenever like old people die on screen?
It's
I'm
terrible.
like, oh man, like
Children and senior citizens, bro. That's just low.
yeah, just kill
Yeah.
teenagers.
Yeah, I have no problem. Over 13, slice and dice. But come on, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
There's a certain innocence when they're young and a certain innocence when they're
right.
seniority.
It's true, man.
So he's going. We see it. It's like a one shot. Like we don't see any cuts, just like in John Carpenter's 1978.
Mhm.
And maybe he makes it to the back door. He makes it into the backyard. Maybe there's a cop back there. Like, yeah, everything's clear back here. I don't see anybody. Boom! Michael Myers pops out of the shadows, takes him out. He walks through the back door. He walks up and he sees Allison with that door wide open of the front door, and he sees Allison and the officer taking the information, like taking her statement, and he pauses for a second, and then he just goes upstairs, and then he's going back. He's just only trying to go back to that window,
Mhm.
but conveniently Karen's there, and we see him stabbing Karen from POV shot like he did Judith back in 1978.
Nice.
And then the camera after Karen's dead, we see a transition where the camera goes on the outside of the window, pans back, we see the police down there, and he's just staring out the window, and then just boom, title card, Halloween Ends. Like it would answer that question.
Hey, I'd be down for that, man. Yeah, it would. It would put all of the everyone asks questioning how did he get there? It
Yeah.
would, we would see it. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
smart if you ask me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
I would love to see that. I would love to see another POV shot of Michael maneuvering in and out of spots, trying to get to whoever, back to his house. And
Yeah.
it's also showing homage to the opening of
It is.
Halloween 1978. So
Full circle, if you will.
full circle.
Going back to
Full-
where it all began. Go back to your house. You'll
Go
find her.
home.
Go
Go home.
Yes.
I'll be there waiting for
For
you.
you. She'll be there
Yes,
waiting
be there
for you. I love
Oh, he's just like E.T.
yeah, basically. He said Michael doesn't have a phone. He can't
He
phone.
has a
home.
knife.
He just has to go home. Yeah.
His fingers, his knife.
Hey, Destin, totally off topic.
Sure.
If you want to make me a moderator, I'll be happy to be one. Just throw
Oh
that one.
yeah, yeah.
Whenever
definitely.
I am able to make it in, I can help. Help out if need be.
Yeah,
same
definitely. I remember asking you that earlier. You said just click on your name and
So yeah, if you go in, you got a window open in YouTube, right?
yes.
So okay. So yeah, just go here. Let me leave a comment. Hang on a second.
Okay.
I'll say, hello, Destin. All right.
Your favorite scary movie?
Yeah, I left that part out. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right. So if you hover over my name over on the right-hand side, see those 3 dots pop up?
Got it. Yep.
And just hit add moderator, and that's it, man. Say add anyone you want.
Wow. Okay. So yeah. I was trying to do it on StreamYard, and then so you got to do it on YouTube.
It's got to be on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. So
Cool.
earlier I was trying to find. There's Jen in the house. I want to make her one as well.
Yeah.
So she's already agreed to.
Nice.
And so yeah, heck yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate
You're welcome.
that.
Throw me a wrench, man.
Yeah.
I know how to use it.
Yeah, definitely. Man, we've been having a great night tonight. This has been a really good Friday night, y'all. Like I've had a lot of fun so far. And
Cool.
I mean, time has flown too, honestly. I don't know about y'all, but like time has really flown for me.
Yeah.
Trying to find out where I was in the chat. Does your chat ever just jump on you, Craven? Like
Yes, it will do that. If you like go out of sequence or something and come back, it just skips. So you have to scroll back. You know, the way that helps me is anytime I'm gonna move the chat, like for a super chat or something, I star the comment that I was last on.
Yeah.
And so then all you have to do is scroll up to the star, what's highlighted, and you start right back where you were.
Good
It's
idea.
I just, that's figured that out by messing with it. Because if you don't do that, you're gonna have to remember either a timestamp, which is what I used to do. But dude, when you've got 10 comments at the same timestamp, and you're trying to find it, you may get it right, but you may get it wrong. So if you star it though, it's highlighted, so you don't. It's bulletproof.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm full of answers. My buddy told me I should start a YouTube channel on how to build a channel, like tips on, thumbnails, SEO scores, how to properly title things, how to. And I'm like, he keeps bugging me to do it. He's like, dude, you need to do that.
Yeah, man.
And
Because honestly, man, like whenever I got a question about something, man, you're pretty much my go-to guy to ask.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, man. I'm glad to help.
And you have a very friendly persona that I think that would resonate with a lot of people, like trying to figure it out.
Oh
like,
Yeah, man.
Just call it "How to Start a YouTube Channel" and just start from scratch.
Got to come up with Craven some. I'd love to have this whole Craven some line, like what I mean, like
Craven a
some
YouTube channel, Craven a content creator.
Yeah, Craven to be a creator or something. I don't know, something. But I may end up doing that.
And then always plug in your other Craven something scary.
That's right. Yeah, if you're craving something
see it,
scary,
man.
go over here. And then I have a family member who's trying to get me to do a Craven something cuddly, and it's all features my pug Bumblebee, and it's all Bumblebee stuff. I'm like, I don't know, I don't have time to do. It's getting out of control. But anyway, I think that it might be something to think about. Anyway, he keeps bugging me to do it, try it. So we'll see.
Oh yeah.
I love to help people, man.
Yeah.
So
we got a super chat in the house again.
sweet.
Brock Willis. Brock
Dude.
Willis.
Brock.
Destin, don't forget to dip the Mexi melts in a cup of sour cream. Life changing, bro. Mike and Taco.
Dang.
Man, this dude is making me hungry. Every stream I ever had, man. Okay, Craven. So we've been talking about like these Mexican pizzas that came back to Taco Bell. You probably seen that all over.
Oh yeah, they're out of stock on the one by where I live.
Dude, that's what I said. Like
Yeah.
me and Brock were talking about it like last stream, and I'm like, dude, I gotta go get some Mexican pizzas because he was just talking about Mexican pizzas, and I was like, man, I've been wanting them since they've been back. So I go to my nearby Taco Bell, go through that long line, get to the menu, and they got a big old sticker across it saying, out of stock. And I'm just like, oh. And then you're stuck in line, so you feel forced to buy something.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, I guess I'll go with a quesadilla.
Dude.
Brock
That
Willis.
stinks though, man. What's up with that? Is that I know there's supply issues.
Yeah.
Grocery stores pretty much everywhere right now. It's insane. But Taco Bell, man, come on, you guys. You got to know, you got to be prepared. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. They should have never taken it off the menu, though. Also,
I
now they're trying to
know.
making it like an exclusive thing, and as far as I can remember, it was always on the menu.
Yeah, it
know?
was as far back as
Yeah.
I can remember.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it
Hey,
can't be that hard to make.
You can't. I mean, it's really. Yeah, I wouldn't think so, man. I mean, they use the same ground beef on every item on the menu, so all you gotta do is just grab
And the
those,
beans,
and the same beans, same, you know,
same
everything.
cheese.
The only thing that's different is just the two little. What are those things called? It's like,
They're
you know,
like- they're like
the
flat-
fried tortilla.
Yeah, they're like
things.
flat corn.
Yeah.
Instead of them being folded like a hard
Right.
shell taco, they're just flat.
Yeah, there's flat one on the bottom, one on the top.
Mhm.
I mean, I mean, come on, guys. I mean, they're really good though. That's the
Yeah.
best thing they ever had on the menu, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know,
I love.
what are you
I
gonna
love
do, man?
I haven't had Taco Bell in so long, man, and I was so Brock has got me so hyped up to get this Mexican pizza because I was already wanting it before he started like just throwing it in my face every stream. And
Question
so,
is
like,
if you're gonna find it, Destin. That's the
I
problem.
know that's the thing now. That's the thing. And like now I
Yeah.
want it more than ever.
Well, Brock, I tell you what, buddy, bring your Taco Bell to my live stream tomorrow night because you're already getting me looking for Mexican pizzas now. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Appreciate that.
I know. We need some. We're gonna have a Taco Bell stream.
Oh,
Okay,
Taco-
Kyle's got it right. They use tostada shells. That's what those things are called.
yeah.
The tostadas.
Tostadas.
Okay,
Okay.
remember, I'm in Texas, bro. I'm in Houston. This is Tex-Mex
Yeah.
capital of the country, man. This is
Oh
Yeah.
hell yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
dude. Yeah. I'm about to be your neighbor, man. That's where I'm moving to in
know.
like 2 weeks.
dude. That's incredible, man. So,
Yeah.
so do you landed in Houston and not Dallas?
No,
Or
I'm
going to
going to
Dallas?
Dallas. I'm going to Dallas. I know it's a big drive. It's like what, 2 hours from Dallas?
4.5 hours.
4.5. Okay,
About
because I have a
4.5
buddy
hours.
that lives in Houston.
Yeah.
I've never been to Houston.
Oh, you never have,
No,
dude.
no. Mm-mm. I planned
Bro.
on once I get settled in Texas that I was going to take a trip, and just kind of get to know the state a little bit. So,
Well, be sure you have a lot of gas money. The
I
state
know.
the state is huge. I mean,
know.
it's so huge, dude. It takes hours to get anywhere.
yeah, it definitely. Denisha, I see you. I'm making you a moderator as well. I know I agreed to do that too. Trying to catch up on the chat, man. We've just been doing these what if theories of Craven. Like it's a new series that I'm gonna start on my channel. Like how I do theory videos and stuff like that, but I was gonna do what if, like if it transitioned to different scenarios, like what if, like somebody had a good one earlier about I Know What You Did Last Summer, like what if Sarah Michelle Gellar became the final girl except for Julie, like what if we got these what if scenarios where things played out a different way. Have you seen the What Ifs series on Disney Plus with the Marvel?
I never watched them, dude. I know about them, but never
Yeah.
watched them.
Yeah, similar to that, but with our favorite horror movies. That's the idea.
Mm.
And maybe we won't settle with what if, but maybe we'll settle with something else. But it's still the same concept, same idea. And yeah, man, like me and Marcus, we've been bouncing back and forth with some great ideas.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, maybe our next stream we'll have some Mexican pizza, Mexican melt, and gorditas, and we'll bounce back around. Thank you,
Heck
Brock.
yeah, man.
Doesn't Brock Willis have like some of the like an action star name, like Brock Willis, star Die Hard?
Is that he's got a brother
Die
named
Hard
Bruce,
7.
right?
Huh?
Brother's name's Bruce, I think, or it's
Brock.
his.
Yeah, Bruce.
I think
Bruce.
that's his brother.
Right. That's awesome, man.
Brock Willis.
Brock Willis. He sounds like an action star or a killer.
Totally.
I don't know which one. All right, so I starred what you said, so I'm scrolling up, man. I know I'm behind on the chat here. We're just kind of I had to have passed it. Like always trying to find my spot of where I was in the chat.
Gotta start starring those suckers, buddy.
Yeah,
It will
I
make
know
your
it.
life
I
so
did
much
start.
better.
I did
All
start.
right, if you did start, okay, then go to the starred section up there on the
Yeah,
click it,
Oh,
and there's your timestamp, and you can go find out where you were.
okay. All right.
just little tricks, little tricks on the
Yeah,
fly
yeah.
when you're navigating live.
Yeah. See, Daddy Craven knows what's up. He's here to guide us.
I like Godfather much better than Daddy.
Okay,
Because
you got it. You got it.
you know, I'm not gonna say anything about that. Yeah,
Hey, and-
let's go with Godfather.
There you go. And I also like I honestly like what's crazy is I just watched Godfather 1 and 2 the first time.
Nice.
Like from back to back. Like I haven't watched the third one yet, but I did watch the first two because I just finished that series, The Offer on Paramount Plus, which was about the making of The Godfather and what Paramount had to do to get The Godfather made with Miles Teller, Dan Fogger, I can't remember his last name.
Okay.
Great actors. If you have not seen it and you love movie making type of material to watch, like it's right up there about directing, producing, writing, acting, all that stuff, getting it all made.
Nice.
But yeah. Godfather's pretty good. It's pretty good. I see why it was a classic. But yeah, Craven's the Godfather of Woodsboro, in my opinion. He's brought the community together.
I agree.
So
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
I accept that. I take that with honor. Appreciate it. That's nice. Because I know you're coming from you. You mean
honor.
You mean it with respect.
Yeah.
Respect.
I'll make him an offer that he can't refuse.
That's right. I'm gonna kiss the ghost face ring.
Hey, let's make some ghost face rings.
Heck yeah, man.
I have a friend, and I've reached out to her. I'm getting her on a live stream here soon. She has her own like merchandise selling or whatever, where she sells like horror
Really?
items and all that, and then she has ghost face rings, ghost face earrings, all that.
Oh yeah, you told me about that, I think.
Yeah. You know
That's
what I mean?
crazy.
I'm not
Nice.
gonna lie. I want to grab a pair of those ghost face earrings for myself.
She makes them herself?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, she does or whatever. I know she makes a lot of stuff herself. She even makes like desserts and all that stuff, but I'm pretty sure she does or whatever. I have to really check up on it. But a lot of the stuff I've seen, it's like she does a really good job.
Heck yeah. That sounds awesome, man.
Yeah, it's not like the stuff like you once you see it when you wear it, it's like, okay, that's gonna snap within a couple days. This stuff is actually gonna hold up for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I've had this up for a minute. Screaming for Conrad says the Freddy versus Jason versus Ash graphic novels were really good. It's worth checking out. I've always wanted to get my hands on these, but I can never find them. What do you have to do? Order them? Are they on Amazon? Have y'all ever seen them or read them?
Never seen them.
Okay. Yeah. Apparently they are a thing, and that's really why they made those comics, is because the idea for a sequel to Freddy versus Jason never came to screen. Like the idea was Freddy versus Jason versus Ash, and they were supposed to be like this. Bruce Campbell was talking about one time. I was watching some interview or something that he was saying that like the climax was going to be at Camp Crystal Lake. The lake was going to be frozen over. It was going to be snowy. Jason and Freddy were going to be going at it, fighting, and Ash shows up in that car and starts like running them over, knocking them all over the ice, getting out with his boomstick, and just kind of whooping their ass a little bit. And I thought that would have been really cool, you know, even though it's like it's tongue in cheek, but we expect that from Freddy versus Jason, but
yeah,
like, you know, with throwing Ash in there, man, and I think that would have been really cool. I'm pretty sure they would have done something with like the book, like the Book of the Dead, you know, like I think they would have done something to try to get rid of Freddy versus Jason with the Book of the Dead.
Probably.
Like, yeah.
Some kind of a spell or.
Yeah.
Problem is he can't remember anything, so good luck with that. Ash, you know, he's got him into trouble.
Yeah. Did you ever know the original ending to Freddy vs. Jason, Craven? We were talking about this.
Probably not, because that was not one I really got into. So, what was the original ending?
Yeah. So the original idea for the ending was when Freddy vs. Jason were fighting, they were going at it, and hooks and chains comes out of the water, like this big whirlpool happens, and hooks and chains come out of the water and hook Freddy and Jason and pull them apart. And who emerges is Hellraiser, and he pulls them down to hell. So that was the original.
You're talking about Pinhead?
Pinhead, yeah, Pinhead.
Pinhead showed up.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was supposed to be the original ending.
That's bonkers, dude.
Yeah, that would have been really cool to see on screen.
Bonkers good. Like there's bonkers bad.
Yeah.
And then there's bonkers. That's bonkers good, man. I would actually like the movie.
Yeah.
If that had happened. I'd actually be a fan of it.
Yeah, it would have ended on a good note.
It would have. Dang.
Yeah. What if?
Yeah.
Man, I do want to get my hands on those graphic novels, though. I've always wanted to add those to my collection and kind of just read over. I've never been a big comic book person. I'm not gonna lie. But something like that, I think I could get into and read and appreciate. So, I like Craven, like we were talking about earlier, like someone like doing animation and storyboards, kind of like those what if scenarios, like from Marvel. What if they did that with our favorite horror movies, of like spinning off, like if that didn't happen, what if we went into that direction and it spun off to that and like had a different ending and we went into a different sequel, but we got an animation form and we had like professional voice actors, playing these parts and stuff like that. Like that would be a really, you'd have to put some money behind it, but it would be a really good series, I think.
Yeah, it could be. Like you do really some fun stuff with that.
Yeah,
it'd be really cool.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting because you could break the rules. There's no boundaries. Then you could.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what
like
I'm saying?
fan fiction.
It is. You get the total freedom, which is great.
Yep.
Yeah.
I always thought that was cool. Brock Willis says, "Did anyone know that Angela in Sleepaway Camp sequels was the real life sister of Bruce Springsteen?"
The one who was in the second one, not Felissa Rose, but the one who was in the second, and I think the second and third one is the sister of Bruce Springsteen. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, I did not.
Not
know
the
that.
original. Not the original. Not Felissa Rose. Yeah.
The girl in the second one.
Yep. Second and third one, I believe, are both the sister. I think it's the same actress in both movies. But definitely the second one is the girl who's the sister of Bruce.
Nice.
And I think she was born in the USA.
Oh wow.
Last I checked.
Cool.
Oh come on, guys.
That's news to me.
No, come on, man. Did you either of you get the reference there? Born in the USA.
Oh.
Come on, man. This is like his most popular song
Hey man, I'm like
ever. I'm
a few
throwing up
Michelob-
the alley-oop and both of you missed the ball. Neither one of you dunk it. I'm like,
Sorry. I'm a
how
few
can you set it up better than saying, hey, man, last I heard she was even born in the USA. Nothing. Just the ball just falls down and hits the court. That's the last time I throw an alley-up for you guys, all right? That's it. Sorry.
Oh man, sorry,
No,
man.
I'm joking.
I'm a few
Look, it's
Michelobs in.
2:05 Eastern and 1:05 Central. I'll cut you some slack, all right?
Yeah.
But if this was at 9:30 or 10, I'd be all over you, man.
I'm
I
more
would-
sharp. I'm more sharp.
Just be
between the
lucky.
ears
I'm
before
in
midnight.
I'm in a good mood because it's so late.
Yeah.
Our brains aren't all working 100%.
Yeah. The gears aren't spinning here.
Yeah, that is true, buddy. Definitely.
It's all good.
Brock Willis also says, "Destin, drop the Red Bull and drink a big boy drink." I'm sorry.
Don't
they do
encourage
kinda
this
look like,
man to drink on any more live streams, please.
huh?
We're trying to look out for Destin, okay?
Oh yeah. Because
Oh.
we were talking. Yeah, they do look like Red Bull though. Like Michelob does look like
It
Red
does.
Bull. Yeah, I didn't really. Yeah, even like the skinny can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but that's what I need to stick with, Brock. So don't judge me.
That's right.
Because like
No judging here.
some of the Craven streams, like I don't know what happened. I just-
Dude, all I know is I look down and it's an empty chair. And I'm like, Destin! You're like, and then all of a sudden, you do a Michael Myers, like whenever in Halloween 1, after the closet scene, Jamie's standing against the wall, and all of a sudden he goes, and like this. You did that sideways. You went, and you were just sitting back up in your chair. It's like you were leaning over and someone pulled you on a rope. and just made you sit upright. And I'm like, dude, are you okay? And you're like, yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just reading the chat. I'm like, oh my gosh, bro. We lost you for a minute, dude. And the next thing I know, all I see then is like, camera goes off. Or no, you're just gone. Like the camera's off, and you're typing and like, oh, I gotta go. And you just said I'm, and then just like that was it. We never saw you again.
Yeah, I mean, when I woke
Bless
up,
your
I was like, oh my god, like I don't even remember getting off the stream. Like I was like, hopefully I didn't embarrass myself too much. But I didn't have anything to eat that night, that day,
man,
except for
it's all
Cheeto.
good.
I was talking to Marcus about that earlier.
Yep.
Well, you texted me like 8 in the morning, and we're like, dude, man, I don't know what happened, man. I think I lost my connection or something. I said, no, I know what happened. We all know what happened. It's all right.
I'm scared to go back and watch that stream.
Oh, it wasn't really bad, dude. It really
Okay.
wasn't. It was everyone had a good time, man. It was a good night.
It was crazy because I remember at when I think it was Jackie first initially saw you or whatever. I noticed Jackie was like that, and I'm like looking. I'm like, what the hell is she doing? So then I just looked down and I see you, and I was like, oh shit, my man's crashed. I was like,
oh yeah. There were a couple of moments where it really looked like your eyes were closed. You were just like this, you know. And,
oh my god!
And then people started saying, "Dude, Destin's asleep. I was like, "No, he's not sleeping." And then I guess you heard, or he kind of jolted you.
He just looked dead.
Yeah, he said probably awesome. He's gonna feel dead tomorrow. And then you spoke up for like, "No, I'm not sleeping." You almost got like you were snap back. You're like, "I'm reading the chat." And I'm like, it's all good. It was fun, bro. That whole night, Carrie way overdid it. She dropped out at she was the first one to go.
Yep.
Yeah.
And who was left standing at the very end of the day? Bob was there with the sun out behind him, shining through the window. He went the whole 8 hours. Jackie, our precious Jackie, was there the whole 8 hours. She stayed all the way. Marcus, I can't remember what time you left, man.
No, I was there the whole time.
You were there too, right? I was trying. I knew there was more than them.
I had to work at 10 in the morning, and you guys were like, "How are you doing this?"
How are you gonna? I remember. I was like, "Bro, how are you gonna go to work?" It's seriously like, and you were like, "Dude, I may just stay up." I'm like, "I'm not gonna go to bed. I'm just gonna just stay up and eat some dinner or breakfast or whatever you want to call it at that point." Yeah, Marcus held in. I mean, it was a fun night though, man.
I mean,
Maverick, Maverick was there. And that guy, man, Maverick, I love my boy Mav. He can down it, dude. He's got some tolerance, bro.
He might still be in here. He was in here earlier.
Yeah. If you're still here, Mav, bro, you're a soldier.
Yeah, he is for sure.
Yeah, man. I just noticed that, I'm 36 now, and hangovers hit you differently when you get older. Like they stay with you for 3-4 days before you actually get back to feeling right again.
Yeah.
And it's just, man, I just can't do it. I gotta keep it light.
I gave all that up so many long time ago, man. Like I say, everyone has their own tolerance levels and different things, and I always just say stay within know your limitations. Right? Stay in your own bounds. You'll be fine.
I'm gonna bring this question up. I'm gonna let y'all answer first, and then I'm gonna run to the other room. I'll be right back, and then I'll answer when I get back. So Brock Willis says, I don't know what is KM. How would it explain the garage door kill? There were rumors she would have a sibling due to her having twin beds in her bedroom. I'm thinking she's talking about Tatum from Scream, but I'm not sure what KM is. But if y'all want to answer that, I'll be right back. Okay.
Sure thing, man.
All
Marcus, go ahead, buddy. Start us off, man.
It would be rumors she would have a sibling due to her having twin beds. I mean, that's if they were going to bring that character back. I don't know if they are. If they were, they would just. I mean, how would it explain the garage door kill? Well, it'd still be Tatum Tatum's character, Rose McGowan, will be coming back playing as the twin sister, as opposed to playing as Tatum. I mean, and she's actually going on record saying that she wouldn't mind playing in that type of role because of that whole double bed scene and stuff, that she wouldn't mind playing the twin sister of Tatum or what have you and stuff. So that is how that could work, and it wouldn't diminish the garage door kill at all, because it still would be Tatum. Obviously, like I said, Rose McGowan will be coming back just playing the twin sister.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't, here for that part of the conversation, but based on what you said there, I always thought it was interesting that Wes put a second bed in her bedroom. And,
Right.
I've often said, could that have been a sister that was older and moved out already? Or is because there was never a mention of a sister in this. Not that there would have to be a mention of her, but like now they've got a sister for Stu.
Dude,
They wrote that in, and there was no mention of back then. So that's easy to explain. But I always thought the two beds was curious. I'm like, I brought that up to some people before, and somebody said, no, it's probably just because they put a bed in there for Sydney, and I thought to myself, I mean, I guess they could have, but I've never known a family that put a bed in their child's bedroom just for their best friend, unless they were living there or something, just staying there.
Right.
So I don't know, man. I think that just because the beds are there, we at least can play with the idea of there being a twin, or not even a twin, man. Just could be a sister that's older than her, even. So now that takes out Rose McGowan. But man, I don't really know if she would want to come back, buddy, now, because after the way she did that Scream 5 stuff, where she was like calling out Kevin Williamson, and he's still executive producing this movie. So I don't know. She wouldn't even do voiceover work last year.
Yeah,
so you remember? I'll never forget that, only because that was my very first video of my channel, was covering Rose McGowan saying no. So I don't know. And that's not to say they couldn't have a meeting, and you know how these people are, man.
Yeah, hash things
so
out.
they could hash stuff out. So I'd love to see her back, but here's the thing: twins aren't usually not like their other sibling.
Yeah.
So it may not be the Tatum we like. She's not Tatum.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's interesting.
Yeah.
To think about.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Did you already go, Marcus?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like that would have been a great idea, like, or a easy way to bring Rose McGowan back, but like not being Tatum, Riley or anything like that. It could be, a different name, but it's the same actress playing that, and could have joined in Scream 2. Like me and Marcus were talking about a what if scenario with Scream 2, with like Haley being the best friend. She was kind of like Tatum. She was protective of Sydney. She was always there. She was going with her everywhere. She kind of had the Tatum vibe to her. And wouldn't it be if Tatum did survive, or if she did have a twin or something that accompanied her at Windsor College, and that whole sequence with the police car, which is a great suspenseful sequence, one of the best scenes in the Scream franchise. But the thing that was lacking was when Haley actually got killed, was like how Ghostface maneuvered over there, and it was like an expecting moment. Like it was just like we all see it coming. So it really wasn't a jump scene to us. It didn't scare us. Mm-hmm. But what would have been much more vicious, and I think what effective is the word, is what if Haley's character was Tatum, and she actually survived from, which I don't know how you survive a doggy door, but or
the broken neck.
yeah.
I know.
But like, let's just say that Tatum did survive, or she had a sibling that did survive and accompanied Sydney, and that was and if we lost Randy in that movie, and then that whole scene where they're crawling over Ghostface through that window. And that was such a edge of your seat moment. Like everyone's awesome. Like, oh my goodness! Like, like what?
It was so tension. The tension just was. It's, even I watch it now.
Yeah.
I still feel it in the moment. I'm feeling it. My mouth all tightened up.
He's just behind that mask watching.
Oh,
He's just watching, you know.
dang it.
But think about like Sydney getting out, and then Haley, or it could have been Tatum. Let's just say Tatum, and that was her moment to die. But instead of her dying over there, she's hanging halfway out the window, and then like Ghostface just starts stabbing her in the stomach, and she's halfway out the window, and like Sydney's trying to pull her through the window, and she's like, "Run, run," you know. And
You don't want to hear something wicked, Destin?
what's that?
Imagine this. Ghostface shoves the knife up in her gut, or in her chest area.
Yeah.
Sydney doesn't realize it, or maybe she starts to see that there's a struggle. So she grabs Tatum and pulls her, but Ghostface holds the knife firm. So so Sydney is actually causing Tatum to go all to be gutted right there. She's the one like pulling the knife through her and doesn't realize it. And her whole stomach's gutted open. That's so nasty, but wouldn't that have been wild?
Wow.
That would, because it'd be like almost Sydney caused the death. Almost.
Yeah, like she
But
basically
Ghostface let it happen.
Yeah, Ghostface just sticks it and holds it. That's all he does.
Yeah.
And then she yanks her out and just cuts her right all the way open.
Yeah.
Dude, that's sick, twisted, messed up.
Yeah.
And think about the trauma on Sydney.
Yeah.
What did Roman say in 3? When you're friends with Cindy, you die.
Die.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right. You do. Bless her heart. She's such a nice person, but I would say if she lives within 10 miles of you, you better move.
Yeah.
You may run into her at the grocery store, you're at church. I don't care. I don't want to be anywhere near
I'm
this person.
surprised that she's still going by the same name.
Right?
You know,
No,
like,
yeah,
I'm surprised they haven't like
she didn't
changed
keep
it
her
by this
Scream
point.
3 name, like the name she had, Laura for Scream
Laura.
3.
Yeah, yeah, something like that. Like Craven. I don't think I spoke to you about this yet, but like me and Marcus was bouncing around this idea. What do you think about this idea for a mastermind? And I got a what if video coming out here soon that I'm gonna make. It's probably gonna be my first what if scenario. But what if Cotton Weary was the actual mastermind? He got away with it. Even though he became heroic at the end of Scream 2, he had nothing to do with Billy Loomis's mom. So it was kind of more convenient. We believed him. He got his 15 minutes of fame. He got his 100% Cotton. He doesn't die at the beginning of Scream 3. And then throughout the movie, he's like this supporting, like we all like Cotton now, like we know that he's innocent. And then like by the end, like he grabs like Sydney by the arm and he looks at her real serious and he's like, "You actually did see me that night." And then like he's the reveal as the mastermind.
Oh.
Would that not be
So-
just like so much more darker
Wow.
and almost Wes Craven, because he always puts like Billy Loomis like he is the red herring. So he did make Cotton Weary the red herring, but then we grew to
Yep.
like him. And then he
Yep.
flips it back on us again.
Dude, I would be down with that. I would totally have been down with that kind of scenario, man. Yes.
And seeing Liv Schreiber like being like that mastermind killer and how vicious that could have been. Instead, we getting no offense to Roman, but he kind of got whiny there. He kind of, oh, you lived the life that should have been mine, and all that. Like, but like Liv Schreiber had that Billy Loomis like seriousness, like, yeah, you did see me that night. But he's already gotten off. He's gotten his fame, and he's about to take Sydney out. Like, I just think that would have just hit much harder than Roman.
Well, and you got the whole legal status where if you're found innocent of murder,
Exactly.
you can never be charged again.
Yeah,
You could
double
literally
jeopardy. It's funny you
confess
brought
it.
that up.
Yeah. And they can't do anything about it. Now they could sue you civilly.
Yeah.
Civil lawsuit. Like OJ.
Yeah.
OJ is never going to go to jail for it. They got his money. He was guilty in the civil court.
Yeah.
So, it can cost you, but it won't
Yeah.
cost you your life. It may
Yeah.
just cost you your standard of living
Yeah.
as you give all of your money to the victims' families, except for like a small court allotted ration of your salary.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that,
And that-
stink, man? To be told like you're working, you're making whatever, and the government says, and this is not anti-government. You should, if you're guilty, you're guilty. I'm just saying, the court says, Okay, of this much money, you're allotted this, and this for food, this for rent, and miscellaneous spending. That's it. Everything else is you have to sign. It goes direct over to the other folks.
Yeah.
For like until you pay off this $1 million.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
whatever. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm rabbit trailing, but yeah.
Yeah, I just think that like that would have been really dark, and it's almost like the idea, like think about Jill. They almost wanted her to get away with it. It would kind of be similar to that, but on the cotton end, you know, like it just I don't know. I think that would have been crazy, you know.
Yeah, it would.
I just feel like we didn't get enough cotton, and
I agree.
And,
I wanted
yeah.
more of him in 3. I really wish we could have gotten him like half the movie at least, or
He
the
needed
third act.
100% cotton.
Yeah,
100% cotton.
wouldn't that be cool if
Yeah.
like him and what if him and
Yes.
Gail were like fighting for viewers, like they were kind of like
Right?
competitors, you know? Like
Oh yeah.
that would have been kind of cool to see.
Could have been cool.
Kind of played out like he's trying to get the scoop and she's trying to get the scoop,
Yep.
and then you know
Yeah.
what if
That
What
would-
if?
That is a nice little.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so behind on the chat, and I'm sorry, everybody, if I cannot get to you all tonight. I'm going to try to skip through some of this stuff, but Brock Willis says, and is it confirmed that Joel from Scream 2, the father of the Meeks Martin twins? I'm still unsure of that. I don't.
No.
No, it's not confirmed at all. It's all rumors. It could play out that way. We don't even know if Dwayne Martin's in this movie. Like at this point, it's nothing. It's just up in the air.
Mhm.
So I want to ask you guys a question real quick. So I was
Sure.
thinking about it or whatever, right? Watching Scream 5. Remember the scene when Sam tells Dewey, if I'm basically a target, then that makes you a target because everything's linked to the past. Do you think that's still, like, would that still hold up even for Cindy if she's not in this movie? You know what I mean? Because, I mean, we know Gail's going to be a target. Kirby's going to be a target. She's linked to the past. You know, like, I think back to that line and the fact that Nev's not going to be in this movie, even though she was supposed to be. And I just hark back to that line because it's like, do you think because of that line, that kind of, you know, contradicts that line to a degree, I should say? Like,
Thanks, Brock. I'll jump in real quick and just say, because I'm getting ready to have to leave. I got about 5 more minutes, then I got to crash. But I will say this, that say your last sentence, Marcus. My brain's processing. Please.
no, I said that basically, like, is that a contradiction of that line, being that Nev is now not going to be in this movie?
Yes. Okay, so that's a big problem for Scream 6. If they come out and say that the motive of this killer is to, hey Larry, what's up, man? If the motive of this killer is to kill previous survivors of Ghostface killers, the huge elephant in the room, folks, Sidney Prescott is a survivor of the previous, the biggest survivor. I mean, her and Gail.
Yeah.
So I really hope that James and Guy, if that was the original motive, they changed it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Only because we're all going to be looking at each other and saying, how is Sidney not in this movie? How is
Right.
Sidney not in this movie? Or is this going to be driving us nuts?
Yeah.
And they can't just ignore it. I mean, they can, but we're not. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like if you can't get her in, you have to change that plot. You have
yeah.
to change the
I
motive.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So that's a good
100%.
question. That's a good one, Marcus. That's a good one.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that because I was watching it, like I say, a little over a week ago, and that just her saying that stuck in my head, and I'm like,
Yeah.
wait a minute. If they're supposed to be, if anybody that comes after Samantha, Ghostface comes after Samantha, and she's telling Dewey he's a target and she's a target, doesn't that still make Cindy a target?
Yes.
You know,
Absolutely.
so like,
100%. I'm telling you. So I'm a little nervous. I'm sorry, Dusty. Go ahead. I was just gonna say I'm nervous about Scream 6, and they're adding more cast members.
Yes,
so now
indeed.
we're at 12 guys, and we had 13 in 5, and we all universally said not enough character development, too many people, not enough time. Well, now we're at 12. So
Yeah.
unless people are dying really early and making
Carnage candy.
carnage candy, unless that's happening with some of these people, like half of them.
Frat boy party you talked about, Craven.
Yeah, it could be. That could be.
Frat party,
But
they all get
I
it.
just-
It's going down.
I'm telling you, man. I just think, and that could be some of them, because they need to shave it down. And these people are all dead. These people are all freaking dead. That's why they're coming in the movie, is to be killed or to be the killer. So I'm doing a video on it. I got a theory. I won't get into it now, but there's something. I'll just say it like this, and I'll probably do the video on Sunday. But there's something to this whole older. They're hiring a lot of older actors, 3 now, and they're all male, so which tells me we've got some fathers or grandfathers in play, and I would not be surprised if we've got Tara's dad, or if we could have Leslie Mocker's husband, which would be the father of Vince.
Yeah.
We've got Amber and Richie's dad, which we've never seen. One of these 3 older men are gonna be a Ghostface. Just lock it in.
Craven, you just sorry, I shot. Go ahead,
What's that?
Marcus. I'm sorry.
I said, what if one of them is actually Hank Loomis? You could just get the original actor to play the part.
Yeah,
Man,
that's another thing too. One of those actors really looks a lot. The one they got, the most recent one,
Yeah.
a lot like Hank Loomis.
Yes.
And-
I said that to myself too.
Yep.
How would y'all feel if they had a Ghostface that was a parent similar to Mrs. Loomis?
I mean, I've always been worried that they're going to follow some Scream 2 too closely. They're going to try to just
Man, I hope
reinvent the scenes, but keep them the same. Look at Richie, the boyfriend. Billy, the boyfriend. They already did it in 5. And so, anyway, I'll let you guys talk about it. But my fear is that they're going to have this. They're going to have another parent, and that's going to be the big reveal. One of these guys, one of these older dudes, are going to come out and be, somebody. And one of these young kids, like the young one, I forgot his name, Champion, or
Jack Champion,
Dakota,
yeah.
or Devin. One of the, one of them's going to be like Amber's father. Or Richie's father, or something like that. I'm just waiting for it. And if they do that, bro, I'm sorry, man.
If that's the main motive,
I'm gonna be on that movie.
Yeah. If
Come
that's
on,
the main
be
motive,
original, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if that's the main,
Right.
we need something more connected to the original. We need something more connected because honestly, like, I mean, if they really want to say Scream 5 was like homage to Scream 96,
Yeah,
didn't the motive seem a lot darker then than it did for Richie and Amber's motive? Like, it just,
100%.
yeah.
Hey,
So you can't make that comparison as far as like the reasoning, the motive, and all this kind of stuff that was driven from it. So if you do a father or a mother angle or something like that, like no, it can't be good old fashioned revenge. No, hell no.
Could be. That's what I'm
no.
telling you.
It's gonna
That'd be
piss
so
me off.
disgusting. I'd be so mad. I'm like, you know what? Wes and Kevin did
Yes.
this movie,
Yeah.
and they did it better.
Yeah.
Make your own movie, because I can go watch a masterpiece film if I want to watch. I got the original.
Yeah. Exactly.
And
Exactly.
just make it
Right.
different.
And before you go, Craven, I know you got to go and everything, but with this whole Halloween season and everything, do you think that we might get a festival? We might get some trick or treating, or you think it'll actually happen on Halloween night or just in the month of October? And maybe
Yeah.
there's like a festival. My idea, and I'll let you talk, is that there's going to be a new Stab movie in production, maybe coming out. Maybe it's already been filmed. Maybe it's coming out. And maybe what Richie and Amber did was successful, and they're making a movie about that. And maybe we see billboards and postage and maybe a trailer, and we see, similar to Scream 2, where we see like Tori Spelling playing whoever. We might see someone playing Sam. We might see one playing Richie or whatever on all the advertisement. But then there's this spooky season that we're talking about with Halloween. Maybe we get a scarecrow version of Ghostface or a devil version of Ghostface, like only in one scene. I don't want it like throughout the movie, but
Yeah.
maybe if there's like a festival or like a Halloween event or something, a parade maybe, and someone gets killed in a different type of costume. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think, man, that I'll be honest with you. Just my personal tolerance level for stab is, I've kind of like maxed out for right now. Just me personally. I would actually enjoy a movie with no stab references at all. Because I think it's been so done over and over. But now here's the thing. They almost probably have to, because the last movie being the motive for stab. So they could do that. But again, if they go down having a stab movie in production, now we're ripping Scream 3 and putting it into Scream 2. And it's just, you're not being original if they do that. They're not making fresh a show. So what I think is, and they could do that now. I mean, they totally could. I hope personally that if stab's in it, it's just a very, very small reference. It's not a big thing, because I would rather spend that screen time focusing on developing these core 4, and let's get to know and like these people, or hate them, whatever their characters are. And but now I will say something you touched on that I think, if I'm writing this, here's how I pay homage. And you guys have probably heard on my live stream this week, I've talked about it, because in Scream 2 we've got the theater scene with all the Ghostface costumes. So how do you pay homage to that but make it different? It's a Halloween frat party. It's a college party. And let me tell you something. This could also be the finale of the movie.
Yep.
Could happen in a huge frat party, and it could be at Halloween. But I prefer to start it there. There's a big college party. Everyone's in costume. You've got you've got multiple people wearing Ghostface costumes.
Like a Stabathon, but it's like a Screamathon.
Yeah, exactly, man. You've got those costumes. You got other costumes too. And then we start off basically with the real Ghostface, or one of them, infiltrating the party, sitting down on the couch, having a drink, or not even that, just sitting there or standing there, watching and looking. And then the crowd, there's music cranking up. You can't hear it. It's loud. And then what does he do? He slides his buck 120 down, and he walks by, and he's like, bam, poke. Walks by, poke. Just poking, stabbing everywhere. He's just walking through the house calmly. Yeah. Poking the neck, chest, out, back. People don't even know, because the music cranked up. People are laughing and screaming. They don't know. And the guy literally just walks through and leaves a line of bodies on the ground behind him. Kills like 12 people. And that is opening title card. Now that's how you do homage to 2 in the theater, and you up it. You up the ante now. More body count. Like Randy says, the sequel, it's got to be a higher body count.
More
Carnage
blood,
Candy.
more gore. Carnage
Yes.
Candy.
I do. Honestly, like speaking of that, is that all right? 2 things I want to touch on here is that, one, with this Carnage Candy, I do want to see more environmental kills. And what I mean by that is we don't have to use like different weapons. I don't want to see Ghostface running around with a machete. Don't want to see that.
No, that's Jason. We don't need that.
Yeah. I don't want to see stuff like that, or with even like a pitchfork or something like that. I don't want to see that. What I would like to see is more environmental kills, like similar to, have y'all ever seen the movie Urban Legend, The Final Cut, the second one?
Yes.
I don't remember it very well, but I did see it.
Do you remember a scene, it was near the beginning, where the girl with her kidney removed and she's in an ice tub?
Ice tub, yep. I do.
Yeah. And remember, she tried to like sneak out. She tried to go out she tried to go out the window. The killer grabs her by her leg. She's struggling. He pulls her. She grabs the glass. It breaks. And then when he pulls her to, her head's right there underneath the glass, and he grabs the window and just cuts her head off.
Yep.
Like that. Stuff like that, I'm okay with.
That's
Ghostface
cool.
doing.
Yeah.
More creative Ghostface kills, I'm cool with environmental kills. But as far as like donning a flamethrower, donning a machete, I don't want to see none of that crap. And then another thing, and I know you got to go, Craven, but Always love speaking with you, man. Just
Yeah,
bouncing
man.
off ideas.
Absolutely.
But like me and Marcus have talked about like Gail Weathers, like if it was her time to say goodbye, like if Ghostface does like infiltrate the news station, maybe Joel's there working with her or something. He kills Joel, and the next thing you know, he knocks Gail out. Next thing you know, we see a scene where cameras come on, lights come on, Gail's sitting there, mouth taped, she's tied to a chair. And Ghostface comes on and he puts it on live broadcast, and it's on a bunch of stuff, and he's just like this is the lady, blah blah blah, like just resurfacing Ghostface and bringing everything and talking about all the dirty deeds that Gail Weather did for money, for fame, and all that kind of stuff. Just bringing all her stuff to light,
Man. Dirty laundry, yeah.
Dirty laundry stuff.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, like right before he's done, he's like, "This is Gail Weathers signing off," and just cuts her throat, and then like right there on live, and then that's it, and then everything goes to static. Like,
oh my gosh.
And the nicer touch is too, it's broadcasting live on Times Square's big screen.
Yeah. We mentioned that too.
Yeah.
Like if he could if it could all be hooked up, like maybe not at first, but maybe they were like, hey, we need to. Something's going on, and they broadcast it everywhere, but yeah, that would be crazy if they do anything with Times Square. I'm just saying that they're not going to do much with Times Square. I really don't think that it's not in the budget.
They're not going to film there. There's no way. It's just so much money.
If they do anything, it's going to be like a flyover with a drone. It's going to be something,
right?
It's going to be something just to give us that we're in New York City. That's it. That's the only thing they're gonna do. It's going to be in the backdrop when Sam and Tara is going out to eat lunch or getting coffee or something.
Yeah, or in a restaurant, like, or in a sports bar or some kind of place where there's TVs. And you could have shots like, Season of the Witch, where you're showing people's houses. People are watching eating dinner, watching the TV, or just hanging out. And there's Gail on all these people's TV screens. People, on their phones watching it live streaming.
Yeah.
She's killed live, dude. That's just, man. Plus,
it's vicious.
Hey, you know what else that could work too? That would be a very nice touch of an homage with Kirby being in this movie to Scream 4 with the live streaming and the uploading and all that stuff, because we always said that Jill and Charlie was ahead of their time with that.
Yep.
Yeah, they were.
Big time.
Yeah.
The only thing I have a problem with, man, personally, because we're all talking, theories and preferences.
Yeah.
I don't want them to kill Gail or Kirby. And I think that there's a chance they might, but they are following the Star Wars Rian Johnson model. If they kill Gail, they kill Dewey, and then they kill Gail. They can't get Sydney back for the movie, and then we're left with Kirby. And I mean, are they going to bring her back in 7? I doubt it. I really don't. I don't think so. I could be wrong. We'll see. But, and I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd love her to come back. My hope is they'll negotiate with Sydney, and she'll come back for 7, and we'll get that final ending with her. But regardless of that, do you really want Gail to die, though? I know some people don't care. Some people are ready to move on. But is it? I mean, I don't know. I guess it's just because it feels like you're just coming in and just dumping all over his franchise.
She's the last OG that we have left, pretty much.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like you come in 5, you take the most lovable of, arguably, of the OG3, in terms of he's the heart, he's the one that cares the most about everybody, and you kill him. Oh, thank you, Kirsten. Thank you so much. I love you guys too. Hey, Val. You kill him off. The one character that wants to come back and play his part. Like, he would come back to every Scream movie. He loves playing Dewey. He's very open about that. And, well, that's actually not a lie. I do. But that doesn't mean, no. It's, no, not horror royalty, man. I'm just a guy. Just a guy with a YouTube channel. That's it. But, no, man. So, I will be very disappointed if they kill off Gail. or Kirby, honestly, because I'm like, don't bring her back to kill her. Why bring the lamb to the slaughter? Just let her be. If you know, I don't get the reason to bring her back. Well, I do, because they knew Nev wasn't going to come back, and they said we're about to get hit. You know what's going to hit the fan, and all we're going to have is Gale. And God bless Gale, she's a great character, but I'm sorry, we need something to soften this huge blow that we're about to take, and we got it in Kirby.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's all. I believe that's all strategy, man. That was all for the purpose.
It was strategy. That's what I'm saying. Is like the leaks of Nev Campbell not coming back was not planned. It was not meant to be told like that. They've known about it for a while.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's the thing. And I think that like if that was announced and then we got that Kirby update that she's returning would heal those wounds a little bit, you know, like,
Yeah.
But we got Kirby before that. So now we're like on a down. So what's going to bring us up from here?
Yep.
You know, we got a sour taste in our mouth. What are y'all going to do to fix this image? What are you going to do? Like, because like let's say that this movie, we got Gale and Kirby and we got Sam and we got Tara. These are a lot of final girls. Are they all going to make it out? Probably not.
I think Mindy's toast.
You think Mindy's toast?
I think they're going to follow Scream 2. Randy died in Scream 2. And, I mean, if they're going to follow the model, Mindy's the one to go. She's the Randy of the two.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Does
That's
that
what I'm
mean
asking.
Chad goes too, or you think Chad?
No, I don't think so. But you know what? They could. They could both die.
This is something interesting, and this is something that what's his name, Beyond the Mask had posted or whatever, I guess, about certain dialogue scenes that already been put out, and according for what from his point of view and stuff, he's like, now if this is true from what it looks like, he said either Chad is going to be like, his role is it's going to of course be his role, but in certain scenes we might not see him, or being that dialogue seems like it's later in the movie, he's starting to have a feeling Chad might actually be the first kill or whatever and stuff. And I found that quite interesting based on what he provided and stuff. Of course, it's all speculation, it's what I mean, and all that stuff. But just theorize and stuff on the dialogue presented. I even found that interesting. Like, you know what I mean? I would hope that's not the case. You know what I mean? Because I like Chad. I feel I do get that Dewey vibe off of him, especially at the ending. You gave him that Dewey send-off by letting him survive and being put in the hospital, in the back of the hospital, and I mean, when in the back of the EMTs and all that stuff. Like, I just don't feel like it'd be right to kill him off. I do feel like Gale is going to die in this movie, and the only reason why I think that I could be wrong in the sense that we don't have Nev, because I did a video a couple months ago saying that I feel like this new Scream trilogy could be a somewhat of a anthology series for the OG3. We've seen Dewey basically be featured more than all the OG3 characters, all for them to kill him off. For what it looks like, Gale's going to be heavily featured. Now they're possibly going to kill her off. And then people will ask, well, what does that leave for Cindy? Well, my thing is this. Even if Sid would come back in 7, I very highly doubt they would pull that. I doubt Nev would let her. But what that's us as the fans to believe is they actually go through with it. It will keep us in speculation. Like, hold on. We done see them kill Dewey. We done see them kill Gale. We obviously see them trying to move on with these new characters. Would they possibly kill off Sid? And that's where they leave us, on a pendulum. You know what I mean? Like, do they? Don't they? But now that we don't know, especially 100%, if Sid is going to, Nev is even going to come back for 7, you know what I mean? I don't know if that will hold any weight now or whatnot, but I do think it's really, really interesting and stuff. And we said it before, guys, it really sucks because, yes, we want them to make their own movie, but now we also know for a fact that there's a movie out there that would have had Nev in it that we're never going to know about, or we're not going to find out what it was supposed to be till later. and that's what
Much
stinks
later,
about it.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah, much,
You're right.
Much later.
Yeah, we're getting the B script. We're getting the B movie. We're not getting the
Yeah.
A movie. We're getting the second round of it. So we've already got Lantern, who owns, Lantern owns the rights to this.
The rights.
Is the company. Their business executives are messing this stuff up. And I'm like, don't tell me, just when it seemed like we had a studio and an arrangement that supported the creativity of the writers, that we're going to have meddling again. Are we going to have Weinstein .2 or 2.0? Wes fought with for all 4 of his movies. And, well, that remains to be seen, but we certainly don't. Yeah, I mean, I think that could have been the plan, Marcus. We focus on Dewey. We focus on Gale. We focus on Sydney to round the trilogy out.
Yep.
And it would have been great. And maybe it still will be. We'll have to see, right? I mean, I'll tell you the one thing I'll say, and then I'll probably head on out, guys, is that the kiss of death for Radio Silence is if they kill Sydney off screen. If they say she's dead, bro, they have just. I'm not going to say anything that's going to get you in trouble, Destin, because you're monetized now. They will essentially end their future.
Yep.
They're going to commit, you know what? That's career, you know what? The word is. Starts with an S. And because I don't care how many Scream fans there are, if you are a Legacy fan and they take the punk route of killing her off screen because they can't negotiate a deal, that is about the most cold-blooded move, heartless move they could make. And dude, I might literally walk out of the Scream movie.
Definitely would.
Won't even finish it. Like I can't believe I even say that out loud. I might actually do it.
Yeah. I mean. Okay, so since I got you both here, which one could you accept the most? If you had to say goodbye to Gale Weathers or Kirby Reed, which one would it be? Who could you accept the best?
Dying?
Yeah,
You
Scream
said?
6.
Well, I mean, I have to say Kirby, because Kirby was only in one movie. Gale's goes back to the original, man.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. I mean, I like Kirby's character better than Gale, honestly, but I think I have to stick with Gale on that one. She's our last OG, man.
Yeah.
So,
But even though but what if they keep Sydney alive and that there's a possibility that she could come back in a future installment?
but there's a possibility she couldn't, right? 50-50.
That's true. And see that leads me into the next thing. This Scream 6 movie is so gonna be. It's gonna be this, man. Like, because think about it from a business standpoint, from the studio standpoint. If this movie is super successful without Sydney, without Neve Campbell, they're going to know that they can make a Scream movie without Neve Campbell. They don't have to pay her what she wants. So that sucks for us. That sucks for Neve. That sucks for the Scream universe.
It does.
But if it's successful without Neve, then they already know, like, hey, but if it diminishes in some way and they have a bunch of backlash, maybe it makes decent money, maybe it makes good profit, but it wasn't knock out the park like Scream 5 was. They're gonna say, all right, well, maybe we need to get something that brings the fans back hyped for it, because they're like, oh, it was good, but it was missing, it was lacking, you know. They're gonna be looking at that, because I mean, honestly, but that's the only scary thing, is that, like, we all want a Scream movie to be successful, but if this movie is successful without Neve Campbell, we could probably be saying goodbye to Neve Campbell forever.
As long as these executives, if they're still there, that messed her over, then that's a good chance of that. You know, that we may not see her again, or if we do, it may not be until the next guys take over the business, or change hands. And It's just a shame, man. You know, you hate to see these things. That's all. You know, it would be nice to have seen her end the way they wanted it to.
Right.
You know, whatever that was, and it stinks that. Go ahead.
I was telling Destin earlier, and I'm gonna send you the video too, Craven. There's this YouTuber who basically made a scene, a film scene, as if it were Nev in Scream 6, and
I've seen it.
Oh, bro,
It's really good.
Oh my god! All right, yeah, I can't
Yep.
wait to see Destinus. Like, bro, that was so good.
Yeah,
Like,
they did a good job.
and watching that, I'm not gonna lie, watching that this morning, it just made me hurt even more because I'm like, see, this is right here what we could have done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's such a missed opportunity. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
it
I did see something
is.
about like there was like different ghost faces and they were killing Nev Campbell in a car, and it was kind of like pieced
it was
together.
trying to.
Yeah, trying to.
Yeah. And it was like pieced together from. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw it like
Together,
somewhere.
Right, skyscraper. Yep.
Is that the one
Yeah.
you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one.
Where? Well, this one was like from like the TV series. Like it was like her in a car, and the car was on fire.
They
That's
pieced
Yeah, go ahead.
together. Yeah, they pieced together. I think certain clips from that as well.
Oh,
They did.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the same one that we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Okay. I need to watch it then. I didn't give it a chance. So
Yeah,
so,
it was done good for a fan. You know, for being a fan-made edit, it was pretty decent.
Heck
Yeah.
yeah. I need to check that out for sure, guys. But yeah, man, like it's sad, but okay. Last question before Craven's got to get out of here. 'cause
Yeah,
I feel
my last
bad. I
one,
feel-
man. Make it a goodie. This is it.
All right, what at this point would get you back excited for Scream 6 since Nev Campbell's not coming back? What casting choice? What would get you back? Like, oh, I'm sold. Like this is it. Like I'm in.
I mean, I'm in. I mean, now. I mean, I'm excited for it. I'm not as excited for it as I was, but because I know I'm going to be watching an alternate script. But I'm still excited for it, and I'm just trying to use. I have a lot of optimism. I'm being very cautious, but I'm making myself stay very optimistic that they're going to do a good job. They're going to figure it out, and you know. There's 3 letters that could be like a magic eraser. You know those magic erasers you buy in the store, you know, and it covers it. This stuff just goes away, and the magic eraser starts with an S, then it's a T, and then it ends with a U.
Yeah.
And it's the Stu Racer, and you bring out the big Stu Eraser, and man, let me just tell you, Nev, I love you and I miss you. But thank you, baby. We got Stu Mocker. That would cover a multitude of mess ups. Let me just tell you right now, if something wasn't quite right, I mean that's okay. But you know what? We got Stu. He's going to take care of it. And for me, you know, I still want him in 7 because
Yeah.
I do hope that they can get Nev back, and that's why I'm
that's what we want. We want a
holding it
showdown
back.
between them two mainly.
It would be
Right.
nice to see it, but I do want to remind everyone because I get a lot of people telling me on my Stu videos, even today I was replying to a bunch, where they're like, "You can't bring Stu back without sitting down. That's it. That's over. Sydney's gone. Stu can't come back." I said, "No, it's not over, because Stu's motive was never to kill Sydney. That was
Yeah.
Billy's motive. That wasn't Stu's mission like it was Billy. He was killing because he enjoyed killing with his
Yeah.
buddy. It was fun. It was fun, as he said. He loved it.
Yep.
Guy was nuts, you know, and in amazing ways. So it was never about Sydney. And secondly, the way they wrote 5, they've given Stu and you know, you're thinking, you're clear your ears out. He has the best motive in the history of the franchise to come back now, more than any other sequel, because they laid up, and now here comes the alley-oop. They laid up Sam Carpenter as Billy's daughter, and now Stu has a reason to come back because he wants to restore the Loomis connection he once had with Billy, and who better than his own flesh and blood daughter?
Yeah.
And therefore now he is back,
Yep.
and he is in full motion. And I want to see Matthew Lillard in this movie infiltrating Sam's life in a support group at her job, and she becomes to the point where they're friends. No one ever meets them. Sam thinks she's got a guy she's really interested in, super nice and charismatic. And then we get to that third act, Marcus and Destin, And he finally sits down there and he says, you know, there's something I want to share with you. My name is actually Stu Mocker, and your dad and I were best friends. And then he tries to recruit her. Look, I know what you've been fighting, Sam. I know. I feel it too. I can help you with this. We can do this together. And he wants to recruit her to finally turn into the dark side and kill with him and have the Loomis connection.
Hey.
And then she rejects him. Last thing, she rejects him. And then we have a third act of epic proportions. Sam and him fighting. It's just going to be an absolute insanity. Gale shows up. I'm telling you guys, this is the movie I want to see right there. I want to see that movie.
What if, with like them taking risks with this one, like they end on a dark note? Like they do take a different ending, because honestly, knowing everything that they're going to do with this movie, I really do think they're going to end this movie differently than they have.
Okay.
Because normally a Scream movie is tied up in a bow, that story's finished, and then we end up in something else. But they would probably end up, like, if Stu Macher is in this one, and you know, figuratively speaking, like, you don't want to be, I'm not trying to be crude, but like, you don't want to blow your load too early with Stu Macher. We all want him back. But say at the end of this movie, we find out like Stu Macher, like this whole movie, we've seen Sam like struggling with this Billy Loomis in her, wanting her, like her urge, her itch to kill. And then at the end, like, what if like all of Tara's new friends are dead? And like Sam's a part of that, and like Stu walks out, and like there's like this like dark scene like outside of the house that they just had carnage with, and it's just like she's like, I'm Billy Loomis's sister, and or I'm Billy Loomis's daughter, and he's like, I know. And then they like cusp hands, like they hold each other's hand, and he's like, do you know where Sidney Prescott is? Boom, credits roll. Like that's the very ending of the, like, a cliffhanger. And it's just like that, like oh my god, like Sam just gave in. Like and then maybe there's like maybe Tara somewhere like bled out, like we don't know if she lived, we don't know if Kirby lived, we don't know if Gail lived. But all those are kind of like questions in our head, but like all of Tara's friends are dead. And
all the newbies.
All the newbies are dead.
All laid out on the
and
floor.
Sam has like completely given in by the end of this movie. And that's how I could accept Stu being back in this movie, and we haven't had that ending finale. We haven't had that Palpatine moment, you know, with Sidney Prescott. But he could be just like, you know, where's Sidney at? And then that's it. Like man, that gets me excited. Like,
well, and the ultimate, and Marcus, you're gonna love this. On top of that, the ultimate blowing your mind, is that we find out at the end of 6 that Sam was involved with Stu in the beginning. That she was a part of this from day one. She knows Stu. She's known Stu for a long time. And Stu is the one that says, we're doing it now. We're recruiting Richie and Amber, all of this stuff. And Sam is in it, buddy. And that's the end of 6, is Stu and Sam together. She's part of it. Has been a part of it.
Yes.
There you go, Marcus.
Yes, you know it, man. I've said it. That's been my thing since I've seen Scream 5. I'm like, man, I said, just the way they set her character up from the peripheral, I've seen it. They set her up with the breadcrumbs to where you can go in that direction. Good. And if you tell a good backstory and make it make sense, here we go. You know what I mean? Let's hit the ground running with this bad boy. You seen how she hacked up Richie at the end of 5? I want more of that.
Do you really think that's her first kill?
That's what I'm saying, man. With the first time you ever killed somebody, you would just want to stop them. You just kill them and just, you know, you're not going to just sit there for 23 stabs and then shoot them 2 or 3 times. That's overkill beyond overkill, man.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
She enjoyed it. I'm telling you, I keep saying it, man. But when I see that scene, she looks like she's having some pleasure from that.
Yeah, dude, she's definitely, and then the whole wiping the knife off. She's very aware of what she's doing.
Heck yeah!
This isn't like she blacked out.
No.
You know,
Yes,
she's
thank
very
you.
aware, and she's letting all that frustration, all that stuff that like it's an itch in her. She has to do it. Like it's calling to her.
Yep.
And that's what's going to make me mad too. Do you think that we're still going to get Skeet Ulrich as flashbacks in this, or do you think she's going to? You don't? You think it's all going to be controlled?
I think they're going to move on from that. I think this is going to be a time jump of at least 2 years, just like Scream 2 was. And now she's been in therapy. She's gotten control, and we may find out that Richie was putting placebos. Not placebos. What do they call those things? The fake pills. For lack of a better word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like sugar pills. He was putting sugar pills or whatever in her medicine bottle, and maybe those pills she was taking, that's why they weren't working.
Yeah.
That's why she was seeing Billy, because they weren't even the real medicine.
That's what I wish they would
possibility.
have mentioned in the last movie. I wish they would have touched on, and maybe it's a deleted scene or something that we will never get now. But
We'll never
like
get it
maybe
now,
like
no.
he was like, you know, maybe there's like a scene of like him putting fake pills and that and he was trying to trigger her, you know.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
But even if that wasn't the case, I think they're going to say it's 2 years later, and during this 2 years, I can see Sam talking to Tara, and Tara's like, so how are you doing? Like, you know, that look, like we know what she's talking about. She's like, I'm good. No sightings of no Billy's, no sightings in a year now. It's been a year, and that's it. Something that simple that tells the audience that she's gotten progressed further now. She's no longer seeing Billy.
Yeah.
You know, another reason why it could work, and now I think about it, it could be acceptable, even though to some degree I would like to see Skeet back, because I feel like it would be a little bit pulling that plug a little too soon. Why it could work is because they're not in Woodsboro anymore. Maybe part of the reasons why she started having those flashbacks that we've seen was because now she's back. She was back in Woodsboro. You know what I mean? And obviously that's the original place. That's where everything took place. So it would make sense that she would be seeing Billy, you know, and having these visions, because now she's home where it all started. Now that they're moving away, it would kind of make sense to kind of move off of that. But if you are going to take a trip back to Woodsboro, if you choose to, especially if you do see some signs of slippage, you know what I mean, in her and stuff like that, then you can start to bring back Billy, like, oh yeah, you thought you can get rid of me, huh? You know what I mean? Thought moving to New York, you know, would help. I mean, come over, as long as you're in Woodsboro, I will always be here with you.
Yeah.
You know?
Wouldn't that be so sick if like the end of this one, if they did get Matthew Lillard back, and there was a scene where like Sam and Stu come together, and like Stu grabs her pill bottle and just like dumps it out in the grass or in the bushes or something like that, and just like, you won't be needing these. And just like it's just like he's waiting for Billy to return.
I'm actually going to go back into that scene where they introduce him at the Cardinal Lanes or whatever, because the bathroom scene, I tried to zoom in as best as I could, and I mentioned it to you before, Destin. And I know it's the movies, and you know, pill bottles are, you know, different, you know, prescriptions, you know, from the doctors. But every prescription I've ever seen had a lot of lettering on it. And from what I was able to capture in that little scene where you can see a little bit of it, that pill bottle didn't look like it had a lot of lettering on it. So I kind of, you know, I mean, that I kind of was a little suspicious of that. And I think I'm going to go back to that Cardinal Lane scene to see when she goes to, you know, pop one of those bad boys in, if I can maybe get a little closer peek, you know what I mean? See what they are.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Some type of antipsychotic, according to what she's telling herself through Billy, the hallucination. If they're really there, you know, the real pills.
That's something too, and I didn't even catch it obviously until now till you said something. The antipsychotics. Now that would make sense in her possibly killing before. You know what I mean? Why she would be on antipsychotic medication, or possibly committing some type of assault of violent crime. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. That's how, you know, you can make that work.
Was it you, Marcus, or was it somebody else in the chat that mentioned to me on a couple streams ago that they really do think that Sam was the one that killed Judy and Wes?
Me. Yep. I said I think it was Stu and Sam who killed Judy and Wes. And I mentioned it to you, Craven, on my live stream the other day. Was that scene with Richie when she's on the phone and she's like, he killed the killer killed the sheriff and Wes, and he's like, wait, killed the sheriff? You can do that? And stuff like that stood out to me, especially after a few more watches and stuff like that. And
and then you said the knife, like how Sam does.
Yes, and the knife pause when she's
the
stabbed
knife pause.
Judy,
Yeah,
there's that split-second knife pause, and Sam's right-handed and this killer's right-handed, and it does that quick little knife pause, and then boom, finish. Same with Richie. That is the only 2 times in the movie where you see those 2 knife pause scenes get shot, and it would make sense for Sam to kill Judy because they didn't like each other.
That's true.
and think about it, like Amber and Richie were at the Meeks house at that time.
Yeah.
And Sam went off, and at that same time, Sam went off, and Billy came to her in the rearview mirror, and Richie and Amber were at the Meeks house, you know, still with trivia with Dewey and everybody else, you know.
Well, unless they left.
Unless they left. Yeah. And
because remember, what did he say? Richie says, you know, I'm not going to get a ride home or something, and you know, him and Amber could have hooked up and
said,
went and did the deed.
Yeah, I mean, now do you think there's a possibility, if that is the case, that maybe Richie might have walked down the street a little bit so nobody would see him get in a car with Amber, so that doesn't, you know, because I always said that if he did get in the car with Amber right afterwards and they did that right outside the house, everybody's going to be suspicious.
He would be strange.
You know, so
true.
These are things that I just don't think that we're ever going to have answers to. I think it's just
it's left for us to just think about and consider, and you know, and that's fun. You know, that's all right. But guys, I've got to run. This has been so much fun. You know, I was gonna stay 30 minutes. I stayed an hour and 10 minutes, and I guess how these things go. And I love that because I'm having fun. So this was great, guys. Destin, thanks for the invitation, man. And I would have joined a lot earlier if I was able to, but I was glad I got in now. So great.
Buddy. Yeah. I'm glad you came by. It's been great. We've had some really great conversations tonight, man. So
for sure. And Marcus, man, it's always good to see you, buddy.
Nope, always good to see you too, my friend.
Always, man. We'll have to do something soon together.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, for sure. And everybody in the chat, good night. I haven't been following very closely on the chat. We've been pretty engaged in our discussion. So for anyone that said hello, I just want to say hello to all of you now. One big hello and goodbye at the same time. And
you had a lot of love, Craven. You had a lot of love in the chat, for sure.
Oh, well, this feeling's mutual, everyone. Big time. So you guys take it easy, and we'll talk soon.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
All right,
man.
Good night, guys.
Get some rest, Craven.
Will do, buddy. Bye.
Later, dude.
See ya.
All right. Yeah, man. Wow.
Yeah.
4 hours go by pretty quick, right?
Really quick.
It's been a good Friday night, though, man. This Friday
man.
night's been awesome. I see Necessary Distractions in the chat. What's up? Hey, what's up?
Good to see you.
Welcome. I need to make her a moderator too. She's always good in the chats.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. I'm trying to catch up on the chat. If I skip over anything, I'm so sorry. We've been all over the place, and this has been a lot of fun tonight.
Hell yeah, man.
I think everyone's kind of digging these what if scenarios, and man, like I'm loving this, man.
Yeah, man, you came up with a hell of an idea.
Yeah. This is definitely something we're gonna work on here. Seems like everyone's vibing with it pretty good. Screaming for Conrad says almost 4 hour stream. Got to love it. Y'all in the chat, go like, subscribe, share, and bring in those super chats too. Even if you guys can't make it to the stream, just go ahead and leave a comment. Yeah. Screaming for Conrad. Conrad screaming from wherever the hell you are.
Houston.
He's from Conrad's from Houston?
Yep.
Oh wow, hell yeah, we're about to be in the same state. Hell yeah, dude, I'm so excited about moving to Texas. Like, I have lived in the Tennessee, Mississippi area back and forth for all my life, and so I'm taking a risk, and man, I love it. I love it.
That's
It's
what's up, man. As
exciting.
long as
It's
you're
scary.
passionate
It's
about it.
exciting, but it feels right. It feels right. I got to be around more people that are entrepreneurs. I got to be around that energy. I got to be around people that are trying to do something with their life.
Right.
One thing that I don't know if I ever told you this, but Robert Englund told me. He grabbed me by my shoulder, and he said, "What are you, like 30 in your 30s?" I said, "I just turned 36," and he said, "You got about 10 years to do something really good with your life before, you get to the point to where you just don't have the energy." He goes, "Where do you live?" And I said, I'm right outside the Memphis area." He says, "You got to get the fuck out of Memphis, Destin. You got to get the fuck out of there, dude. There's not shit there. You got to go to Dallas. You got to go to Texas. You got to go to Atlanta. You got to go to Miami. You got to go to LA. Like, you got to go where things are happening, where people are doing stuff." And I was like, man, like, it's exactly what I needed to hear at that very moment, man, because I was already in the process of making these transitions.
Yeah.
And I was already thinking these things, and it was just like, and then it was like fate that he just came and sat down next to me and wanted to hang out with me and drink with me personally. And I was like, dude, the stars are aligning here.
Yeah, man, that was meant to be.
Yeah,
that was meant to be for you, bro. That was a message for you. I believe in that stuff, man. When something like that happens, that was a message for you, brother.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks. I feel the same way, man. And it's just like, like the word fate is like, so loosely thrown around, and I don't want to sound cheesy or anything, but man, I couldn't place my finger on what else could it have been, man, because that was like all I ever wanted was to hang out, was to meet him, and I just couldn't do it. And then I just got that moment, and I got that evening, and I was like, oh my goodness, like
yeah, bro, I
that's
feel
crazy.
You. That's how I was feeling. That's how I felt meeting Jamie, even meeting Matthew, but especially meeting Dick Warlock. Now, grip me wrong, I would love to meet James Hugh Courtney and Nick Castle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those obviously are my top of the list. But even meeting Dick Warlock, that meant something to me, because I'm like, man, I never thought I would meet these people. You know what I mean? Ever. You know what I mean? Especially coming from where I come from. You'd be like, how people from out of state find New York, I don't know. You know what I mean? I always ask that question. But just me being in that atmosphere and being in front of them in their face, like, I never thought that I'd ever be able to get that chance. And man, it's an incredible experience, and it motivates you to want to keep doing this, what we do, content creating, talking, having live discussions, for almost 4.5 hours about this, especially when you see the love and adulation that they give to their fan base and to their fans. It just makes it all the better. You just want to keep going, and you want to keep being motivated to do what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, that's the way I felt. And like I've talked to Nathan Basil, who played on Leslie Vernon Behind the Mask, like that movie. I don't know if you've seen that. Like, I've interviewed him, and I talked to him, like, like backstage, and just talking to him one-on-one. We shoot emails back and forth all the time, and he's given me some advice, and such a great guy. Mike Vaughn, who voiced the killer and the voice of Brandon James in the Scream TV series, he given me advice, and I'm just like, and I'm trying to get Mike Vaughn like set up with these cons, because like I would be like his assistant, like I would get like free room and board and stays, and he's like willing to, just pay everything, and he's also willing to give me a cut of whatever he makes, and I'm just like, dude, like, I just want to get involved. Like, I don't really want anything in return, but just to be a part of it. That's it.
Right.
And so, man, yeah, it's super awesome. It's my community, it's our community, and it's the best, man. Like, seriously, like this is stuff we And this is the best time to be a slasher fan. This is the best time to be a slasher fan because we have a resurgence on our hands, and I just don't want that shine to dim. Like I want to keep it going, and it's up to us to show up and show out and keep that flame lit. We got to. We got to. Like don't always support these movies. Buy that ticket. Buy the movie when it comes out. You got to support this movie as much as possible if you want it to be successful.
Yeah.
And
well as when we start getting into our fan films and we can start, being able to budget and, do our own stuff in terms of filming and stuff like that. The support from all the views, you know what I mean? Even those fan films that a lot of us, want to do and that people are doing. What I don't think a lot of, people understand is that some of those ideas, some of these bigger, directors and stuff, they'll sponge off of that. I mean, they'll sponge off of those ideas, you know what I mean, and stuff. And in all honesty, that's especially if you are passionate about what you do, especially about making fan films and stuff like that. That has to feel like the greatest honor because you would never think that, especially people on that level would like notice your work. But when your work does get noticed and stuff, it just makes it that much better, man.
Yeah, it does. It does because like if you appreciate the art, man, like it makes the creator want to keep creating.
Right.
Honestly. It really does, man.
Right.
Screaming for Conrad says, "What if Vince was Billy's son?" I don't think that would work because I think Vince was Stu's nephew.
Yeah. I mean, he might also be saying like if that, I guess that wasn't the case, if that was never revealed. As,
he did look like Billy.
He did look like Billy.
Yeah,
he did. I mean, I think Conrad, if they did go that direction, let's say Vince wasn't, Stu's nephew, and they did eventually reveal him to be the sibling of Billy, I think that would have been so obvious because he looks just like Billy. They portrayed him to look like Billy. So I think that wouldn't have worked because we already would have looked at it like, yo, it's him. I mean, he looks just like Billy.
Yeah.
I mean, I do wish we would have got more character development on Vince. I will say that
he should have survived for a little bit, like that
a little
scene.
bit longer.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been like the introduction to our characters. The introduction to our characters should have been them at that table a little bit later, and maybe they hung out at that bar like later on in the movie. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It feels like that was like a out of place scene. Does that make sense? I feel like that like maybe that scene could have just been like picked up and moved over here, and it could have just felt like the character's still hanging out like right before Wes got killed or something.
Yeah. Well, I think because remember initially that scene was meant for Dewey's introduction. And I think once
he was in there.
Yeah, and once I thought once I see the deleted scene, I said, "Well, this is the scene you should have kept. It would have made this scene much more. It would have made more sense. It would have made it whole because now we get the introduction of Dewey, as opposed to Samantha and Richie just showing up to his house when Samantha hasn't even been in Westboro for 5 years. So how the hell would she know where he's at?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that if they would have kept that deleted scene with Dewey approaching Vince and they have that scuffle, that would have made a lot more sense, and I would have liked that.
Even that scene with Dewey and Judy, like sitting there talking.
Yeah, man.
Like, both of those.
Yeah.
Like that's what we initially want. We want that connection. We want that. Like we're here for one another. We've been through this together. All that kind of stuff. But man, I don't know. I don't know, man. Like it's just. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because we're not getting it now. But Dewey was awesome, man. If they knew that they weren't going to be able to get Sydney back for like a 3-picture deal or even a 2-picture deal, whatever, they should have left Dewey alive just in case. Just in case.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do. You know what I mean? And I'm not even gonna lie. I remember being in the theater, and I knew it was going to happen, especially when you start walking back. I knew it was going to happen. But the way they had him killed, bro, I understand the obvious Stu reference, but I'm not going to lie. Still watching it, it's like, oh, how do you do Dewey like that? Like, man, they made sure it was definitive this time, for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I like how they did. I like how he didn't make the 9 lives references as like a cat, because when he says to Sam, why would I want to do this again? I've been stabbed 9 times. But then obviously this 10th time, that's his last life, like a cat.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
man.
It's crazy.
I always wanted to go back through the Scream movies and count the times that he's been stabbed.
Right?
Actually
Everybody's-
find out see if it was actually 9 times.
Yeah, right? Because I never felt like he got stabbed that many times.
Yeah, because I know in Scream 2, a lot of his stabs was off screen, but you could hear the stabs. You heard that.
Yeah. Yeah, you heard it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you could count those. And because the first one, you know, he's like getting stabbed, you could count that one. And then he's like, Gale. And then he's like, you could hear the other stabs, and then he's thrown up on the window. So yeah, it's just like I don't know if it was 9 times. I don't know.
I think it was either.
Yeah, because he didn't get stabbed. He didn't get stabbed in Scream 3 or 4, did he?
Scream 3. No, he did not.
And then Scream 4, I don't think he got his ass whooped with the bedpan.
Yeah, so yeah, unless in part 2 they stabbed him 8 times during that sequence. You know what I mean? Like, because he only was stabbed once that we known in Scream 96 when he, you seen it sticking out of his
and then
back.
1, 2, 3. I mean, I can only think about 5 times, maybe.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that's just. Maybe they were just making that reference, that 9 live.
Yeah, that could be. I always thought
Yeah.
that too, because I thought, I'm not gonna lie, especially after the deed was done, I caught on to that. I was like, well, that was a nice little reference, to like cat 9 lives,
Yeah.
9 stabbed 9 times.
Yeah.
It is gonna feel so weird without, seeing David in this next movie.
Yeah, it is.
David in that.
I think Gail's going to take a very forefront. She's going to be the leader of whatever they're trying to do. But I think we're going to be saying goodbye to Gail. Honestly, if I had to count anything, I honestly like I know Craven would rather say goodbye to Kirby because Gail's an OG. But I felt like Kirby deserves, if we are going in a new direction and we're passing the torch and everything, Kirby is the one that deserves to survive and go with that torch.
Yes, I agree.
Like, she deserves her time to shine. She deserves her time to move forward. And really, if we're gonna say goodbye and we are passing that torch, then like Kirby's really the one that I feel like could be our new OG.
Right.
She could be our new OG, and we're transitioning. So
yeah, I agree with that, man. I'm on board with that. I hope they don't kill Kirby. You know what I mean?
I don't want to kill Kirby either.
I just have a bad feeling, man. Like this, I just have.
You're gonna rip our hearts out.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Now I will ask you. You asked earlier, Craven, like who, like obviously who would like, in his opinion, make this movie like really okay with him without Nev being in it. And I'm gonna say, man, I mean, especially with what's been coming out over the last couple days, and the fact that Kirby is supposed to have a redemption arc.
Yeah.
Gee, who would she would have that redemption arc against? Oh, Jill? I mean, if they can figure out how to do it and make it, make sense that she somehow survived. You know what I mean? And I mean, if we are talking about Stu surviving,
they'd have to bring her back at the very end without any.
Yes, I agree.
For it to be surprising.
Or how you also can cast her in this movie without her actually being one of the killers is Kirby might see flashbacks of Jill. Kirby might have, nightmares of that night, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. Or just nightmares of Jill to where we see Jill taunting her, talking trash to her, all this stuff. Like, I think, I'm not going to lie, with Emma being only 30 minutes away from shooting, then the fact that they changed the location to a soundstage, you know what I mean? I don't know, man. And she said, I feel like I'm not done with Scream. Especially with Hayden being in it, I think even now more so than ever, the possibility for her to come back is there. You know what I mean? even if you don't have her come in as a killer, you can have her shoot a few scenes where she's doing flashbacks, something, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. And I think it will work in well.
Yeah, I do too. Man, that I could accept that. Like, even though I'm not the biggest, if you're, you know, obviously if you're here, you're subscribed to my channel. Hope you're subscribed to I Shot Him 6 Times as well. It's just an easy click away. But like, even though that, like, a lot of people know that I'm not the biggest Scream 4 fan. Like, I like it. There's no bad Scream movie. It's just my least favorite for a number of reasons. But I do enjoy the Jill reveal, and I do enjoy Kirby.
Yes.
And I can accept that, like, Jill did survive that, but you can't show her anywhere in the movie. You can't even, don't even mention her. Don't even, like, say anything. Let that be like a second. Let her be the mastermind of this film or something. Like, let her be that very surprise moment, and that let Kirby take her out. Like there's two ghost faces or three ghost faces, and Sam and Tara has to take out one of them, and Kirby and Jill has this throwdown fight, you know. And you're like, you were my best friend, and you know, and just like let them duke it out.
Go at it, cat fight.
Yeah,
let's go.
And then the people that hasn't seen Scream 4 or anything, they're gonna be like, oh, I need to go back and watch that, you know.
Right, exactly.
So,
exactly. No, I agree with you, man. Like, I liked Scream 4 for, I guess, what it was. I didn't, like you said, it wasn't a bad movie. You know what I mean? It just could have been better. But if there was two things that stood out to me in that movie, it was Jill Roberts and Kirby Reed. Like, those two characters were the ones that, to me, they stole the entire movie. You know what I mean? Like, their performances was like, I like these characters. Kirby, I would love to see back. And even when she did get stabbed by Charlie, and you know, the camera cuts, watching that, I'm like, she's not dead. I'm like, she's not dead. I said, if they want to do more Scream movies, they're gonna end up bringing her back. I can already see it.
Yeah, for sure, man. And that's the thing. I mean, honestly, we could be walking away with this movie and having 4 final girls. Like, honestly, I mean, if they really wanted to do it, they could kill Mindy and Chad. You know, they might be like, they might have written themselves into a wall here, like in a corner, and been like, I don't know what to do with these twins. Like, they're lucky to be here, but let's kill one off early in the film, then let's kill one at the end, you know, and then they just be like, oh shit. You know?
I know that's right, man.
And having Ghostface being like, oh, well, we're getting rid of Woodsboro, you know, or something.
Right.
So, man, super awesome, man. Super great idea. Kirsten Marie says, I'm going to have to get going. This was a fun evening. Thank you for the great stream, Destin and Marcus. See you all soon. See you too. Yeah, this was great, Kirsten. Get some rest. Thank you for joining, being this long. We're 4.5 hours in.
Yeah,
man, this has been a great night, man. Like, I think me and Marcus, we got a lot of good ideas here. Like we definitely have some good what ifs in the house. Like, look at this. Screaming for Conrad says, what if we have Kirby into like a Nightmare 3 Nancy Thompson arc, where she's a mentor to the youth that went through the Ghostface killings. Honestly, I think that might be what her character is. I think we might have Kirby being this Woodsboro survivor, and maybe she's this support group, or maybe she's, you know, some people have said that she's gonna be a professor, like a teacher at college, maybe an administrator, maybe, who knows, but like, honestly, like, I could see her playing this like maybe at a local church or at a local place, like where she's like Woodsboro survivors, and maybe we get other Woodsboro survivors. Maybe Joel's a part of that, you know?
Right.
Like, that'd be really cool to see some familiar faces in that group. You know?
I always envisioned that if it was going to go down like that, I always envisioned that it would be kind of like a a round table, like a round chair church scene, kind of like we got in Saw the Final Chapter.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
like I always said if that's how we're gonna get that, I want to see it like that scene in my opinion. So it's funny you brought up the church.
Yeah. Like it's some like downtown church that's like kind of creepy and it's got that Catholic vibe to it, and it's like they're all like sitting there and yeah, man, and that's where it's like Sam and Tara or Sam and Gail or something comes in and it's like, hey, we need, you know about Woodsboro, you know about whatever, you know, we need your help, you know, maybe it's something connected to 4, you know, and she's just like, I can't help you, like she's like refusing, and then they talk her into it, bring her on, you know. Dude, I like that.
I'm gonna bet that Gail calls her Sam New Girl at some point in this movie.
Gail calls Sam New Girl.
Yeah, like look, New Girl, I'm not getting involved in it. I can just see.
Oh yeah, how she did in 5, like,
Yeah.
you want the original? This is the original.
Yeah. I can see her being like that, especially like when Sam was like, "Hey, you know, we were here. We need your help. This is happening again." I could just see Gail just, you know, at first kind of being a snarky asshole about it, but like, "New girl, no. I mean, you're the new girl now, so you do new girl things."
Yeah. Okay, so we talked about Gail and Kirby possibly living, and who we would prefer if we had to say goodbye to one of them. And you know what? My next night screen that I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put up a poll about who should live and who should die. We're gonna do like a Mindy versus Chad. We're gonna do a Gail versus Kirby. We're gonna do a Sam versus Tara. So right now I'm gonna talk about it, and we're probably gonna end the chat here soon. We're going on pretty long. I was gonna go till midnight, but we've had a great night.
Yeah.
So okay, we've talked about Gail versus Kirby. So if you had to say goodbye to one of the Carpenter sisters, who could you easily say goodbye to? Would you say goodbye to Tara, or would you want to say goodbye to Sam? Because what if Sam couldn't protect Tara? Wouldn't that make her break even more?
It's a good question. I'll put it this way. If Sam is the real quote-unquote final girl like they want us to believe her to be, and they even, I guess, solidify that more in this movie, then I can see you can make Tara expendable. But if you give us the same shit that you gave us in Scream 5, and Tara looks more, in my opinion, like a final girl than Sam does, you know what I mean? Then I'd have to say Sam, but the only way I would want her to die, for me anyway, you know what I mean? The only way I would want her to die is as a Ghostface for me. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only way. I mean, because if she just dies flat out right, well then now you just, I mean, in so many ways, you just proved our point that she was never the final girl to begin with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So her death has to have a purpose behind it if she's going to die. And what greater purpose, you know what I mean? What greater purpose is if she's the Ghostface killer, or if it's the end of the finale, like Scream 7, and they do maybe what we don't think they do, and they kill Sam. You know what I mean? She's not the final girl. You know what I mean? And what if they, I don't know really how to explain it, but me personally, I just feel like if you're going to kill Sam, given that they're telling us she's the final girl, you got to have it with a purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It has to be a reason why she's dying.
Or maybe she's not the final girl. Maybe this is her transition into being full-blown killer.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like that.
And that's what breaks her is Tara's death.
Possibly. But also, if we get the theory, which we never may not, but if we ever get clarification to the theory of Cindy being her mom, then it wouldn't even matter because Tara wouldn't be biologically her sister anyway. I mean, if we were to get that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And stuff like that. But I get what you're saying. Like, that is something, if let's just throw the theories aside and just treat them as sisters. that's something. Tara getting killed, that would definitely, in my opinion, want to set Sam over the end.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that could, happen for sure.
Yeah. Because honestly, all these new casts and everything, I can pretty much say that they're going to be gone. I mean, could they be replaced from like Mindy dying and then we get a new type of best friend, or Chad dying and we get a new guy friend or something that survives at the end of this? They probably won't survive the next one because usually just the OGs, and really Sam and Tara and Gil and Kirby are the OGs, So with this new storyline, I mean, you could say Mindy and Chad, but they could go. Like they're there to go. They're in that position. But like, I mean, we could see something completely different at the end of this. We could see like Sam, the whole thing is like she stayed put to protect Tara, but at the end of the day, Ghostface still got to her, and Ghostface taunts her and says, "Poor Tara, you still couldn't save her, blah, blah, blah." And then this makes Sam snap,
See, and that also could work too, because like you said about Sam staying put because of protecting Sarah, you know what I mean? Like, I've always said that we might get some flashbacks back to Woodsboro. So if Sam stays put, well, there goes your there goes your scenes to Woodsboro for a little bit. You know what I mean? Right there. So that's definitely not impossible.
Yeah, for sure. These are all things that we're going to touch on more on another night, night streams. And then I'll have my Want Some Scream With Your Coffee on Monday morning. So maybe I want to save those conversations for maybe a night scream night, because these are great. And we could go on, and maybe we'll do a poll on who do you want to live and who do you want to die between, and we'll verse it out with Chad and Mindy, and then we'll verse it out with Gail and Kirby, and then we'll verse it out with Sam and Tara, and we'll let the chat decide, and we'll see who ends up at the end.
Right.
I think that'd
be fun.
Yeah, that'd be a real fun night. That's a great idea. I think that's going to be on our next night screen. So maybe I can invite you if you got time, and we'll work something out, man. Because this is great to bounce some ideas back and forth, man. These what ifs, man. This seems like it's a hit. Y'all like it, so we're gonna keep it going.
No doubt.
So, but unfortunately, I have to end the stream somewhere, and I am tired. Way past midnight. I'm like a gremlin. You don't want to feed me or get me wet after midnight. That sounds so weird to say. But I have to go to bed, or I get loopy like this. You know what I'm saying?
No, I feel you.
But yeah, I think we're gonna see some Christina Carpenter. I think we're gonna see. We're gonna see some parents fall into this one. I think we are. Too bad we're not getting Martha Meeks back. That's unfortunate.
I know.
I wish they would change that. That would be really cool. Maybe she's lying. Maybe she's actually the opening kill. That would be nuts.
That wouldn't be shocking if she would be lying, because remember last year when those first leaks came out, it was her and Skeet who was, their leaks that they were in the movie got out first.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it wouldn't surprise me if, she went that route and say, "No, I'm not in this movie, but my kids will be in it," and stuff like that. So it wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I would like to see Martha back, but it's probably not going to happen.
Oh yeah, for sure. If she's not back, she's definitely something that you could play with in the future, because if some of the Meeks characters get killed, you can pretty much set bank that we're going to see her again somewhere in the future. So, but yeah, this has been a great episode of Night Screams. Thank you. I shot him 6 times for being with me. I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream. Thank you everybody. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's always great having you. You're a great guest. And if you're not subscribed to I Shot Him 6 Times, Marcus puts out some amazing content. Just an easy click away. Click on him. Subscribe to I Shot Him 6 Times. Great horror content. Great Halloween content. It's going to be your jam. If my channel's your jam, his channel's going to be your jam. So stay in the community. It's kind of weird to say it, but keep it in the family. But but you know what I'm saying. So yeah, do the damn thing and subscribe. And I hope to see everybody back. Hopefully I may be able to do a night stream tomorrow night. Probably not, unless my time gets, you know, a little bit available. I got some stuff to do tomorrow night that I've committed to. But if not, we will touch base on Sunday and Monday, and we'll see what's going on Monday night. But definitely want some screen with your coffee Monday morning, next episode. And I'll see you guys when I see you guys. Like, thank you for an amazing Friday night. This has been great. So thank you everybody in the chat. Y'all have a good night, and Fokker out.
That's right. Take care, everybody.
Remember whenever he was like, Fokker out. All right. Yeah. Good night, everybody. Peace.